Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Take Off Istanbul International Startup Summit. I'm Kübra Akkoç, a journalist at TRT World.
And I am İlyas Avcı, also a journalist at TRT World. It is our pleasure to host the summit, and it's so great to have your company.
Before we start, we have a short session video for you. Let's have a watch.
We have been looking at the sky and dreaming since our childhood. But how many of them have we dared to realize? Some dare to chase their dreams, weaving impactful contributions into the fabric of the world. The things may not always go the way we want. Don't let this distract you from your dreams.
Open your eyes. It's time to renew your hope. Remember the moment heart beats faster when you come up with a new idea. Meet with people who believe in you, in something bigger than what you're working on. Build a team, and together, dream, innovate. And meet us at the place where startup dreams unfold. Now, you are in a geography full of people living together with many cultures. Explore the potential to understand. Remember, there are still courageous people, dreaming, hoping for a bright future. And don't forget, whatever you do, focus on the positive. Innovate for humanity.
Welcome to the region's biggest startup summit. Take Off Istanbul begins.
To all our guests coming from abroad and also other cities across Turkey, welcome to Istanbul and also Take Off, where startup dreams unfold. So this is the startup and technology event of the region, organized by the Turkish Technology Team Foundation and also Turkey's Industry and Technology Ministry, and also the Investment Office of Turkey's presidency.
Some outstanding people will inspire us throughout these two days with their success stories, and they will also enlighten us with their valuable experiences. The Take Off Summit has been working as a hub since 2018. It's been creating a networking environment by marrying brilliant ideas with investors who are willing to invest in them.
And I'm happy to say Take Off has received more than 1,200 applications from across 43 countries this year. And here at this building, we are hosting 200 startups. And what the summit is offering to them is getting mentorship, an opportunity to pitch their ideas and projects here on the stage, and also a chance to collaborate with investors and also corporations.
Then, if they are convinced, the investors are going to take them to the investors' lounge to talk about their potential future collaborations.
All right, let's start. It's now my pleasure to invite to the stage Mr. Serdar Gürbüz, member of Turkish Technology Team Foundation's Board of Trustees, to make his presentation on behalf of T3 Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him. Hoş geldiniz.
Wow, there's a huge crowd here. First, it's an honor for me to give the opening speech and the opening presentation of this wonderful event on behalf of Turkey Technology Team Foundation. Today, in a short time, I'm going to tell you a little bit about our foundation, how we found this foundation, and what we are doing so far. And to start with, we have started this journey in 2016 with a bunch of technology enthusiasts, and we wanted Turkey to prosper with technology, with the technological advancements. And we founded Turkey Technology Team Foundation, and we started to bring all beautiful minds, all wonderful minds into the prosperity of Turkey's technological journey. During so far, we have done so many activities, and most of these activities are towards to the young people, to the young children and young people of Turkey, in order for them to become powerful in terms of technological advancements. To start with, we wanted to make a cultural transformation. We know that there are so many stars, so many pop stars or football, soccer stars, and they are the famous people of the countries. We can see them on the TVs or any other places. But we want to make our young people who wants to invest in themselves and who wants to become an entrepreneur or someone who creates technology for the people to become the star of the nation, to become our role models. That's why we started this journey with educating, training our young people. And in this way, we want to make a cultural transformation where people who work for their country, who work for the humanity, will become pop stars, will become the stars of the nations. And we started to make some programs for them. So the biggest one is TechnoFest. TechnoFest is a technology competition, is an air show, is everything actually. We started TechnoFest journey in 2018 with little hope maybe because at that time it was the first of those events and we didn't expect so many people coming to that event to see the competitions, to see the air shows. But during so far we have organized 9 of them, and the last one of them, last year, we organized in Istanbul, in Izmir, and in Ankara, and at total, more than 5 million visitors have visited that journey. And I will explain later, TechnoFest. We have DENEAP program. DENEAP program, in translation, it's like try and make. So it's our first project at T3 Foundation. And with that project, we are training children from middle schools and high schools, and we are training them in terms of technology, and we have more than 10 course structures, and we are training them more than 3 years. And after 3 years, when they graduated, doesn't matter if they go to social sciences or doesn't matter if they continue their education in different topics, this training gives them the ability to understand the technology, but not just understand, to make technology and to become a technology entrepreneur. Bilim Türkiye, Science Turkey is another project of ours. So with that project, we are aiming all the young people again to become familiar with the sciences, science topics in early ages. And in that way, we want them to become the next popular scientists of the world. And we have T3 Startup Center. Actually, this organization is mainly organized by our T3 Startup Center. And we have started that initiative in 2018 again. And during so far, we have trained so many startups. We fund them. We gave mentorship for them. We organized events to give them the opportunity to meet with investors and to meet with the corporate companies. And this event, Take Off Istanbul, is born with that idea. And within the Technofest, we are organizing so many competitions for so many young people, and we wanted to become the next step for the young people who train themselves with technology. And with T3 Startup Center, we are again supporting them in their journey. And we have so many other projects. I won't tell each of them, so you can visit our website and see each details of them. So since 2016, so we are a 7-year-old foundation, but these all activities are like each of them like startups of our own. So we are growing them like startups. We are pivoting every year. This event is also like this. So in the first year of Takeoff in 2018, so we organized this event within the Technofest event. But this year, we decided to take it as a separate event other than Technofest, because this huge crowd actually deserves this. And we want to emphasize and focus on startups should be separate from Technofest competition. And we see that this is the right idea and this is the right choice for us. And today we are here. As I explained, we are providing so many support for the startup ecosystem. So we first define the technology areas that we want to support, because there are so many entrepreneurs, there are so many startups working in so many fields. But we want them to become superior in some areas that we believe is crucial for the humanity and is crucial for our country. So we are focusing autonomous technologies, artificial intelligence, educational technologies, because our foundation is mostly in this field, education technologies, and smart networks and IoT. These are the first technology focus areas of our startup center. And we are providing them, as I explained, we are providing them office spaces, we are providing them networking opportunities, and we are giving them necessary funds to make their startups grow. We have 2 programs here. First one is pre-incubation. So these are for startups who are at the incubation stage. And we have an acceleration program. And in that program, we are taking startups which are on the making their products or making some sales for their products or services. And to give a better idea what is takeoff and in terms of numbers, so we have get applications for more than 4,000 applications we get this year, and we invited more than 600 of them. And during so far, actually, we provided more than $100,000 as an incentive for the startups. And at the end of this day, at the end of these 2 days, actually, startups will meet so many investors. We have invited more than 40 investors into this event, and startups can meet with them. So if the investors find some opportunity investing in those startups, and if the startups think that that investor should be in their company, so they can meet and talk together. And we have keynotes. There will be so many good speakers which will give you inspiration, which will give you different ideas. And we have booth areas. You can visit them. There are more than 100 startup booths here, and we have more than 40 corporations trying to make B2B engagements with the startups. And at the end of these 2 days, we have a prize. And this year, we have initiated a fund, a startup fund. It will be 150 million Turkish liras as T3 Foundation, and we will also make some investments on this stage. And how we come this day? This year, actually, we designed and we organized 2 peer takeoffs within Teknofest organization. The first one was in Ankara at Meskut, and the second one was in Izmir. And this is the final stage. So we selected around 79 startups from those pre-takeoff events, and we invited them here today, and you will listen to them, you will see their pitches, or you will meet them on their booths. And in this final stage, we are going to select some of them, and we are giving our prizes for them. So I mentioned Teknofest a little bit, but this is the right timeline. So in the first year, so we have organized around 20 competitions, and these competitions were again in the field of AI or in the field of robotics, and we got 20,000 applications for those competitions. And it was a huge number for us in the first year of Teknofest because there wasn't any similar competitions around the country. And we were expecting around 100,000 visitors into that event, but we have seen that there were nearly 500,000 visitors in that event. And we realized that this event is so much important because this event is giving people the opportunity to touch to the technologies that we are developing. And we are making them believe that they can do, they can create, they can build these technologies. And that's why we increase our motivation and started to make Teknofest bigger at each event. And last year, actually this year again, we did organize 3 of them. And within this year's event, there were nearly 1 million applications to the competitions. So this is a huge number, and this is a mind-blowing number because 1 million people, 1 million young people competing to become the winner of the categories within the technology competitions, and we are giving them the biggest stage of the country, and the president is giving their prizes on that stage. So this is a huge motivation for them. And within 6 years, we have seen so many of these competitors, so many of these young people became entrepreneurs. They built their technology startup, they got investment, and they provide their technology to the people. So this was the aim of the event, and we continue to work on this to make it better. So we have a program, Technofest, have a program called Technofest Projects Becoming Startups. So what does that mean? As I explained, we have so many competitions within the Technofest organization. It's more than 40. And during these competitions, young people are working together as a team and building a product. Or, for example, in an unmanned aerial vehicle competition, they are designing a powerful UAV. And after that, we want the champions of those competitions to become entrepreneurs. And we are training them in becoming entrepreneurs. We are giving them courses. We are giving them networking opportunities with the right people, and want them to build their startup on top of their projects. And this is a successful program also. We are also giving them some funds, an initial fund for them to build their startup. And as I explained, this year's Technofest event in Ankara, the first time, it's nearly 1 million visitors. And in Izmir, it's more than a million visitors. And in Istanbul, it's 2.5 million visitors have came to these events. And in total, this year, we hosted more than 5 million visitors in our events. So this is, again, I said, this is a huge number, and this gives us the opportunity, the motivation to work on this better. And today, I want to thank you for coming to this event. But before finishing, I want to make a few words about the massacres that we have seen so far for nearly the last 2 months. So as a human, actually, it's our duty, I think, as a human, so we should condemn the killing of civilians, the killing of children, right beside us. And when we see that there are so many powerful countries, there are so many countries who have the power, economical power, or technological power. And this doesn't give them the right to kill or occupy innocent people. That's why it's my duty, and it's our duty, I think, to condemn the killings of these civilians in Palestine. And I believe people here today, with their startups, with their technological advancements, they will make prosperity and justice to the humanity, not just for themselves, not just for their countries, but for the humanity and for the justice. Thank you for coming here. Thank you.
And I'd like to thank Serdar Gürbüz for this informative presentation and also very important remarks. Now we are going to dive deep into robotics, and we are going to talk about robotics, sustainability, and innovation. And it's now my pleasure to invite to the stage Professor Dr. Mirko Kovac, founder and director of Laboratory of Sustainability Robotics at EMPA, or EMPA. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him. Welcome, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you for the invitation. It's my great pleasure being here today, seeing all these people and amazing opportunities and inventions happening. And with that, I would like to ask one question to start with. And the question is, how does our future look like? How will our cities look like? And how will you be sitting here or not sitting here in 50 years? Now imagine your children in your shoes now, coming to an event like this. Will it be the same? Will it be physical as such? Will the cities be integrated, or what will be the role of robotics, AI, autonomous driving in all of this? And so I had an artist draw up a vision like this, as you see behind me. And I think there's a few key things that are important here. Number one is that robotics will be part of it. So robots will maintain and operate and interact with our cities, with our buildings, with our infrastructure, with our environments. But also the buildings themselves will be roboticized. So the buildings will not be static, dead objects. They will be adaptive and, according to our needs, change their shape, change their morphology and control to suit our well-being and welfare needs. And so this is what sustainability robotics is all about. How can we create technologies that help us, that make our life more sustainable and more healthy? So let me give you an example. So here you see a mine. So it's a surface, the surface of the mine. And there's a lot of automation opportunities there on the trucks or the excavators and the different machines working there. But the mines also have other aspects. They are deep inside, so they can be up to 4 kilometers deep. And the water that comes from the walls can be up to 60, 70 degrees hot. So it's like boiling water. Things tend to collapse. It's extremely dangerous, risky, very expensive to operate. They also can create those type of acidic lakes that you see here, where the metal is then processed, so can create also a lot of environmental damage and so on. So for this type of environments, robotics really can help a lot. Typically, it's referred to as the 3Ds, the dirty, dull, and dangerous environments. And this is where robotics can have a huge, important role to play. Now, I would add a few other points to this, which is time critical, so things that need to work, need to be not have a downtime. Things that are inaccessible, such as mines, offshore energy systems, and data-centric, so where the data is important, where you want to collect data and then inform drilling decisions or different decisions on maintenance. So I think this is where robotics has a role to play. And if you think and look back into the history, we see that robotics has transformed our lives already today. And so we see 3 waves of robotics that happen. So the first that started in the 70s and 80s, which is about factory automation, so manufacturing lines that are now fully robotic, autonomous car manufacturing is done fully autonomously. Then the second wave, and that happens in the 90s, 2000, linked to big data, as it was called at that time, right? So autonomous, like data processing, AI algorithms. Autonomous driving is an example of this wave, or space robotics. And this is now industrialized, so the industry is doing that. Now, the third wave is where we are currently at, where the academic environment is developing the new technologies that will spill over into industry. And this links to the theme of soft robotics, or robots that are employing their materials and adaptive morphology together with control systems to create complex motions. And the second aspect is robotic ecosystems, where various robots collaborate and work together to create those services that we need in future. So this is what we are inventing now. This is the opportunity, this is the new wave that is coming out, where we can all together work together. Now, of course, this needs to be aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, which is defined as having, for example, supporting life below water, climate actions, infrastructure systems, and so on. And so in the laboratory that I'm leading at Imperial College in London and at the EMPA Material Science Institute in Switzerland, we look at those key sustainable development goals, and we create technological toolboxes that can contribute to those. And we do this by creating a Swiss Army knife-based approach, that we have a toolbox of different robotics and AI technologies that help in that. And this includes, for example, 3D printing with robots, placing sensors, being able to move in air and underwater, doing AI-based data analysis, biodegradable robots, and so on. So these are the key technological bottlenecks that we need to develop, that we need to solve in order to address those UN Sustainable Development Goals. And the method, and this is something that I find important, is the method of how to do that. And so how do we develop those types of robots? And I think it's important that we collaborate across disciplines and work together and co-develop the different disciplines to make those types of robots. This is a method we call physical artificial intelligence, where we co-evolve the material science with the robotics, with the control systems, with the chemistry to create lifelike robots. So I wrote a paper about this, if you're interested in more details, also how we can educate the next generation of engineers to be trained to create those type of ecosystems of lifelike robots. Now, I would like today to just show you 2 examples of work that we are doing that is showing how these different disciplines can come together. Number 1 is the idea to have robots that would fly inside of hot or burning environments. And so this really links to the Grenfell Tower incident that maybe you remember, right, in London in 2017, where more than 72 people died in this, in the fire of the building. And at that time, I was living next to the tower. Actually, I was driving past it every day, and it was like fuming for days. So it was really a catastrophe to see that, to witness this event. And I got a phone call from someone in the government who asked me whether we have a drone that could fly inside of the fire to look for survivors, for structural damage, to see what is happening. And of course, I was running the aerial robotics lab at Imperial at that time, and so I didn't have a drone like that. So we didn't have one, and commercial drones really are not good enough to fly inside of hot environments. And so out of this came this idea to create a fire drone, which is a temperature agnostic system that can fly in very hot and very cold environments. The way how it works is that we use aerogel, so polyamide aerogel, which is a material that is very lightweight, very heat resilient. It consists to 95 to 90% of air, so it's very lightweight and very good insulator. And we engineered the material anew to make it structurally coherent so that we can build the robot out of it, so that it doesn't shrink, it can be used as a structural material. We also implemented a cooling system inside and a different configuration of the motors and so on, allowing the robot to then be able to fly inside of very hot environments, as you see on the left side, but also in a glacier, as you see in Switzerland, in a Swiss glacier on the right side, where we tested it in very cold environments. So we call this the temperature agnostic robot that is able to operate at larger envelopes of operation compared to current systems. And so the paper came out, and we have these tests together with the firefighters showing this robot flying close to fire, and we had a commercial drone that basically crashed inside of the fire and was burning. So it was a good use case and validation experiment for that. Now, this, of course, is early days for this system, but really is showing the potential of how robotics can contribute, can really help us to make a better world that is safer for us all. And really, it's important for situations like that. And I think we have seen enough of this and a lot of this over the last years in Europe, also in Turkey, right, with the forest fires. I mean, it's an environmental and humanitarian catastrophe, really. And so we need solutions to help those guys here, the heroes that are there, that are trying to save the environment, save the people. So we need tools to extend their operation. So there's this concern about job loss, but I think losing jobs that are life-threatening, I think is a good thing. So we want to support them and make their work safer. Related to that, there is an initiative called the X Prize, which is currently open. So it has a prize money of more than $11 million to build robots that can help in firefighting. And so this is not our initiative, so it's a global initiative by the X Prize, but it shows that society wants this to be solved. So there's a hunger, there is a seen opportunity by society at large to have those solutions that create a step change and protect our environments and our people. Okay, so the second example I would like to show today is the idea of building with robots. So what if robots can construct, can repair, can build the environment? And this really links to the construction industry. And so the construction industry is a bit like the infrastructure industry, but it's relatively conservative in adopting new technologies. Nevertheless, it is one of the industries that needs the technologies the most. For example, it is responsible for up to 38% of global CO2 comes from the construction industry, or 20% of worker deaths comes from the construction industry. It's the globally highest accident rate of working at height, so it's the most dangerous manufacturing sector. At the same time, it doesn't have any skills, so there's a huge skills shortage of actually having workers that build or are part of the construction industry. So the construction industry really needs novel robotic solutions. It's exactly dull, dangerous, and repetitive, and inaccessible, as we have seen before. So there's one approach that is used by the construction industry, and this is to use 3D printers to prefabricate structures or entire buildings. But of course, if you want to do that, you need a very large 3D printer, and so this is very difficult to bring on site. So our idea was to use flying 3D printers. So imagine you would have flying drones that would collectively 3D print structures, and like this replace the need for large 3D printers on the ground. So this could look like something like this. So you have, let's say, flying robots that collectively work together, that work with ground vehicles and humans to create structures in inaccessible environments very quickly, very cheaply, and much more efficient and productive compared to current processes, because you can parallelize the process by using several of those robots together. Now, this looks like fantasy, and it did a few years ago, so we then reviewed how biology does it, how biology builds, and what can we learn from biology. And there are a few principles, and based on those principles, we build a robot that you see here, which can fly, it can stabilize the extrusion head, and deposit material at layers to make up layers of materials, as you see here. So with this, and the new custom-developed material, cementitious material in this case, it can build different layers and build up structures very reliably. The precision of the end effector is a few millimeters, so it can do this quite effectively and build up here several layers as a proof of concept experiment. So what if the material is less predictable? What if you want to use some material that is more hard to model, or that kind of expands or flows maybe? And for that we have this system that can use foam material, and because of the foam's behavior being quite complex, we integrated a scanning drone that can scan the structure, then 3D print on top of that, and like this make many layers and make a scalable construction process, even if each individual layer is less reliable than, and hard to predict. So here again, it scans and then closes the loop. So again, it's this principle of having robots that scan the environment, identify the need for a new trajectory for an adaptation, and then have an action part. So a next 3D printing step or repair step that would do the closing the loop. Then again, it scans, and like this can keep on going, having like an ecosystem of various robots working together to do that. So okay, we stopped at I think 2 meters high, just out of time reason. So eventually we can use collective robots that do this together. Imagine not just one robot, but many of them collaborating. Again, the ecosystem idea, and then the allocation of different tasks dynamically. So each task is being printed and then allocates the task to the next robot to share the tasks and build up larger structures. So this paper came out about a year ago. And also we had an exhibition in the Architectural Biennale in Venice, in case you have seen it. So it was there over the summer, so showing how architecture is transformed through this type of novel aerial additive manufacturing. Now this is a scientific project so far, but I show this because of the framework that is underlying that. So it's the ecosystem, the autonomy framework that is really the power behind this. And this is the idea that robots do something, then get information on the change in the environment, and then influence the next step of their action together with humans, together with other types of robots. So this ecosystem framework, I think, is what empowers a lot of different, very industrially relevant applications too. Okay, so with this, I just wanted to share 2 case studies that we are doing on the scientific side, but most importantly, I would like to emphasize also other things, like how can we build an ecosystem, an environment where innovation thrives, where we can all work together and create startups, create different companies and new ideas together. And I think one important part of that is to create infrastructures, so test beds, where we can validate those ideas and really showcase them, so to communicate as well how they transform our lives. So in the UK at Imperial College, we created a flight arena for that effect. We were graciously supported by Bramal Vasudevan, who's an alumni from the college, who helped us to build the flight arena, as you see on the left, next to Hyde Park, so in the signature campus of Imperial College, where we were then able to test and develop these robots. Bramal Vasudevan later came back last year and opened a new institute for sustainable aviation, donating another £23 million. And this again is a platform, and all those types of platforms really help to transform industry, create new ideas together between industry and academia as well. Now in Switzerland, I started there in 2019, and one idea that we are proposing there at the moment is to create a drone hub, which is a step up compared to the flight arena we have, where we can integrate new types of drone test beds in the existing infrastructure and built environment. So what you see here is the Nest building. The Nest building is a platform for new innovations in the building technologies. For example, the black structure you see here is called Hilo. It's a unit designed by ETH Zurich architects, and it is about these double curvature roofs that are very lightweight and digitally constructed and so on. So this is currently the headquarters of my group at EMPA. So we're inside of that, like the guinea pigs of these new technologies, but we're very happy guinea pigs to be there. However, next to it, there is an open spot, so there is a new unit that we can design there, and what we are proposing is called the Drone Hub, and it's a structure where we can test and validate new types of drone technologies. So it will have 3 innovation elements. Number 1 is a wall where we can do repair and manufacturing tasks, as you see here, so drones working there, doing repairs. The second one being an biosphere, where drones can biodegrade and show how sensors can be deployed in natural environments like forests. And the third is the facade, where you can look at drones interacting, perching to the facade, doing non-destructive evaluation and measurements of the surfaces. So this is not a fantasy anymore. This is being built at the moment. It's opening next year, and it's also a platform and collaboration opportunities for all of us to come there and showcase your projects, your ideas, your robots. And so this also has about 1,000 visitors per month, so it's quite visible and internationally recognized. So again, it's about the perching, as you see here, to do the facade interaction repair. It's about the biodegradable sensors, biodegradability, and it's a 3D printing of environments, repair, continuing our work on 3D printing robots. So eventually we are building the entire campus as a platform for autonomy, where we have the drone hub, we have different elements, autonomous cars into that, integrated in the entire campus, which is located next to Zurich, and also expanding to the Switzerland Innovation Park, which is located a few hundred meters next to it. There we have an airport as well as new capabilities, new buildings. They expect about 5,000 jobs being created there. And so it's again this interface between large companies coming in to rent out the spaces, making incubators, universities being there, and startups coming together with showcasing of new ideas, new test beds, and so on. So this, I think, this idea that I show here, I think can be translated to all possible places. And I think it can be especially successful in places where there's a momentum, there's a talent, there's enthusiasm, and we can all work together. And I think it needs on one side the visions, the technology platforms, the development goals that are 20, 30 years in the future. We need to solve the technologies, and then we need to show the benefit to society together. So I think this innovation pipeline, together supported by the facilities and infrastructure and test beds, I think is what makes a success. Now, being in Istanbul, being the place, the door to Asia, being the interface between Europe and Asia in some way, but also being such an innovation hub that is so thriving with and bustling with ideas and talent and people and enthusiasm, I think we are in the perfect place to take something like this forward and hopefully work together to create a better place. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Mirko Kovac, for this insightful speech. And staying on robotics, Now we're going to talk about contact-based non-destructive testing through aerial ones. And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Dr. Özge Akbulut, CEO of Highlight Dynamics. Hoş geldin.
Hello, wonderful crowd, and I'm so happy to have my co-founder here and then introducing him to you actually. So I am the CEO of Highlight Dynamics. This is a spin-off from Mirko's laboratory actually. So as we are in the Take Off event, we will be talking about the entrepreneurship part of these things, right? How to commercialize these wonderful technologies. And as the name full is, we do contact-based, non-destructive testing for asset inspection. And since Mirko has finished with the picture of the bridge, like, building bridges and such. And I'm also proud to say this new company is being backed up by Turkish investors. So we are really in the right place commercializing the spin-off technology from Imperial College and EMPA. So that is what I'm going to be basically presenting to you today. So where are we in the drone-based value chain today, right? And at the same time, Mirko has also underlined the talent growing, new ideas coming out of Turkey and such. So we are also following the drone space closely, and we are very happy to see the new investments and at the same time all these new ideas. So currently, where drones are being used is actually this imaging and photography, right? Now drones basically supply us with the tools to image things that are hard to access, and then they have been started to be employed in this autonomous services and such. So this is what we are dealing with today. But what is the next step? You have seen, briefly when he was basically displaying the drone hub in Switzerland, he has shown this drone that is basically attached to a surface, right? So what is the next step? We have been doing this hard-to-access areas with drones, but can we interact with those areas as well? So these drones for this physical interaction and manipulation is actually the next step that we would like to deal with, and that is what HLD Dynamics is about. So I think we are in the right place to think about those things. I am also a faculty member. I work in Sabancı University. I'm a professor in material science and engineering. And so how do we commercialize research, right? So you have seen all these things, wonderful IP, hundreds of papers. And Mirko is a very, how should I say, he's very gentle and down to earth. He just didn't talk about the numbers, but then his research has attracted more than $15 million in funding only. So this is just great. And then how do we then create a commercial value out of it, right? So having things in the lab is great, but at the same time, we would like to see them being employed for the good of the society, right? So there are two things, actually. And then in here, since we are also in the EU framework, we are following very closely what is going on in the investment space and in terms of the goal space, right? So one very critical thing is this extending the lifetime of the assets. This is very important. So the infrastructure investment, in essence. So we have, let's say, this offshore wind structures, right? Currently, their lifetime is 15 years. And the goal is to extend them to 25 years, right? So we would like to deal with these aging assets, not just for the repairing them, but we would like the lifetime to be extended for, for the circular economy, for sustainability and such. So we want to increase the lifetime. The second is, I know that there are many industrialists in the crowd, so the idea is maintenance, maintaining those assets is the largest operating cost in this process. So we have these two important problems. We would like to, on one hand, extend the lifetime of the assets. How do we do that? We basically track those assets very frequently, right? It's one way to extend the lifetime and then get very active actions in order to deal with this basically decaying assets. But at the same time, it is expensive. So the idea is, can we still extend the lifetime of these assets, but then do it at a reasonable cost? Can we do it more frequently? Can we create more data to deal with these aging assets? And this predictive maintenance is a new concept, actually. Well, something breaks, then we fix it. Or we, in starting like 60 years ago, we are doing this regular checkups on the assets. But then as a new concept, this predictive maintenance, can we actually collect more data from the same asset? Can we actually do this in such a way that we predict the failure? And as we are saying, we need more data for this. And drones are great. Like, the robots themselves are actually very good at collecting data. So that is the space that we should be looking at. So, but currently, how do we do this, right? Currently, are we using robots in order to do these kind of things? As you might know, it is usually a person who is going to these spaces, taking data with a measurement device at hand, with a sensor, probably going there, taking the measurement, and logging it in a paper or in a file. So these current inspection methods, actually, they are very much limited to this visual inspection kind of things, and at places that human beings can access, right? But sometimes these are toxic environments, or you have to work at heights, which might result in loss of people as well. So robotics inspection market is growing so rapidly, this is already happening, right? So in a sense, drones are also an important part of this graph, and I think we will be dealing more and more drone-based businesses in the near future, and many of them will be actually focusing on this inspection aspect. So what we say is these passive and visual inspections are not enough, right? You can have a camera on the drone, and then you can take these beautiful videos and such. Then you can do image analysis, and then you can see where the failure is. But the point that you see a corrosion on a in a wind structure, then you have to go there, really remove the corrosion if you can. So this is actually too late. So, but what can we do then? Like if before visual inspection, do we have a tool to detect what is going on the asset, right? So at HLD, what we can do is we can physically interact with those surfaces. We can measure the thickness of the paint, and we can detect the corrosion behind the paint. So in a sense, we do this surface biopsy that we understand what is going on the asset and inform the owner, and then such that a reasonable action could be taken out as early as possible. In here, I would like to also underline this. So currently, we are talking about predictive maintenance, right? I teach material selection in product design, and then the idea is, this keeps me thinking, well, we talk about predictive maintenance, but then we design based on our previous understanding. So the data that we are going to collect when trying to do the maintenance of the asset, can it teach you in the design as well? This is not a current product offering, but I have all the very bright people in front of me. This is something to think. Can we also learn from robots by collecting these massive amounts of data? Can we also learn about design? So let's keep that in mind. So what we do is we have this robot that can physically interact with the surface. One thing that I would like to underline here is we are not a drone producing company. We can work with any drone and modify it with our software in order to make it interact with the surface. We are also sensor agnostic. So onto this drone, we could actually impart any kind of sensor and then fly very close to a surface or perch onto a surface. Then we actually get these things going in terms of data collection. So drone agnostic and at the same time sensor agnostic. And those sensors could be those which are currently used in the industry. So we are not introducing any new kind of a sensor into the mix, but then really relying on the upcoming technology and relying on other people's expertise. How do we do that? We have this thing called perching. So imagine a spider coming in and up and down. So we have this spider sticking to a surface that is a magnetic anchor. And then once it basically attaches to a surface, it releases itself, and then it can go up and down in order to collect data on this surface. So what is then the advantages of this perching, right? So once you stabilize yourself by a rope, by a physical anchor, then you don't need to deal with the weather. So while some other robots could be at the mercy of the weather once they are trying to deal with a physical surface, at HLD, we are on the surface. So we attach to the surface in order to do this inspection. And like I always say this, but I basically edit this part because my investor asked for it, right? You know, okay, fine. How do we save up money with this new technology? The idea is eliminating the scaffolds. So how, for instance, if you are aiming for a storage tank, inspection of a storage tank, what do you need to do? You have to come up with a scaffold such that a human being can climb on it effectively. And then a person comes in there and then does the measurement, and then the person leaves, and then the scaffolding company comes in, and then they remove the scaffolding. It is too much work. It is still dangerous. And, of course, it is costly. And then in order to collect more data from those assets, we should be really lowering the costs and make this more accessible. So with a perching robot, you could do this. So, of course, like, you know, I basically intentionally having these slides to underline how do we do this academia to field transition, right? I mean, so we build these patents under the, you know, under the support of these institutions, and then we utilize those patents basically in order to commercialize what we have. So here I would like to also underline that we are drone agnostic, and then we are actually collaborating with at least one of these drone companies in this graph. But the way that we see these things, the vision is having an open platform for drones such that you could immediately adapt the developments in these new drone technologies, and at the same time you impart this agility in order to deal with these upcoming tasks. And if the asset owner has other robots in place, like Mirko has shown some swarm robotics, the idea is to be able to coordinate with them. So we are an open system, and we could actually do these multiple robotics tasks in a single system. So overall, doing these things with robots is going to introduce us immediate cost savings. We are going to access to more data, and then we are going to protect the workers who are basically taking out this data. I would like to introduce two main markets, again, since we are in an entrepreneurship event, just to think about it. I know that whenever I sit with a very good engineer or a high-level executive, they immediately come up with different application ideas. So if we sit down for 3 hours, we will be coming up with, you know, 5 other things that we could do with this kind of robotics. So one of them is the storage tanks. As I explained, like, you know, the inspection tank market is a huge market, and Europe is owning almost 1/3 of these assets, actually. In Turkey also, we have many storage tank owners and such. So this is a market that we will be looking at closely. So if you are in one of those markets, please let us meet. And the second one is this offshore wind structure. So this market is kind of crowded, but only with visual inspections. So here, like the technology that Mirko develops also has this sensor placement capability. He didn't have much time to discuss this, but they can shoot sensors to structures, and then the sensors basically stay there. So in a sense, currently, they are using it in forest protection and such in order to detect the number of species and such in forests, so bioavailability in that sense. But then there is a direct application to these assets that you can place sensors in areas that is hard to access. So with the same technology, you can also do ship hulls, and you can do pipelines, and then you can actually enlarge the market, which we are planning to do eventually. One thing that I would like to announce here is this. So Mirko talked about a test bed, right? He has shown us how things are developing in Switzerland and in UK. So the idea is imparting that kind of a test bed to Turkey as well, as we are seeing, lots of dynamic ideas, and we have people developing new technologies here. And we have this all technological impulse, technological momentum that we are going through, right? And this is Mirko's second time in Turkey this year. Now he's having We are having Turkish investors. He's having a Turkish CEO. So clearly, we are going to establish deeper roots to Turkey. And we would like to use these new technologies to be immediately available to Turkey, and as well as developing these collaborative options such that we can develop things further. So what we have done in the past couple of months is, especially, like, we have this project that is going on, Eurostars. We are developing this contact-based technologies under this project as well. And then we are doing this with basically famous companies in Europe. So Helvetis is one of the offshore drone operators. They have 20% of the market. And Böjengray is actually solving paint-based metallic corrosion solutions and such. So coming together with those people, we develop new technologies. And I'm looking forward to establish such collaborations in Turkey as well. And these are the people who have basically supported us with giving us letters when we are getting the project and such. Overall, this is our call to collaborate. So again, as an academic, I know where the trends are going. So I don't know if you are aware of it, but the academics have turned into mini CEOs. We have to write grants all the time in order to bring money to our labs, in order to hire more students, in order to basically buy chemicals and such. So in a sense, academics are also working towards this direction of developing what is new, what is going to be the newest trend. And I can safely say, composite materials, aerial robotics, and these kind of fields are actually the regions that we can immediately tap into and accelerate in a very, very fast amount. So that is our call to collaborate to Turkey. And then, let's do it together. I think there is a huge potential here. And with all this new network, I think, we can really put our name to the very top of the list in this aerial technologies. Thank you very much.
Özge Akbulut, thank you very much for this dynamic presentation. I'd like to take this opportunity to remind you that don't forget to get your headphones and earpieces for simultaneous translation. Take Off offers simultaneous translation in both languages, in Turkish and English, and our brilliant translators over there are working tirelessly to keep you up to speed in both languages, so don't forget to get your headphones. And again, thank you, Özge Akbulut. Before continuing with the next session, my colleagues will bring chairs for the panel. And in the meantime, I'd like to take this opportunity to ask you, how are you feeling? Take Off kicked off with great presentations. How are you feeling? All good, you look great, you look very dynamic, and we have a very fruitful agenda ahead. I'm now waiting for my colleagues to bring those chairs so that we can talk about women shaping the future. Actually, this session really inspired me because it's named as Women Shaping the Future. And as women, we really shape the future, and we have very distinguished speakers for this session. And we started talking about robotics, and it was very interesting topic. And we have, as I said, more than 200 startups, and some of them are working on robotics as well. And it's really great for me to see actually CEOs, female CEOs of startups, and female CEOs or female directors, founders of startups like you, Özge Akbulut. It really inspires me. I'm really hoping to see more of these successful women on stages as part of summits like this. Okay, we're waiting for the chairs to come, then we can continue with the next session. We're going to talk about the new world space order, and we are going to talk about responsible finance and artificial intelligence during the rest of the day. And also we are going to talk about enabling tech future of Central Eurasia. They are all coming soon. One more to go. Beautiful morning. I'm not sure whether it's still raining outside, but it's Istanbul weather. We love Istanbul, regardless it's rainy, windy, whatever. But It's really great to be here as part of the summit, and it's great to see so many distinguished faces, so many excited for the summit faces. Okay, I think we're ready to start. Thank you. Teşekkürler arkadaşlar. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Ahu Serter, founder of Fark Labs and Arya, and also Duygu Eren, General Manager, Keiretsu Forum Türkiye. Hoş geldiniz. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Wow, we have really seen a good example of female agility. Thank you for filling the stage so well. Good morning to all of you. Duygu, if you allow me, I'm going to summarize what we have just seen. I think the whole program, starting with Serdar Bey, kind of followed each other perfectly. What we have seen this morning, actually, with the presentation of T3 Foundation, looking for superstars in science and in entrepreneurship. This really resonates with me, and that's what I became an investor for as well. So he just said that, and then we had a superstar on stage, Professor Mirko Kovac. A very good example of also reverse intellect migration to Turkey. So they don't only have to be Turks. We have other brains also to migrate to Turkey. That's a very good example. Then we have seen Özge, Professor Özge Akbulut also, whom I also invested, another brilliant woman, in 2012. And it's been a pleasure working with her, learning with her, and which led to a lot of different occasions for us, for investments, for learning, for the robotics. So how do you see, and it all happened because of also, we are going to discuss female leadership today. A lot of females are involved in this. So if it was to an investor, going, and I know the entrepreneurs, you are here to learn how to get your idea, even as academician or students, take an idea and then bring it to the investment stage, and that's what we're both doing. But there are many ways of doing it too. So sometimes investors are blind. Most of the time they're blind. They don't see the opportunity early enough. They want other people to see it first, right? So to be the first investor to see it, to invest, and also do that through the collaboration of women, I think has a lot of value in our world. So with that, I give the floor to you. What do you think about that?
Thank you, Ahu, for the question. Let me start with a question to all the enthusiastic speakers and also the audience here. Does anyone here has their grandmother as a female entrepreneur in their family? When I was walking down here, I came up with that question, really. I just want to see hands. Is anyone has a female entrepreneur in their family? I mean, this is a question, because if you have I'm just seeing just 2 hands, what's more? Anyone remembering their grandmother? Okay,
can they be the entrepreneur in the family?
In the family.
They don't have to work
like
outside?
Your grandmother or like your aunt, because the culture is important, Ahu.
Yes.
And unfortunately, the culture has been changing in just 50 years. It shows us that when I'm seeing just 3 people mentioning their female entrepreneurs having in their family, just 3 people has their hands up.
Yes.
So I am seeing that in our culture, it's changing for sure, it's evolving for sure, but now it's, nowadays we are talking about startups, you are doing great investments, and in Keiretsu from Turkey side, we are doing investments, but we see that it will take more years to become in a stage of that being mature in the standards of the world. But this is not only Turkey's problem, but this is the problem globally. Because when you look at the families, mostly children are raised without this culture or without being taught them to be an entrepreneur. When we look at our sayings or when we look at the education system, it says that instead of being an entrepreneur, just stay in the safe side. Or, we have sayings like, don't mess with men's world or don't involve in their business. So nowadays we're in 2023, but do you remember, I just want to ask another question, where does the first trade, established trade has started in Turkey? Do you remember? Oh, I'm sure that you do, because we all go there sometimes.
I
It's
hope
Grand
it is
Bazaar.
Kayseri.
It is Grand, actually it's Grand Bazaar. It was like 1460. Well, it was in the 15th century, but the thing is that still no women can work in Grand Bazaar. I mean, it is incredible. You know, we are talking about change, we are talking about sustainability, we are talking about the form of money changing, investments and startups, but still we have major problems.
Yes, we do.
And-
But we're not going to sit and wait,
So,
for them to solve
we are
themselves.
trailblazers
right?
and we are change makers. So we are here to change it. We are here for investing. But first of all, we have to define some problems in order to make a change.
Yes.
What's your opinion about it? I'm seeing as a cultural problem here, but it's not only for Turkey. It's globally a big problem.
I'm going to make a remark. Also, my grandmother, I'm coming from a family of a lot of women. And from Kayseri, so in the middle of Anatolia, both, my mom and dad, they're from Kayseri. They were the first university graduates of their families. So without education, first of all, even thinking forward is very hard. You have to have education, whether you're male or female, even more when you're female, to start having your own thoughts. So I've seen all these strong women in my family, my grandmothers, my mother was a very strong woman, my aunt. They had very strong will and their opinions, and I'm going to switch the word from entrepreneurship to value creation. So not everybody needs to become an entrepreneur in order to create value. Working outside of your home or doing something,
Sure.
It's value creation. For example, my mom was a dentist, first doctor in the family, female. And my dad didn't want her to work. And I've seen what that did to her because she was a very strong and bright woman. She couldn't do what she could have accomplished. Seeing that as a child, as a daughter, first daughter of the family, it really motivated me to not ever let anybody to come in front of my dreams. So I think and here there are a lot of students, there are females, males who have sisters, so sometimes obstacles like in entrepreneurship, they came to our way, but if we know how to navigate them and how to change our mindset, that can lead to our success. So that's my first thing. And then, was it enough to become a successful investor or entrepreneur myself? That's not enough. That's where we come in, I think. We established, I have 3 daughters also, in line with the universe. God gave me 3 beautiful girls. I think our family is designated to show the world what women can accomplish. So that's why I have three girls. And I established ARIA Women Investment Platform. And here my fellow investor GPs are also in this room. Make sure that if you are a company with at least 1 female co-founder, so you don't need to be all female, you can find them and pitch your ideas to them. So we established this platform to invest in female diversified businesses, let's say. And so I am also trying to carry it forward because in the investment world, in the entrepreneurship, the measurement is money has no gender. You know, whoever makes the money or the smartness, you have the strength. So, and we need to show that to everybody, also to the investors, and that's what we are trying to do. What are you doing in Keiretsu for that? Oh.
Well, we, as all in ecosystem, we appreciate what you are doing for the women, for sure. And in Keiretsu Forum, we are just 4 people working together, and 3 of us are female. And it's not a coincidence, because while working with female people or female founders or employees, I see that women are more in details. And that's why we are very different from men, and how we differentiate what we are doing in the business. But sometimes I can see that there are some still business or sectors I see very rare female founders or female workers even, because the ecosystem doesn't let them to go in, or sometimes still there is a belief that it's not women's business. I mean, this is something that we should break through. This is something that we should tell people that it's not right, and this is how we challenge. I mean, we are not both afraid of having challenges, but I'm always afraid of the prejudice.
Yes.
So it is something that, I mean, we together and as people living in this earth should work on with.
Yeah.
In Careers to Forum site, we have just made 104 investments in Turkey, and it was like 15 to 70% of them for female co-founders or founders. This is a good sign, by the way, because when we look at globally in the world, the wealthy people within having a bank account of $1 million are 65 years old, and they are male. And it's 99% like this. So it shows us that a woman doesn't have their enough money to make investment, or usually men has made their money.
Yes.
So now they can make investment. And this is another problem. The wealthy women should become more example of the people or role models in the world, so they can return and they can make other investments.
So we need more female investors as well, right?
Absolutely.
Yes. Half of the world's wealth is actually in the hands of women, but it is not managed by themselves. It is also managed by men, because women don't go into matters where they don't have a deep knowledge. They like to learn first and then delve into it. Men are opposite. So maybe women should be also a bit more adventurous in taking their money into their hands, learn from men. And maybe men can learn also a little bit from women about learning before jumping. But that's also one of the things we are working on. And the 70 of our funds investors, 55 are female, actually. There are men, and there are 12 corporations. So it's really nice to see that. I think when people see the opportunity, it doesn't matter whether you are male or female, they jump in. So the trick is showing the opportunities. 2 days ago, we were in Finland, in Slush, with the Turkish government. We made a panel, Turkey, the home of female unicorns. So it's a really nice tagline to advertise Turkey's power. And even all the foreign female entrepreneurs were so interested. Like, we didn't know, is it really like that? You have so many female-led unicorn companies. And we had a panel for more than 200 attendees. I think we should do more of that and then showcase people like Hande, Özge, to everybody. And also for young people, that they should not even, I don't think you should start small. You should also look for always bigger things. And because the more we do, the more, they have things ready, and then they may have a shorter time to go to the successful end, let's say.
So let me ask you a question. How do you see the world going in the means of women's side? We're in the panel of the women futuring, shaping the future.
Yeah.
So how do you see yourself and Arya, and on behalf of your family, for instance, in 5 years?
Well, I'm really working passionately, I would say. I'm really happy that what I started 12 years ago, when people said, what are you going to do with women? And I'm coming from automotive finance. I worked with men all my life. I was successful there. And even men were telling me, it's not like you, what are you doing with women? But I'm an investor, and my job is seeing opportunities where other people don't see. Find them, invest in them, make them shine, and that's my return. Sometimes you don't get a monetary return, that's okay too. But that was my goal, and I think a lot of people now are realizing that women are the new gold. So how I do myself, if I have a role in it, I'm very proud of myself. I hope my daughters will be proud of me and do better one day.
I'm sure that they do.
I hope.
Well, the thing is that, as far as I see, in either you're a startup founder or you're an investor, you should see, as you have just mentioned, you should see the opportunities. And by the way, you should keen on learning every single day because the world is in a change. And while sitting in your chairs, you can't learn anything or you can't understand anything. The way I see the future is, I have to start with that word. I love entrepreneurship word very much. I have been in that ecosystem. It was like 15 years. I have started 15 years ago. Because I can see in a table a person graduated from Harvard School, and I can see a person even non-graduated, but doing a great job together. Because the success or money or startups doesn't diversify gender or education. Both people may come together and build a great startup, take investment, and go on, and then making a great success story. That's why, as you have also mentioned, everyone shouldn't be an entrepreneur. If you really want to do so, because it's a luxury in all over the world. It's not easy to be an entrepreneur. You know that you're going to burn money. You know that you have challenges. You know that you should learn the jargons and you should learn how to deal with investors. I mean, every story has its own passions and has its own problems, advantages and disadvantages. So in this world, the people who are going beyond their dreams, who are following their dreams, are the people who are going to be leaders of today and tomorrow.
Yes.
For me.
I think that you said something very nice, and we have the last 3 minutes, so we use it wisely. I think the trick is to see every person you meet as an opportunity. Whether you're successful, not successful, you're 18 or you're 50, doesn't matter. Every person you meet today is an opportunity. What you will do with that opportunity is your call.
Depends on you.
It's your skill set. And sometimes also people do this as a very short-term transaction. Like, I meet you, I give you my card, now we are... No, you have to invest in the relationship. You have to invest in hearing what the other party has to say, not only what you're telling. So from an investor point of view, for example, when we walk into a crowd like this, all the startups are coming and everybody wants to tell you something. It's very hard to listen 100 people all at once. So it really helps if we have a heads up, if we have met you somewhere before, I read about them before, or maybe you see a professor with the best idea in the world, and just because he's a professor or he's not out of, he's out of your mandate, you don't show interest what he has to say. So that's missing an opportunity to me. So it's not only about, the transaction and investing, and you said that very well. I think we need to invest in the relationships a lot.
Absolutely.
Yes, yes. How shall we, what's the message of finishing this panel? How should we finish it?
Well, on women's side, I think we should define that, there's a saying, women should go out of the kitchen.
I think we are already, it's done.
But no,
but women
still,
now, women here are out of the kitchen, right? You girls? Yes, right? Can I hear it a little bit more?
Great.
Please? Yes? Yes?
And then they should continue to follow on their dreams, and really they should invest on their network, first of all, and relations.
Maybe my message to the men in this room, right? We have potential investors, co-founders, a lot of guys in the same team. Always see yourself in a picture. Your team is a picture. The business you do is a picture. You look at the picture of your team. You look how you look in that picture. Do you look the same? Do you look different from the others? Is there color in your team? Is there diversity in your team? If you find the right balance in that picture, you're going to find the best performance of our lives. So I always urge my fellow entrepreneurs also to look at the female side, because they say, oh, we are good enough, we are full. No, your picture doesn't look good. If the picture is not good, your business does not look good. And I don't just mean it for decoration purposes. I mean it literally in all the thinking way purposes. So I urge everybody to look women as a wonderful opportunity that most of the people in the world are missing. And as an investor, I would like to catch all these good opportunities. Like I invested in Özge once, I'll invest her 100 times if she would ask me, because they are the right kind of people to invest and to go forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ahu Serter and Duygu Eren, thank you very much for this dynamic discussion and great advices to female and male heads of startups and also investors. It was really important to hear from an investor, startup investor perspective, at least in my opinion. And what stuck with me from this session is every person you meet today is an opportunity, and Takeoff offers you thousands of opportunities, I can say, because this is a room full of opportunities. You can meet many different people today and tomorrow as well that can guide you in the future with your investments and with your startups, with your startup projects. Now, I'd like to talk to my colleagues about how we proceed with the next session. We're going to get the chairs removed, and it's going to be a very interesting session named the New World Space Order. Please do not forget to get your headphones for the simultaneous translation, and we're going to have a very esteemed guest very soon. I'm really excited to host him. If I can get the... In the meantime, if you are following our live broadcast, our correspondents are interviewing the speakers and distinguished guests who are taking place on the stage. Now we are with them. You're gonna watch the interviews. And unfortunately, we are unable to follow the live broadcast at the moment. Just one more second, and we should be done. So our next session is called the New World Space Order, and I'm really delighted to invite to the stage Mr. Jean-Yves Le Gall, former president of International Astronomical Federation.
Would you have, please? Would you have to move the... Okay. Thank you. So, good morning, Istanbul. It's really a pleasure for me to be here because I received this invitation. In fact, this summit doesn't really deal with space, but I received this invitation after the meeting of the International Astronomical Federation, which took place in Baku, Azerbaijan last month. And during the summit, a very important decision has been made because it was a kind of testimony to the excellence of Turkey in space, in deciding that the next Congress in 3 years, in 2026, will take place in Antalya. And during 1 week, Antalya will be the center of space, the center of the galaxy, with 10,000 people. And this is why I was invited to space, and people who invited me told me, speak about what is hot. And I would like to speak today about what I used to call the New World Space Order, because we have a lot of changes in space. I am sure that except if you spent the last 10 years on Mars, you heard about Elon Musk, and even if you were on Mars, you probably met his Tesla Roadster. We have a lot of geopolitical political changes with what is going on in Ukraine, unfortunately, in the east of Mediterranean, and space is deeply impacted by these changes. And so I would like to say a few words about this new space order, which now is arriving. And the first point is that we speak a lot about space, but in fact, space is something relatively new. You probably remember, I think that almost nobody in the room except me was born at the time of the first Sputnik in 1957. I was not born. But it was something as 66 years ago. And Sputnik was launched at this time on the 4th of October 1957 by the USSR. And it has been, in fact, the beginning of the space era. And since this very important event, the first artificial satellite in orbit around Earth, I think that we can say that we had three periods. The first one from 57 to 72, a kind of a political rivalry between the Soviet Union and the United States. It is clear that in 1957, the US were really shocked by this launch of a first satellite because they were sure that the first artificial satellite will be American, and in fact it was a Soviet satellite. And in addition, beyond this first satellite, on the 12th of April 1961, Yuri Gagarin, a Soviet pilot, was the first man to orbit the Earth. And so, in reaction, President Kennedy decided to open the race to the moon, and it has been successful because in 1969, Neil Armstrong, crew of the Apollo 11 mission, was the first man to walk on the moon. And so the US emerged as the victor of this first period. And after that, after this political rivalry, I think that we entered into a phase different, which was a kind of space for all, with the start of the US Space Shuttle program, the start of the space stations with astronauts permanently on board, and in Europe, the beginning of the European space program. And so during something as 40 years, we had a kind of apparent stability with a number of scientific missions, in particular Voyager. If everyone knows the shape of Saturn, the rings of Saturn, the shape of Jupiter, and so on, it is because we had the Voyager missions. We had a number of Earth observation satellites which are launched in the US, in Europe, and the beginning of a number of commercial telecommunication operators. Of course, you know Turksat here in Turkey, but there are many other ones in the world. And it led also to the development of the International Space Station. You probably know that there is this station orbiting 400 kilometers above our heads. It's a huge project. Today, 120 billion of investments, permanently 3 to 6 astronauts in orbit. And you probably know that in a few weeks, the first Turkey astronaut will go to the space station. I met him in Baku. He's very exciting, very skilled, and it's really a pleasure to see a new astronaut going to the station for the first time for Turkey, and it will be another demonstration of the dynamism of the Turkish space program. But so it was this period, the second phase, around 40 years till 2010. And I started my presentation speaking about Elon Musk because I consider that Elon Musk invented what we used to call new space. And what is new space? It's very simple. New space, it's the consequences of the progress of technology miniaturization. A few years ago, if you wanted to be present in space, the ticket to put on the table was a minimum of $100 million. Today, you can send satellites for less than $1 million because the satellites are very small, very technological, competitive, and you can launch them with a number of launch vehicles which exist. And so the new space appeared in 2010, and it's a kind of a new era of space exploration. I spoke about miniaturization, digital developments which drive down the cost of getting to space, fueling circulation of information, data uptake. And the result is a multiplication of private initiatives which attract investors. In Turkey, there are a number of startups devoted to space. And these investors are quite interested in having very quick returns and benefits from the kudos that comes with space. And so new space is thus growing at a very fast pace. You probably heard about SpaceX. Imagine that since the beginning of 2023, in less than 1 year, SpaceX launched 89 rockets. 89. It's absolutely unbelievable because it never happened in the past, and it's a demonstration that space today is something which is very banal, very accessible to a lot of people, and we have now a number of private initiatives, of hybrid initiatives associating private funds and government support, in particular in Turkey, to develop a lot of activities in space. So, you see that what I say, since the beginning of 1957 and Sputnik and the creation of the new space seems very, very interesting. Unfortunately, because life is sometimes difficult, we had the Ukraine crisis. And in this context of space going well, we had this invasion of Ukraine last year, and it sounded the death knell of the space cooperation established between Russia, Ukraine, the US, and Europe, and in particular around the International Space Station. And today, as a consequence, we have a very fast changing landscape, because as a result of this crisis, we have the US and China, which today lead the way in terms of number of launches. I spoke about SpaceX. In China, since the beginning of the year, we had a total of 60 launches. And we have Russia, Europe, Japan, India. We have a kind of a backseat, even though they have a real technical and programmatic expertise. And we have, as a consequence, the fact that the US Artemis lunar program, which is a program to be back to the moon, you probably know that in the mythology, Artemis was the sister of Apollo, and this is why the US decided to nickname this program of return to the moon with the name of the sister of the Apollo missions, which occurred 50 years ago. And in this Artemis lunar program, China and Russia are not involved. And in parallel, we see also the development of newcomers, and in particular, Turkey, beside the United Arab Emirates, beside Singapore, beside Israel, and some other newcomers. So you see that we have a totally new landscape, and with tough consequences, because all these tensions have been brought in a very sharp relief, and it led, unfortunately, to a relative isolation of Russia, because we have the sanctions, because the hardware the supply of hardware to Russia has been stopped, and the cooperation between Russia and Europe in the field of satellites and launchers has been suspended, and the operation of the International Space Stations continue, but at a slower pace. We continue to have a Russian cosmonaut launched from Florida in the US. We continue to have US astronauts launched by Russia from Baikonur in Kazakhstan, but it is different than in the past. Another aspect also of this war was now a real issue of sovereignty, because the crisis is going to lead the nations, and in particular in Europe, to forge a new sense of sovereignty and to strengthen their independent capability in launchers, in satellite, in applications. I think that we will have partnerships which will be put on different footing with political agreements, probably fewer cross-dependencies, and also more robust financing. And so we see in parallel a number of newcomers which arrive. As a matter of fact, I was at a conference yesterday in India, in Bangalore, and India is now in the race to the moon. They plan to launch with Indian launchers, Indian astronauts into space within a few years. And we have a number of other countries which want to really be present in space in this totally new landscape. And so this new landscape, of course, as a consequence of a war, it is not very, let us say, positive, but I am deeply convinced that this is an opportunity for cooperation. Because I am sure that established space powers and new players alike are increasingly forging partnerships to share benefits, to share costs, but we must be very cautious. And I would like to start to say a few words about the US-China duopoly, because any partnership with either of these two nations, of course, imposes constraints which can make cooperation unequal and sometimes which oblige to take sides. And I am sure that this new duopoly will require Europe, India, Japan, and more recent space powers as Turkey, of course, to reposition themselves and seek new partnerships. I think also, and it is not just because I am today in Istanbul, I think that Turkey is a key player. The demonstration has been the choice which has been made to organize the VISC in Antalya. But Turkey will be, in the future, more than ever, a key partner. Turkey has already secured strategic partnerships with numerous space powers, both established and new. When I began my career a long time ago, I can remember a mission here in Istanbul and in Ankara in the late 80s to support a French offer for the procurement of the first Turksat satellites. And since then, Turkey developed a very comprehensive program with very long-standing partnerships in telecommunication, in Earth observation, and these partnerships are underpinned by a very nice dialogue, an excellent dialogue between government agencies and industry. Today we have in Turkey a world-class space industry with large prime contractors, with multiple startups, and I saw some of them in the exhibition. And all these companies are laying the ground for the future. And I am sure that the time is clearly right for Turkey to strengthen its capabilities, taking advantage of this situation and also capitalizing on its technologies to complete its panoply of space assets. We heard this morning a presentation about Technofist, and I visited some of them, and it is clear that space is a key issue in the Technofist and in the technology development of Turkey. Now I would like to say a few words about VISC 2026, because this decision taken by the International Astronautical Federation on the 6th of October in Baku is historical. It is the first time that VISC, the International Astronautical Congress, will take place in Turkey. This year it was in Baku. Next year it will be in Milano, Italy. In 2025, it will be in Sydney, Australia, and in 2026, from the 5th to the 9th of October 2026, it will be in Antalya. And it's very important, in my opinion, because it's a very important decision which recognizes the quality of Turkey's space program, its international outlook, and during the next 3 years, it will offer opportunities to put Turkey in the spotlight at most international space events. And so I hope that we will have the opportunity perhaps to organize such a summit in Antalya in early October 2026, since we decided that the motto of the Congress will be "The world needs more space." And I am sure that it will be very, very successful. So this is what I wanted to explain to you this morning, how the technology developments and geopolitical changes create what I used to call a new world space order. It is clear that space is being strongly impacted by the technology revolution, by the geopolitical shifts we are experiencing, and it is now down to us to make sure that this new world space order will leave room for everyone to find their place in this ultimate space adventure that we can all dream of. And on that note, it is clear that the success of this Take Off Startup Summit and the interest the space is generating here in Turkey and today here in Istanbul, it gives a great cause for hope in the future. Thank you for your attention.
Jean-Yves Le Gall, thank you very much for your valuable insights, former president of International Astronomical Federation. Now we talked about robotics, we talked about the new space order, and it's now time to talk about artificial intelligence. Who is more interested in artificial intelligence than space and robotics? Can I see some hands maybe? Artificial intelligence, are we waiting for that? Okay. Now the next session is called Responsible Finance and Artificial Intelligence, and it's my pleasure to invite to the stage Dima Diani, Group CEO at Hijra. Please welcome him. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Turkey, Istanbul. I'm very happy to be here. This is my 4th time here. Always a pleasure, always something new. And I'm thrilled to give you a little bit of sharing about the responsible finance and artificial intelligence. So you've been to the space in the last 20 minutes. You've seen things from macro perspective. So right now, let me bring you back to your soul about how do we should do our financing in a way that is responsible and how AI can help us for that. Okay, so before we get into the main topic, let me just start quickly with an ayat from the Quran, Al-Araf number 31. And eat and drink and be not extravagant. Surely he does not love the extravagant. And what does he mean by this? It's just when we look at our global debt as a percentage of GDP, from the 1950, it skyrocketed very sharply into 250% of our GDP. So this is, we live in unprecedented debt burden. And on average, each and every one of us held around 5,660 in terms of the debt that we need to pay. Yet, if we assume the public debt through our next generation, etc., the debt burden per person is a staggering close to $30,000 US. Now, I see some of you are probably still in the school, and hey, I will be graduated soon. I look forward from my life. What on earth, like, I need to cater for this $28,000 of debt? But that's the reality that we live in. And this will create the rat race, right? So you've known the rat race, right? It's a never-ending journey of earning and spending without an end. So let's start after our payday. So let's say we take salary every end of the month. We spend it for necessities. There's a promo here and there, and we spend it, right? Sometimes we overspend. And towards the early of the month, then we got liquidity squeeze. And what we do, we want to buy something, we go take debt. BNPL, buy now, pay later, we use our credit card. And then next, after payday, we pay for the necessities, and we need to catch up with our, with our spending, because nowadays, with the social media, we know there are new things going on. So we think we're smart, and we go into risky investment, right? We do speculation, online gambling, and all of these things, and we turn out we lost money. And a lot of people, when they lost money through online gambling, they take more debt, and they got indebted. And that's like kind of going on. And eventually, a lot of this leads to criminality, suicidal thoughts, and other problems in the society. So the implications, I just mentioned a little bit from both the developed market and in developing market. In the UK, the gambling loss per user, it's more than £2,000 per year. It's more than average gas and electricity, and 25% of the losses came from the 20% least deprived area. So the poor lost more money due to gambling and etc. And in developing markets, from where I come from, Indonesia, we have the largest slot users, 200,000 users, and a lot of them are young kids that has low literacy. And the slot transaction itself has reached $13 billion US. It's a staggering numbers, and it's a problem that our government is facing right now. And this gambling addiction led to indebtedness, where the personal debt from fintech lenders is more than $1.8 billion US for average Indonesian aged 19 to 34 years old. Now, in the UK, all of things, the indebtedness led to suicidal thoughts. 50% of those who are indebted and couldn't repay their debt thinks of committed suicide. It's significantly up from about 33% a year before. So we're in a deep need, our society, our young people in deep need of wealth advisors, actually. So I just want to quote something from Charlie Munger. This is the partners of Warren Buffett, who just recently passed away. Knowing what you don't know is more useful than being brilliant. So we know that we need help. A lot of our people, our friends, need help from wealth advisors on how to manage their money better. But there's such a high minimum balance for private banking services. The minimum, probably UBS, has about minimum $2 million US that you need to put in a bank account. And banks like CD, JP Morgan, BAML, they require at least 10 million in the balance. So this is definitely out of reach for many people, including a lot of ourselves here. So what would be the solution? We need to have more affordable wealth advisors. So this is where artificial intelligence, especially GAI, can come into the picture. So with a banking platform, like a neobank, for example, the bank would enable to collect all of our transaction data in a real-time manner and collect as much as data that they have to train the GAI. And secondly, I'm coming from Islamic bank, so we have the Islamic principle, Maqasid Sharia, that has ethical principles and obviously like smart advice to advise to guide where the money should go. And at the end of the day, I think the technology, the generative AI, is very relevant to be put together here. So we will have, each of us will have ethical personal wealth advisor that is relevant and affordable. Give me 1 second. Okay, it's too heavy of a slide. All right. Okay, so the GAI will interact with each and every one of us through our bank account, right? They will know like what kind of expenses that we do the last month vis-a-vis the what we call it, the F&B, transport, etc. And based on those data, the GAI can advise us like what to do based on our persona. And they will know our persona through third-party data as well as our interaction with the customer service, for example. So they will get both the personal data, the financial data, and the third-party data about us, and they will be trained according to the ethical principles, so they can give us the right advice on what to do. And ultimately, this will help us in our debt management, our investment decision, and obviously our prudent consumption. So for example, if I go to fill my petrol in Shell and it has a rise in the fuel price, for example, then the bank here, it can advise me should go to another petrol station that has a promo on the price. So it's as seamless as that. So we can actually be supported in terms of what needs to do, not only an advice, but an actionable action plan after that. Because at the end of the day, financial literacy in a lot of emerging markets are very low, and it takes a lot of time to increase the financial literacy, but we don't have the luxury of time to start spending responsibly. So this is where AI, the technology will help you going forward. And what's good is we have more capacity to help humanity through like our sadaqah or zakat and extra money for endowment or wakaf. Because nowadays a lot of people need our extra money, but if we left our money for overconsumption, then we will not have the capacity to help others. So the rat race now becoming the virtuous cycle. So on the payday, as we would like to spend money, we will have an assistant to help us identify what are the things that we need to buy that have a certain promo, is more responsible, and it will assist us on the financial literacy, on how we can manage our money, etc. And during the liquidity squeeze, if we have, they will already assist us. Now we have the emergency fund bracket that we can access to, or we can be connected to other people that we can have a loan with 0% interest or social finance. And if we have built up our wealth, then we can actually make a smart investment after we put some money in our emergency fund, and we actually can help others with our social finance element. And of course, again, if we would like to have an extra money or financing, then hopefully we already have an asset for that. So at the end of the day, I will just close my speech with this, another ayah from Quran. So at the end of the day, while the AI and GAI, it's a tool to help you to become better and more productive, at the end, it still comes from you, right? So when you have an excessive or extravagant lifestyle, it will, at the end of the day, lead you astray and eventually probably can do corruption, in this case, crime, right? Because you really need the money, you need to feed your family. Because of indiscipline of you managing your money, then you probably can commit crime. So I think I will end that on that note. Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Jani, for your presentation. And now the next one is going to be on enabling tech future of Central Eurasia. And for that, I'd like to invite to the stage the chairperson of Innovation and Digital Development Agency of Azerbaijan, Mrs. Inara Valieva. Okay, we need to hold on for a second. We will have a break after this one. You might want to socialize with the startups and get to know them, and you might want to cooperate. So bear that in mind. Just getting ready. So how do you like the summit so far? I was at the side stage for pre-seats. Are you guys liking it? Good. There she is.
Hello, everyone. My name is Inara, and I am chairperson of Innovation and Digital Development Agency, Azerbaijan. Today, we will speak about the region which is newly called Central Eurasia. I'm not sure you can find it in the maps, but like we need to come up with new names, right? So it's like Caucasus and Central Asia all together, and also sometimes Turkey is included there and sometimes not. But overall, we are, do you know that we are number 6 economy of the world when we are all together. So, considering that all these countries separately are not big enough to compete with international startup ecosystems, we decided we need to be one, we need to unite. And today I will speak about Azerbaijan specifically, which is a door for Turkish ecosystem towards Caucasus and Central Asia. So, we are here as Innovation and Digital Development Agency for a year and a half. And throughout this period, we started working on making sure that we develop region, like ecosystem that is competitive within the region. We're enabling tomorrow, but building it today. And the vision was to become regional leader through cooperation and competition at the same time. There is a nice word for that, competition, which is like within the region, we need to cooperate first of all, and then to compete. So we're focusing, considering we're a digital development agency as well, we're focusing on digitalization as well as innovation. We came up after researching all the successful countries, all the successful ecosystems, and also our own experience throughout last 1 year. We came up with a healthy innovation ecosystem framework, which puts startups, like most of you, in the center of everything, of the framework, and then the ecosystem supports development of those startups. I will shortly talk about what we've done so far within this framework and what are the plans and what is there for you specifically within those plans. So, let me start with access to funding, which is super important for any startup. Azerbaijan was not very active in this direction so far, but during the last 1.5 years, we've launched 3 business angel clubs, and also we became an LP in first ever VC fund in Azerbaijan. Caucasus Ventures is focusing on the region, so if you are startup and if you are eager to get investment, you can check out Caucasus Ventures in Azerbaijan. We're also focusing on universities and launching incubation programs for universities to make sure we get a big funnel of startups that would support and get, like the most successful and prominent ones, get to acceleration programs which are supported by our agency. So currently, we're bringing international players like Startup Wise Guys who are focusing on regional startups as well. So if you are a startup that is interested in acceleration program, Startup Wise Guys are the ones that are currently in Azerbaijan and may support you as well. We are, by the way, Viveka from Turkey is also currently in Azerbaijan and opening different programs, including mentorship programs. In Azerbaijan, we didn't have many mentors, but so far we have developed 70, and some of them are also supporting startups in Turkey for the Turkish ecosystem. So if you are a potential mentor and you're interested in becoming one, you can join the programs that are currently launched and will be launched next year in Azerbaijan as well. We're focusing on tech specialist development. we have several programs, but not only local ones. We have brought Holberton, we have brought Institute of Technion from Israel to focus specifically on cybersecurity education. Holberton is peer-to-peer education. You may have heard about École 42. Holberton is similar to that, so no tutors, no teachers. It's learning management system, and it supports the students to support each other, form teams that work on projects and learn by working on projects. So these students are 100% ready for starting working from day one, because they develop their soft skills as well as hard skills within these programs. We are also having, like Azerbaijan became a country, and Baku specifically became a city, which has many regional events. Like during the year, during 2023, we had 6 big regional events, and one of them was like recently, last week, in Merge Innovation Summit. We had more than 20 countries participating during that event, including Turkey. And it creates opportunity. We have Baku ID, Investment Day in summer, which creates opportunity for investors, for startups, for mentors, for different innovators and entrepreneurs to network, to get investment, to get potential clients, B2B clients, and we get so many positive feedback. So you're invited to all of those events that are upcoming during next year. We're also having roadshow, and we're having some of the startups here on Take Off as well. So far, we've participated in 11 events already, and we're bringing local startups to international events to make sure that we create opportunity for them to get new clients and investors, and also to create some awareness about Azerbaijan ecosystem. One of the main important items for us is supporting tech communities as well as local tech media. And we are bringing those ecosystem players to different events, to the roadshow as well, because we are sure that to build culture, we need to make sure that ecosystem itself supports each other. One of the most important things that I want to mention that would be interesting for you if you're an IT company, if you're a startup that is focusing on IT products, is Technopark residency law. As of January this year, Azerbaijan adopted changes to the legislation that gave opportunity for 10-year tax break. Taxes are more or less zero when it comes to corporate tax, dividend tax, social payments for the employees, as well as there is no work permit for IT employees of IT companies in Azerbaijan if you are a Technopark resident. So far, there are 63 Technopark residents in Azerbaijan, and 8 of them are foreign companies. So if you are interested in expanding your business to the region, and not only Azerbaijan, but Azerbaijan creates opportunity for those companies to enter Central Asian region as well. So if you are the company that is interested in expansion, these changes to the law could be very much interesting and relevant for you. You can approach our team later on to get more information on how to become the resident. But this is obviously just the beginning. We have quite an interesting journey ahead of us. We're having very interesting projects that we plan. We plan to continue the programs and the projects that we launched in 2023. We have much more that we plan to deliver in 2024, specifically also focusing on big startups that are currently on growth stage to support them becoming role models for others. So if you are interested to becoming part of this program, you can also approach us to get more information on this. And this is our goal. By the end of 2026, we plan to have 500 startups with strong MVP and the ecosystem that supports those startups around it. My goal here is to make sure that you know a bit more about Azerbaijan and consider moving or expanding there. So this is not just an ecosystem, just an information. This is an open invitation, actually, for you. Because for Azerbaijan, digitalization is #1 priority when it comes to government agenda. Government spends money on that. Government has special focus on digitalization, and we're very much interested in getting international players that would support this journey for the whole country. It's also super stable in terms of economy and political situation, and it's in top 10 in terms of ease of opening companies, ease of doing business. So there are many items that makes Azerbaijan quite an interesting destination for an IT company. It's also #1 in the world in terms of easiness of getting credits, and economy is growing, as I already told you. Technopark residency law, again, very much relevant and interesting for IT companies. 8 companies already became residents, and the companies, among them we have companies both from Asia, like China, Pakistan, India, but also Europe and US. And there are 29 companies that are currently going through registration process, which we expect by the end of this year or Q1 of 2024 to reach more than 30 companies, international companies, that would become residents of technoparks in Azerbaijan. The salaries of IT employees, tech employees, are quite competitive, I would say, or low compared to the region, which makes it even more interesting for IT company to relocate some of the business or expand towards this region, specifically in Azerbaijan. But they are also, and considering that we're investing a lot in development of those employees, in development of those talent, it makes quality, considering quality and cost of the quality, quite an interesting proposal for those companies. Azerbaijan is also considering the geographical space. It is in the center of between Europe and Asia. It has more than 40 direct flights, and also in terms of the time zone, it's quite relevant for both directions. So as a destination for a company that serves US or European regions, but also works for Asian region, it becomes very interesting. And this, by the way, we get also from all the companies that visited so far Azerbaijan and shared their feedback about us. On this note, I would like to thank you for your attention. I would like to invite you once again to Azerbaijan to consider it as your potential expansion region, and I wish you good luck within these 2 days of Take Off Summit to make maximum out of it, but also in your business, in your journeys. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Inara Valieva, for this valuable presentation. And this brings us to the end of the first half of today's Take Off International Startup Summit. But before we go over to the interviews, our correspondence conducted with Serdar Gürbüz, member of Turkish Technology Foundation's Board of Trustees. Thank you very much. Now we're going to have a short break. You can just visit
The International Take Off Startup Summit has just kicked off in Istanbul, and the opening remarks of the summit has been given by the member of the Board of Trustees of T3 Foundation, Serdar Gürbüz. To talk more on the region's major startup event, I have now with Serdar Gürbüz joins me live on the backstage. Thank you so much for being with us today.
You're welcome.
What do you think about today's importance for the young and fresh startups and entrepreneurs based in Turkey?
Actually, this is a huge opportunity for them to meet with the investors who can invest into their startups, and also they can meet so many corporations. We have invited more than 40 corporations, and these one are biggest companies of Turkey, and they will meet with the people with those within those corporations and with the investors, and more importantly, they will meet so many other startups as well here, and with collaborative minds, and these startups can collaborate with these startups as well, and it can help them into their journey to become a global unicorn.
So how do you think that the startups like this, like Take Off and Teknofest, how they affect the entrepreneurship ecosystem in Turkey?
Actually, this is the 6th of Take Off. We are organizing this event since 2018, and we believe it's very important for the startups to prepare the ecosystem, because they need so many support from the ecosystem along their journey. Because when you get together within 2 or 3 people and thinking to disrupt the current environment, the current technological advancements, so they need help from the ecosystem. And these helps can be from office spaces, funding, networking, meeting with other people, and building their powerful team. So this event gives them the opportunity to get all of them into in a 2-day period. So that's why we believe these type of events should be more within the Turkey, and we believe Istanbul can be a better place comparing to the other cities of the world for the startups, because there are so many young people here, so many young talented people graduating from better universities here in Istanbul, and Istanbul, with its population around 18 million, gives them the perfect market to grow to the world.
So yourself, Turkish Technology Foundation is hosting the 6th edition of Take Off Summit. So if we look at from the other perspective, what do you suggest to young and fresh entrepreneurs who come up with an idea, who still don't have enough courage, maybe the investment to enter into the market? What do you suggest them to enter the market?
Actually, I suggest them to look at their role models. We see Baykar here in Turkey, and Baykar was a startup and built within a very small place, and they started from the scratch, and they had nothing but their minds, but their courage, and but their belief. And they believe in themselves, and today we see Baykar as one of the biggest defense companies in the world. So we are providing them these type of examples, these type of samples, and these are the role models for them. And if they believe in their idea, and if they have the courage to build that company or to build their idea to become a solution for the problems of the humanity, so they need to follow them. They will see so many problems within their journey, but if they want to become a successful entrepreneur, they will see a bunch of them in their journey, and they need to solve those problems, and they need to become a unicorn within their journey.
Thank you so much. Serdar Gürbüz joined us live on the backstage. He mentioned about the importance of Take Off Summit and how the Take Off Summits like this benefits ecosystem, entrepreneurship ecosystem in Turkey. We have talked about these subjects, but we have so much to discuss during this summit. Please stay tuned. We'll be again with you shortly.
Of Istanbul, joined by another exclusive guest for an exclusive interview. Mirko Kovac, the director of aerial robotics at the Laboratory of Imperial College at London. He's a leading innovator of bio-inspired aerial robotics. Now, if you're like me, you may not know what that means, so let's kind of ask him and pick his brains a bit and have him explain to us to provide us some context. Mr. Kovac, thank you so much for joining us. Now, I don't know too much about the field. I'm sure there are so many people out there that don't know as well. Could you please provide us some context on your area expertise and what you're innovating in?
Yeah, so thank you very much. It's my great pleasure being here. So what I focus on is on sustainability robotics. And I'm running a laboratory at Imperial College in London and also the EMPA Material Science Institute in Switzerland. And the question is, how can robotics contribute to increasing the sustainability of our world? How can it help to make the world a better place, to protect the environment, protect humans, make work processes safer and more productive? And these are the questions that we focus on in our laboratory.
Well, I see you've taken two big and really big industries or really big topics, sustainability and then aerial development. But what made you bring those two together? What was the sort of spark in your mind?
It was when I started the sabbatical, I think 1 or 2 years ago, where I asked myself now, okay, I've done all this scientific work and I'm very happy with that, but how can it really change the world? And I think this comes back to the question you had initially on how startups can thrive, how innovators can really bring value. And I think it's the question of how can I contribute? How can we together contribute to make the world a better place? How can we support the world, other people, sustainability, the environment? And so I think these are the questions that are the starting point of true innovation.
Well, going off on that, what do you look for in an area like this? What kind of pops out at you and makes you say, this company has a future, this is something worth investing in?
I think it's there are propositions that have real value to improve people's lives. So what is the need, right? What does the environment need? So the environment, for example, needs healthy biospheres or healthy ecosystems, biodiversity. Humans need a healthy, balanced lifestyle, right? So infrastructure needs maintenance, regular maintenance and repair to operate cleanly and in a sustainable manner over long periods of time. So what is the need? I think it starts with the need, and then out of that comes the question of, well, how can we solve that? How can we make robots that place sensors on infrastructure? How can we make robots that measure biodiversity in the environment? How can we have biological robots that are integrated in the body to biodegrade in the body, leaving no environmental footprint in the body, for example? So these are then the technologies that need to be solved to create or meet this need.
My last question, let's get back to the summit over here. What do you think is the biggest takeaway for new startup companies joining the summit here? And maybe for investors or people like you, what do you think they have to add to this investment arena?
I think the real success comes from academia working with startups and with investors and big end users to show some new ideas. So I think any of this in isolation doesn't do the trick. I think it's about combining and bringing the people together, creating platforms, validation experiments, validation environments where ideas can be tested and showcased. And I think this is what I'm seeing today as well here at the summit. And I'm very excited to see all the enthusiasm, all the energy in the space, and all the young people that are looking at bringing their creativity to the real world. So thank you for being here, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much for joining us. That's all from us for now, but we'll be back very shortly with another exclusive interview, so stay tuned. Yine sizlerle beraber özel bir röportaj için buradayız. Aykut Tütüncü, Albaraka Garaj'ın yöneticilerinden bir tanesi. Aykut Bey, bize katıldığınız için çok teşekkürler, çok teşekkür ederiz.
Ben size beni ağırladığınız için çok teşekkür ederim.
Albaraka Garaj hakkında bize biraz bilgi verir misiniz?
Tabii ki elimden geldiğince Albaraka Garaj, Albaraka Türk Bankası'nın girişimleri desteklemek için kurduğu bir girişim hızlandırma merkezi aslında. Temelde fikir aşamasını geçmiş, fatura kesebilen, yani aslında oluşmuş startupları içeriye alıp onların en temel sorunlarından olan işte fatura kesme, yeni müşteri bulma gibi proseslerinde eğitim, mentörlük ve hibe gibi destekler vererek onları hızlandırıyoruz. Sonrasında da kendi yatırım şirketimiz Albayrak'a portföy yönetimi üzerinden eğer ihtiyaçları varsa yatırım proseslerinde de destek veriyoruz kendilerine.
Peki bu tarz girişimcilere bakarken ne tür kriterleri doldurmasını bekliyorsunuz? Nasıl bir girişimci ruhu istiyorsunuz, yani bekliyorsunuz? Ne arıyorsunuz, onu merak ediyorum.
Aslında tam olarak girişimci ruhu istiyoruz. Yani çok temelde girişimlerle ilgili seçerken belki binlerce farklı test çıkartılabilir, hedef koyulabilir ama biz birazcık daha girişimin ne yapmaya çalıştığı ve girişimcilerin bu işe ne kadar entegre olduğu ile ilgileniyoruz. Eğer girişimci ve girişim fikri gerçekten birbiriyle örtüşüyorsa, iyi girişimciler, gerçekten çalışmayı seven, bu hedefleri uğruna çalışmayı göze alan girişimcilerse o bizi çok mutlu ediyor. Zaten başarı da ancak iyi girişimci ve iyi fikir bir araya geldiğinde ortaya çıkabiliyor. Bu konuda da sanırım biraz iyi sonuçlar çıkarttık sektöre baktığımız zaman.
Eminim öyledir. Peki Take Off İstanbul gibi önemli bir zirvede sizce buradaki yatırımcılar hem yatırımcılara ne katıyor, hem yatırımcılar bu ortama ne katıyor, hem de buradaki katılanlar sizce ne almalı bu tecrübeden?
Şöyle ki girişimcilik kapitası Türkiye'de özellikle son dönemde oldukça büyüdü. Ki burada zaten Take Off'un katkıları yadsınamaz. Bu süreç içerisinde burada girişimcilerin yapmaları gereken en önemli şeylerden bir tanesi networking. Çünkü bir yatırımcı da bir girişime yatırım yapmadan önce aslında girişimi daha önce ne kadar duyduğuna bakıyor. Ne iş yaptığına bakıyor, girişimcilerine bakıyor, girişim fikrine bakıyor ama eğer bir girişimi bu tip etkinliklerde ne kadar fazla görürsek, ne kadar fazla tanırsak, ne kadar fazla hakkında fikir sahibi olursak ondan sonraki süreçte yatırım turuna geçtiği zaman da yatırım bulmasının daha kolay olduğunu görebiliyoruz aslında.
Aykut Bey, bu inceler için çok teşekkür ederiz. Şimdilik bizden bu kadar ama çok uzağa gitmeyin. Yakında sizlerle özel röportajlara tekrar geri döneceğiz. İstanbul, Ahu Serter, the president of FarPlus Group and Arya's Women Investment Platform. Mrs. Serter, thank you so much for joining us today.
My pleasure.
I would like to ask you, first of all, tell us a little bit about your business and why you chose this sort of business, why you chose to kind of expertise in this field.
Yes. Well, actually, I'm an entrepreneur and I'm also an investor, and I invest in innovation and technology. So Arya Women Investment Platform is a platform to invest in gender-balanced businesses. So meaning we invest in businesses with at least one female co-founder. It's a network of hundreds of women around the world, and we are also an accredited angel network. So that's the Arya side. On the FarClub side, we invest in what we call the better future technologies. Any technology that makes the future a better place. Sustainable materials, renewable energy, mobility, water, food, agriculture. These are the technologies that we invest in. And once we invest in these companies, we also help them grow, go outside, and then also receive further funding. So it's kind of like we call it the better future path. And we would like to walk that path with all our investments till the happy ending.
So basically you take new companies or new startups and you hold their hands and show them the way through that. Well, you're talking about a lot about women entrepreneurship, and obviously you've kind of expertise in this field. What sort of difficulties, what sort of challenges realistically do they face? Maybe giving some examples of what you had to overcome to come where you are right now.
Well, I think first challenge is women. Well, the way I started, I see women as a great opportunity to invest in, because and more than half of the world also they don't see that opportunity. So who's a good investor? It's a person who sees the opportunity where the others don't see, invests early, and benefits from it. So I think that I want to be that person, that woman investing in other women. Because the challenge is when you're a female, whether you're in the corporate world or in the startup world, your idea and to be recognized, to be realized, it's really hard. And people are biased, investors are also biased, even though they don't admit to, because on all sides of the tables, it's mostly male people who are sitting. So they have this unconscious bias towards females. So if they are, let's say, if they take a decision of putting 2 million in a male-dominated company, they take it much easier than putting it into a female company. So I'm here to change that by investing and showing everybody that money has no gender and females can be as successful, even better, more successful than male, but together we will be the greatest. So that's why gender balance is very important. And only female or only male doesn't work. Together it works much better, and that's what we are trying to do. So trying to turn a challenge into an opportunity for everybody.
It's amazing to see a company with a vision and to see you breaking biases in, like you said, like a male-dominated sector, and to see an up-and-coming company that brings improvement to this world, that gives. But coming back to the summit over here, what do you, and as an investor and an entrepreneur yourself, what do you think both sides should take away from this summit?
I think it's a great place to collaborate if you know how to. There are people with ideas, there is talent, there is money, there is the government supporting it. So rather than trying to take sides and will you do this to me type of thinking, we need to bring together everybody, and even industrial corporations who are not going to invest but can be a customer opportunity for these startups, to come together and say, how can we do it together? And start with cases. Today at Stage, I think we've seen a great case. How you take a patent from an academician, another academician becomes the CEO of that company, and then the investor and the customer coming all together. That's how you build it, and it's much faster and much more efficient.
I'm sorry, but last question. What sort of advice would you give? Did I ask this already? I probably didn't. What sort of advice would you give to new up-and-coming women entrepreneurs? What sort of challenges would they face and should they overcome?
Well, invest in a relationship. First of all, to invest in a relationship, you have to get out there and, like coming to Take Off, meet people, become an opportunity for somebody else, listen to other people, what their problems are, not only what your problems are. Start building solutions. Don't be afraid of trying. Don't be afraid of failing. Worst case, what is the worst case? You go back to step one and start again. So that's entrepreneurship. Keep doing it until it's right, until it makes you happy.
Thank you so much for taking the time, and thank you so much for sharing your knowledge with us.
My pleasure. Thank you.
That's all from us from Ahu Sartar, but we'll be back very soon with more exclusive interviews, so stay tuned. We're here with another exclusive interview. Duygu Eren, the general manager of Kerasu Forum Turkey. She has an extensive working history. You'll have to look up her resume yourself, but we're just going to pick her brains a little bit at the summit over here. Mrs. Eren, thank you so much for joining us.
Hi, Yunus Emre. Hello, everyone.
I would like to ask you, first of all, I know that you're working in a different field now, but the consultancy firm that you started up in 2010, DP Consultancy,
yes,
provided consultancy in so many different fields, ranging from a lot of different fields. But I'd like to know, it piques my interest, as to how you managed to form a company that could invest in various different sectors that are so different from each other.
Well, actually, it started with a dream because I was working with my father. I was in my family business. I worked with him for 8.5 years. And then I like really reading books. So I read a lot. And one day I have come up with the word entrepreneurship. And then I realized that this word will change my life because I should work on it. That's why I have accomplished a company of consultancy for startups. That was just built like that. I mean, I was trying to find investors for startups. I was just trying to make them come up with together with the media. I was making up them to collaborate with the network. So it just came with an idea actually. So I left my family business. I started to run my own company until 2019. And then I became the general manager of the largest angel network of the world, Keres Forum Turkey.
That's amazing. Could you tell us a little bit more about what you look for in startup companies? What sort of pops out at you and makes you say, this company has a future, I would invest in that?
Well, actually, for me, people made the company. So I don't invest in companies. Actually, I invest on people. That's what I believe. I invest on the team. I invest in their personality. I invest in their knowledge. Because most of the time, people doesn't want to understand, or they don't have time to just work on people. But I work on people. Actually, this is my like second job. I like understanding people. I like learning. I like looking up them and just observing them. So it really adds a lot to my business. Also, it's like art for me. I mean, I'm not just like investing. I'm actually doing an art in finance. That's what I believe. So this business, startup business, really fits, and we go on very well together. But the important thing is that for sure what you do, how you create value, and how you're going to return your money to your investors, and how you're going to spend your money, and about the market, and about relations. Everything is something. Everything has a value in their own way. But in the end, people are doing the business, and you should learn how to deal with people and sector and market and competition for sure.
Thank you so much for your knowledge, and thank you so much for your time. That's all we have from Duygu Eren over here, but we'll be back very shortly with another exclusive interview, so stay tuned.
Thank you.
Welcome back to another special interview at Take Off Istanbul. We're here with Jean-Yves Legal, the former president of the International Astronautical Association. Let's prick his brains a little bit and see what he has to show us. Mr. Legal, thank you so much for joining us today.
Yes, good morning. It was a great event, and thank you for inviting me.
Oh, thank you for coming. I'd like to ask you first a little bit about your area of expertise. I know you've devoted a lot of time and energy into space programs and into research. Why did you choose this sector, and what do you think it has to offer?
I think that I belong to the first generation of space enthusiasms, because I was 10 years old when Neil Armstrong walked on the moon. Now there is a second generation, which is the SpaceX generation. But I spent my whole career, more than 40 years, to work in the space area, and it brought me a lot of rewards.
Well, you worked for 40 years now, and obviously you've seen it progress in leaps and bounds. It's developed radically, but what more do you think it has to offer? What do you see in the future for it?
I think that today we have what I used to call a new world space order, because you have the progress of the technology, which makes space affordable to a lot of countries. Unfortunately, you have the impact of geopolitical consequences nowadays. But I am very optimistic, and it is my pleasure to see that Turkey is very active in space. You have a very strong space industry, a lot of projects, and a kind of, let's say, recognition has been the fact that during the last International Astronautical Congress in Baku in early October, we decided that in 3 years, in 26, this Congress will go to Antalya. It will be the first time in Turkey, and during 1 week in early October 26, Antalya will be the center of the galaxy. So congratulations to Turkey.
Well, thank you so much. Fitting into the theme of Take Off Istanbul, if there were someone a young entrepreneur trying to get into the space industry, what sector, what fields do you think he or she should focus on?
I think that he has to focus first on data treatment, because it's the part of space which needs less capex, and you can create value very easily. After that, you can develop small satellites. You need more money, but it is also rewarding. Last but not least, launchers. It's very complex, very difficult, but with data and small satellites, you can already do great things in space.
Well, my last question, again about Take Off Istanbul. What do you think investors here should be adding, and what should entrepreneurs should be taking from this experience?
I think that it is a fantastic gathering. First, it is in Istanbul. It's a very nice location. And from what I saw this morning in visiting this summit, we have a number of people from startups, a number of investors, and more than that, there is clearly a very strong dynamics towards the use of technology and, of course, the use of space. And I think that it is the key to success.
Well, thank you so much for your knowledge, and thank you so much for your time. That's all from us from Mr. Lagal. But again, we'll be with you very shortly with more interviews, so stick around.
Hello and welcome back to another interview in the 6th edition of International Take Off Startup Summit. Now I have joined by one of our distinguished speakers, Dima Jani from Indonesia. Thank you so much for joining us now. And you're currently working in the group CEO of Hydra. What does Hydra do?
Yeah, so we do initially peer-to-peer lending. Now we move and pivot into a consumer digital banking.
What made you decide to pivot to retail Islamic banking services?
So Indonesia is one of the largest consumer market in the world, and a lot of money coming in, flowing in to capitalize on our market, but little that they know that there is a fragmented market even inside Indonesia. So we're targeting on the vertical Islamic markets, which we feel we know them better, and we can provide better services compared to our competitors on that sense.
So how will your retail product compete against other bank offerings?
Yeah. We're digital native, so all of our team, our product, and our services are geared towards serving our customers, as opposed to some of the incumbents that push their products. So we actually involve our customers in our product development cycle, and we come up with use cases that is pretty much different with other incumbents. So for example, is our digital mortgage that we're going to launch in a couple of months. It will allow instant approval for some of these millennials that would buy the first-hand house, and it will solve a lot of their problems in addition to other services that we'll provide to them.
What was the biggest obstacle you faced with when you were in the beginning of your long journey of entrepreneurship?
I think some of them is the talent gap in Indonesia. There's like a huge gap between like senior management and the working level. I think the government is trying hard to close that gap together with the ministerials and also the private sector. And second is definitely the funding. I think we've seen a lot of funding coming to Southeast Asia, especially Indonesia, in the last couple of years. But in the beginning, it's still pretty hard because we need to justify the thesis of Islamic fintech, for example, to some of the investors that haven't really heard about this. But so far, we have proven through our numbers and our traction, and they're pretty happy with it.
Thank you so much. Dima Jani was with us in the Take Off Summit interviews. We have so many distinguished speakers who will be with us for the further interviews. Please stay tuned, and we'll be again with you very shortly. Take Off Summit continues to bring together diverse voices from around the world, and now I'm joined by one of our distinguished speakers from Azerbaijan, Inara Valiyeva, Chairperson and Innovation and Digital Development Agency in Azerbaijan. Thank you so much for joining us today on Take Off Summit. And how do you evaluate the digital involvement into entrepreneurship ecosystem in Azerbaijan?
Azerbaijan is a country with a relatively nascent ecosystem. So although like for several years there were startups, some of the investors, but it was quite slow. During last 1.5 years, we've gone through an enormous journey supporting ecosystem from different directions, from different pillars, creating access for market for startups. Like we put startups in the center of everything within our framework, and then we create opportunities for them through bringing international acceleration programs, incubation programs, mentorship development. We understand that mentors are super important. So far we didn't have many, so we're developing them. By the way, a company from Turkey has also joined our ecosystem to develop mentors. We're bringing international players such as Startup Wise Guys, Startup Bootcamp to support acceleration programs. We have launched, became an LP in first ever fund, venture capital fund. It's not big, but it's a nice beginning. Throughout just 1 year, this fund has already invested into 11 startups, and 3 are currently under review, going through due diligence. And that fund is focusing on the region, by the way. So some startups from Turkey are also within those 11 startups. So overall, we're also building infrastructure, like physical buildings. We have launched Technopark Residence Law, which allows IT companies to get more or less 0% taxes across, like dividends, corporate tax, even social payments for the employees. Also, there is no need for work permit for IT employees of those companies, which means Azerbaijan is currently focusing on becoming a center, a gate for Asian startups and IT companies towards Europe, and then vice versa for Europe, also Turkey, to Central Asia specifically. So there is a region which we call Central Eurasia. It includes Caucasus and Central Asia, because separately we're kind of small ecosystems, right, when compared to the ecosystems that are there in the world. So we are in this competition, let's say, which is combination of cooperation and competition. And we're trying to work together wherever it's possible. For example, when it comes to soft landing, we need to create opportunities for local startups when they're going somewhere to US, to Germany, to whatever markets. And we're doing it currently together with our Central Asian partners. So all in all, Azerbaijan is currently focusing on building tomorrow, but doing it today. We want to become a regional leader within Central Asia, and for Turkey specifically, that could be a nice gateway towards Asia, considering that there are similarities in our past with Central Asia that helps us to understand each other better. Also, when it comes to languages and many other factors and business opportunities that we're currently working together. So there is a huge opportunity area between Turkish ecosystem and Azerbaijani.
So in which fields mostly Azerbaijan scenes the new entrepreneurs are investing on or taken into the market?
Currently, there is no specific vertical that is becoming like really big in Azerbaijan, considering that we do not have many startups. So there are around 200 startups that are having MVPs and are currently active. So none of the verticals became very strong, but e-commerce, also edtech, also fintech are among priority ones. We're currently focusing on cybersecurity and AI as well. We are also looking into clean tech and green tech as well. So these are more or less the areas that are of bigger interest, but we're currently open for different startups, and whichever would be successful. It was the same story in Turkey as well. Like first e-commerce, first game tech was successful, and then the market followed. So we expect the same effect at some point of time.
Inara Baliyeva, thank you so much for joining us live on Take Off Summit. And we already hosted our distinguished speaker, and he shared her valuable views with us, and we'll continue to keep hosting our distinguished speakers with us here. Please stay tuned, and we'll be again with you shortly.
We have been looking at the sky and dreaming since our childhood. But how many of them have we dared to realize? Some dare to chase their dreams, weaving impactful contributions into the fabric of the world. The things may not always go the way we want. Don't let this distract you from your dreams.
Open your eyes. It's time to renew your hope. Remember the moment heart beats faster when you come up with a new idea. Meet with people who believe in you, in something bigger than what you're working on. Build a team, and together, dream, innovate. And meet us at the place where startup dreams unfold. Now, you are in a geography full of people living together with many cultures. Explore the potential to understand. Remember, there are still courageous people, dreaming, hoping for a bright future. And don't forget, whatever you do, focus on the positive. Innovate for humanity.
Welcome to the region's biggest startup summit. Take Off Istanbul begins.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Take Off Istanbul International Startup Summit. The time has come, it's now time to announce the top 10 growth and early stage startups. And to make the announcement, please welcome to the stage the director of Take Off Startup Summit and also board member of T3 Foundation, İrem Bayraktar Aksakal.
Hello everyone, we are almost completing the first day of Take Off Istanbul, and I am very happy to share this atmosphere with you this sixth time. We hosted very inspiring keynote speakers on this stage in the morning, and now the stage will be our startups. As Turkish Technology Team Foundation, we are mainly supporting and encouraging technology startups and developing entrepreneurship ecosystem in our country and the region. We hosted from the beginning of Take Off Istanbul, since we are organizing in 2018, we hosted around 600 technology startups and up to 1,700 one-to-one meetings between startups, investors, corporate companies are completed. As you know, startup competition is a part of Take Off Istanbul. In this year, we have a very rich prize pool, like investment prizes, cash prizes, and some supportive programs. But I think it doesn't end there. the main value of this summit is, I think, networking. So my advice for you, for our startups, please use the Take Off application and get in touch many people as you can. Now, the exciting part is announcing the top 10 growth and early startups. I will announce them alphabetically. I congratulate all our finalist startups. Growth 10 startups: B2 Metric, CoPrint, iCheckup, Fuel Station Technologies, Jens Biotechnology, Lumnion, Saha Robotic, Syntonym, Tırport, Turan. Congratulations. Our top 10 early startups: Afara Tarım Robotu, Catchpad, From Your Eyes, Hyperever, Invamar, Kodgem, Kozalak Yangın, Mishine Swarm Technologies, Salty Energy, Volvero. Congratulations. Enjoy this summit. Thank you so much.
İrem Bayraktar Aksakal, thank you very much, the director of Take Off Startup Summit. Now the floor is our startups, and I'll cut it short and we'll start with the first presentation of the first startup. As İrem Hanım pointed out, it will go on alphabetic order. So the first startup to pitch their projects here on the stage and also present their ideas is B2 Metric, which offers the opportunity to optimize marketing, growth, CRM, and data strategies by analyzing user behavior. B2 Metric, floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for announcing and helping us be top 10. So I'm going to start with, first of all, my own introduction. I'm Barira, and I'm Global Account Manager with B2 Metric. So in order to explain you what we do at B2 Metric, I want you to imagine a scenario. So let's say you are a company as big as Allianz, right? Quite a big company, quite famous, a lot of customers, quite big in insurance as well as like financial side as well. So, but what's happening is that your numbers, especially after 2020, as AI has come, your numbers are like quite high in terms of churn, right? You're losing customers, and it's almost impossible to understand why, like, because there's obviously a brand image that's set up there, right? And you're obviously doing a lot in terms of marketing and growth and sales, but your numbers are just declining. And they're just very tiny insurtech kind of startups that are just taking over your customers. So, and a lot of our clients that actually face these kind of problems. So what we're doing is basically providing you a platform that's helping you kind of, you can think of it as a magic wine, and helping you understand how the future behaviors of your customers are going to look like, and also helping you predict churn in 3 months in advance so you can take marketing action at the right time to retain your customers, right? So this is just a summary of what we do. We basically provide a SaaS, thank you. So we basically provide a SaaS platform that's more catered towards the needs of marketing, growth, product, and sales teams. The platform is embedded with artificial intelligence and machine learning, and it's helping these kind of departments make sense of their data. But how? Like, data is big, right? Now, all the companies want to be data-driven, and with a lot of data comes a lot of problems of managing data errors, and, you know, what would you do of raw, unstructured data? But we got you covered. We take data in any shape and form. So So if you're using marketing automation tools, CRM systems, any data communication channel that you're using, basically anywhere you have your data, we would take it and we would provide you all the data under one umbrella. So the first problem that we're solving for you is that eliminating any data errors, and then secondly, providing you one platform that has all of your data, so you have one holistic view of what your customer is looking like, right? And then we're providing you with advanced behavioral analytics, but don't just confuse me on any analytics, right? So Google Analytics provide you with analytics. If you're using HubSpot, Salesforce, I'm sure you have good analytics. But not just that, we're basically helping you understand future behaviors of your customers. And just to give a very easy example, let's say you're an e-commerce store, customers are dropping off at add to cart, and what if they went to a competitor's website and already made a purchase? What would you do? That leads to inefficient marketing, right? You're targeting the same ad sets again and again, but that ad set is gone, it's churn, right? So we're helping you predict the behaviors of the customers, micro-segment them on the basis of how the behaviors are going to look like, and then send them personalized marketing actions in the real time. So again, the 3 simple steps, the way we work in is that you plug and play your data. We use the words plug and play because it's literally as simple as the word suggests because of how big the data integration partnership is. Like we're currently partnered with many of CDP data collectors companies. So we will take your data, plug it to IQ, what we call. Your data is loaded to the system, provides you with some insights and also machine learning models. It predicts churn as well as customer propensity prediction, so the future behaviors of the customers. The AI in it gives you intelligent recommendations in terms of what actions you could take to retain the customers or anything for that matter. And you can take those personalized marketing action from within the platform. So not only this is increasing marketing teams' capacity, but this is also doing all the new innovative work for you without you having to have like a lot of data engineers or technical expertise. Some numbers you can see on the screen, but that's not just it. Our partnership horizon is quite huge. Like I mentioned, we take data in all of these, from all of these platforms, and it keeps growing. Main motto is to help data and marketing team increase their capacity without having a lot of technical knowledge. Some global brands we've worked with are listed here, and it keeps increasing. Currently, we have an office space in London as well as US, and in Turkey, we have been in business since 2018, and I would like to say it's kind of like a monopoly. Obviously, we have competition, but what sets us apart from the competition is the fact that we're not providing one shoe fit all kind of an analytics. We're basically really trying to specialize into the use case that we're trying to cater to, the business we're trying to cater to. So the financial services kind of a sector, like a bank would have different matrices they would be interested in looking into. An insurance sector might be interested in looking into some other matrices, right? It's not the same. So we provide you with very personalized analytics that helps you understand and make sense of your data. A little bit about our team. So like I mentioned, we have 4 offices in Istanbul, London, as well as in the US. And yeah, we've catered to startups, mid-sized companies, as well as enterprises. So there's literally no company size. It's not limited to a particular company size. We've catered to companies having like a very, very small customer or even the revenue size, and companies as big as Türk Telekom, Allianz, and MetLife. So that's all from my side. If you have any questions or anything that you would like to ask, I would love to answer. Okay, there's no questions. Okay, thank you. You can just email me and I'll love to answer your questions.
B2 Metric, thank you very much. We continue with top 10 startup presentations at growth stage. Now the floor is CoPrints, which enables your 3D printer to utilize multiple filaments. CoPrint, floor is yours. I would like to remind our startups that each has 1 minute, and also no QA session will be held. You can catch them afterwards and ask your questions.
Hello everyone, this is Ömer from CoPrint 3D Printing Technologies. Once we started CoPrint 3 years ago, the main issue we had was 5% of the 3D printers in the world can print in multicolor. So basically, each consumer-grade printer had one single nozzle tip that you could have single color prints or single material prints, which caused people to print out their colors once they print something out, and then they had to print it, do some after process, and that was taking a lot of time for them to have quality prints. This is our team. I just entered the team 1 year ago, and when I entered the team, we were only 5. Now we are 15. We are on a growing stage. So basically, as I mentioned, that was 95% of the 3D printers had a single print tip, and there was inability to use filaments of different colors and materials in a single print, and also they were slow. They were really slow. Last month, we released our Kickstarter campaign with our new product set called Chroma Set. Chroma Set was consistent of 5 different products which can be sold out standalone, and also they were kind of bundles as well. What we aimed here was we were compatible with most of the 3D printers on the market, the top seller ones that was selling. They were like knocking the standings on the US, Central Europe, and everywhere. And we made a product set that is compatible with all of them. So the top seller printers users were able to use our products in their existing 3D printers. The set was basically coming out with 5 products. The brain of the setup was ChromaPad. It was an open source software, and it was making people to use multi-material prints, and it was actually upgrading their speeds. And the toolhead inside of the print, toolhead is basically the place where every filament gets melted down with the heat, had the main issue. Once changing the color, every filament was getting cloaked, and it was jamming the issue, so the process was taking so long. So we put down a filament cutter inside of the head, and that was brand new on the market. With the filament cutter, each change duration was taking so fast, and normally it was taking around 2 minutes, and we decreased that duration to 20 seconds. So this is our Kickstarter project. We released on 2nd of November, and it just ended up 2 days ago, basically. We raised up $425 in 1 month, and it was actually, we sold down to 1K users, and currently we are going to open up another pre-sale platform on the Indiegogo, and we are hoping to deliver them on the March. So we sold more than 70 countries as B2C-wise, and for the B2B-wise, we are selling to the top distributors in the US, Europe, and the Gulf zone. Here is our customer segmentation. 60% of our sales are in the US, which we also run some distribution logistics. We have a warehouse there, so we can handle all the logistics by the partners we have there. We are basically selling to hobbyists, designers, end users as the B2C part, and on the B2B part, we are selling to industries, education, distributors and resellers, and also 3D printing service bureaus. We can sell to printing service bureaus because they have a lot of printers in their warehouses. They are using more than 500 printers, and each person have to check out their printers because they have to be controlled. But with our system, it can be controlled up remotely, and everyone can check their printers by their home. They don't have to go there and check out physically, so they can speed up their production process. About the global 3D printing market, 10 million 3D printers were sold to date. The consumer-grade 3D printing actually entered homes back like 9 or 10 years ago with Creality and Prusa. And currently, those companies are selling around 1 million 3D printers per year. And as you can see, there was 8,000 products in the market right now, and the market is growing and growing each day. Here's our comparison analysis. Basically, you can see our first product right there, CoPrint Multi-Filament Module. It was a mechanical product. It doesn't include any software on it, and we upgraded to CoPrint Series 2, our new set. And those products that is produced by CoPrint can be compatible with any brand, as I mentioned. And here you will see Bamboo AMS, Voron, Ankermake, Prusa, and Palette 3 Pro. Those machines are only compatible with their own brands. So this is our advantage. This is the business model right now we are seeking out. Actually, we are now selling on the Europe's best distributor, which has around 150 resellers, the sub-resellers behind them. And also, hopefully, we are going to China next week. We are trying to solve out the visa issue. And we are working with Creality. Creality is the world's #1 3D printing company that sells around 800K per year. And we had a chance to meet with them in the Formnext Frankfurt last week, world's biggest 3D printing exhibition, and they invited us to check out what kind of collaborations we can do, so we will visit them in Shenzhen. And also, as I mentioned, we are keep selling our product set on the different regions via distributors, and we make them to do go-to-market strategy for us because they know their consumers better than us, and we follow that rule. Here's the timeline. We started our first product 2 years ago. We again raised Kickstarter campaign. Then we had 2 crowdfunding rounds in Turkey. With the crowdfunding, Haluk Bayraktar is also here, one of our leading investors, and we raised up $1 million in the total. And then we completed our Kickstarter 2 days ago, and we are here in Take Off, and we are going to expand our team with the last crowdfunding we had, and we are going to increase our market span with selling different regions. Here is the budget we want to use with the new kind of investment rounds. We focused on producing the product, and we put a lot of effort on the marketing and the R&D. And with the new investing round, we want to focus on supply chain and also the production. We are trying to automatize our production, so we get rid of any kind of manual assembly. I think our CEO is watching me right there, and they kind of get old in the last 3 years, but here we are. Thank you for listening.
Verebilirsiniz. Çok sağ olun. All right, Co-Print, thank you very much. Next is fuel station technologies, which provides fuel according to the required quantity and scheduled time to your doorstep. Fuel station technologies, floor is yours.
I think it's not working. Okay. Next one is screen. Hello everyone, my name is Umairata. I'm the founder and CEO of Fuel Station, where we're bringing the fuel to every doorstep. As a founder, I have been working in the digital logistics industry from the past 8 years. My first startup was Fretix, which was similar for Uber for trucking. Pakistan Pioneer digital trucking marketplace that has transformed the entire logistics industry from the paper pencil to digital. Created thousands of direct and indirect jobs. I exited successfully when it was acquired by Devo and Spark Labs. So during the Fretix, I have found other problems and solved them through Fuel Station. Industries require fuel for various purposes like generator, construction, agriculture, machinery, and large fleet of trucks. However, they face challenge for the refueling and send their trucks for the gas station, which may lead to delays, concern about the quantity, inequality, and extra mileage with inefficient, outdated practices. However, gas stations have limited business opportunities and higher operational cost. So I created Fuel Station. Fuel Station, we are using existing ecosystem, which is successfully operational in Pakistan and Canada. Fuel Station digital marketplace where customer can simply order fuel from our trusted delivery partner, basically from gas station. It saves both time and money while guaranteeing quantity and quality. And on the other side, gas station have more business opportunities, optimized route, and lower operational cost. We are reducing dead mileage for this, and contribute our part to reduce carbon footprint from the environment. Here is some of the digital benefit to the consumer from our application. And this is, Pakistani population consume 9.3 billion liters of fuel in every month. If our target in the next year can tap a 5% market share, then we will deliver a fuel around 280 million liters through our platform every month. And we also have a huge market for the growth in the Canada, with the population of 38 million people consume 688,000 barrels per day. So we solve a problem of refueling the extreme weather conditions. And this is our business model. We simply make money by two methods. We charge a $5 delivery fee per 100 liter from our customers, and also we charge a $75 subscription fee from our delivery partners. And this is traction. We have delivered more than 4.5 million liters of fuel in 14 months of operation, with more than 18,000 deliveries, with month-over-month growth rate 8 to 10%. Our active B2B customer is 58, and delivery partner is 28 right now. And this is our month-over-month fuel, which we deliver fuel through our platform, and we generated a revenue of $3.9 million. And some of the biggest industries and trucking companies already are our customers. And here is some of the testimonial from our valuable customers and competitor. Our business model is very different from the international competitor because we are using existing ecosystem. We didn't own any trucks, so we didn't need any license to operate in any country. So that's why our expansion is very easy with a minimum investment. Currently, we are raising $2.5 million. If anyone can interested in this round, then please do let me know. We have a combined team experience of 30+ year in experience in the oil marketing and software industries. And our aim to disrupt a $4.2 trillion fuel industry through fuel station. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fuel Station Technologies. Next is iCheckup. iCheckup is an early diagnosis system for preventing blindness using artificial intelligence. iCheckup, floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure seeing you here. I'm Rim, CEO and founder of iCheckup. We need eyes to see the world, and you are lucky if you can see this image clearly, because many people see this image like this, or even like this. How would you feel if you saw the world like this? And even some people see entirely black world. Can you imagine that? However, 80% of all such cases could have been prevented with early diagnosis, but they still aren't, because routine eye exam is not popular, expensive, or whatever. There are so many underdiagnosed diseases like diabetic retinopathy, glaucoma, and AMD that eventually lead to blindness in working population at your age. And it goes unnoticed and not diagnosed in the entire world. However, ophthalmology is also overwhelmed. There are so many patients, and exam is expensive, it's time-consuming, and there are so many patients that doctors are not sufficient. So we offer a solution of providing AI-based diagnostics at primary care, at ophthalmology, or at any optician. We evaluate the retina image. If any pathology is found, then we say go to a doctor. If nothing is detected, we say come back in 12 months. We also evaluate OCT 3D scans of the retina and can diagnose 11 different anomalies. Well, we are here to bring money to the hospital. Typically, diabetes patients are not being examined, and they go out of hospital, and hospital is losing money. However, with iCheckup, the diabetes patients can be diagnosed directly at the endocrinology or at primary care when they come for their insulin prescription. And then the hospital can earn money from eye diagnosis and treatment. The hospital can earn up to 70,000 euros per patient for treatment. We also bring money to the insurance and government, because when the patient goes to the eye doctor, typically they have some problems. When they start losing their vision, they come, but at that stage, it's typically too late, and the treatment is very costly, up to 20,000 euros. But with iCheckup, all these diseases can be detected very early, and using preventive measures like vitamins or insulin level measurement, The late stage can be prevented, and the insurance can save up to 20,000 euros per patient. We also reduce the workload at ophthalmology, where you can get your eye exam without an appointment and in a very short time. Now it's perfect time for eye checkup because many countries are starting AI-based screening programs. There is a reimbursement in the United States and in Czechia. They pay about $50 per exam. And also UK NHS is planning to replace humans in their screening program by AI. We have the best-in-class accuracy. We can diagnose more diseases than anyone. We visualize all the findings, and we also support OCT. Our previous successful project, New Vision Fundus, is being used by over 600 retina clinics in the United States and Europe. We have completed our clinical trials. We have received investments, completed CE certification, and are planning to expand globally. Our initial users, some of them already purchased, the others are starting the purchase process. Our founding team has the best-in-class experts. I'm a software developer with over 20 years experience. My co-founder is professor of ophthalmology, and our co-founder is also expert in ophthalmic equipment. Our advisory board has the world-class retina expert, machine learning expert, and also optometry expert. We have a very young team, graduated from top technical universities in Turkey. We have raised over 2 million investments and grants and became finalists in multiple international competitions. Now we are expanding to the UK. We have been accepted to the Royal Academy of Engineering program, also Global Entrepreneurship program, and we'll be moving our headquarters to the UK soon. So if you want to come and help us save the people's vision and their lives, come join us in this journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you, iCheckup. The next is GensBio, which revolutionizes the field of molecular diagnostics by developing cutting-edge products. GensBio, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. I'm Umut Ayuz, the founder of GensBio Technology. In GensBio Technology, we are developing advanced healthcare technologies for diagnostics, solutions, and a better patient care. So, in GensBio Technology, we are developing advanced science and technology, but not just a diagnostic machine. We are also building the future of diagnostics. We first commercialized our cancer tests and women health tests in 2019. After that, during the pandemic, we developed more science, more engineering, and in 2023, we are back to market again with our point-of-care technologies, which are the best fit for the post-pandemic markets. We are 50% male and 50% female team, excellent in engineering, science, but also in trades, business development, marketing strategy, and networking in the global arena as well, with a strong track records as well. Our product is portable, and it can make even very complex tests under 20 minutes without handling, which means that fully automatic, and it operates at room temperature. Thanks to Turkish Ministry of Health, they made a clinical trial for us and proved that GensPro works 98% accuracy in diagnostics. And currently, we are awarded by 200K for developing the early cancer diagnostics test for Ministry of Health. After the project, they will also assist commercialization in Turkish market. Not just that, we also applied to another grant with Koç University and Sancaktepe State Hospital for $1.7 million. We are one of the 12 global delegates in UK, Department by Business and Trade, and also we are under the evaluation of one of the top prestigious healthcare accelerators in the UK. Thanks to our NHS Hospital Nottingham partner, and Modality, the biggest GP chain in UK, we have ready-to-go channels and distribution models in the UK. So there's not a very big challenge in the global market. There are only 5 global startups that are on the scope for us, and they are valuation from $150 million to $2 billion. However, this is not reflecting the real potential, since they are not addressing the real exact problem in the market. What we do is we are addressing the exact problem, and we are waiting an expectation of exponential growth in the global market next year. So the only thing we need to do to close a 300K bridge round in Turkey, go to the market in global and push the start button to grow, make a scale-up growth and success story. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Gensbio. We are hearing incredible projects and very dynamic ideas. Now we continue with top 10 growth stage startups presentation. Next is Lamnian, which focuses on automating your data preparation process. Lamnian, the floor is yours.
Hello. Hi, everyone. This is Cenk Tabakoğlu. I'm the CEO of Lumnion and one of the co-founders. Who is Lumnion? We are basically the developers of state-of-the-art AI-based pricing platforms for the insurance industry. So basically, we are an insurtech company focusing solely on insurance and also a very specific area in insurance, which is pricing. We started our product development back in 2009. We have 4 modules that make up our platform, and it solves all the issues in an end-to-end way, and aiming to change the pricing process globally in the insurance area. The line of businesses that we operate in insurance is property and casualty and health. And we started our operations in Istanbul, Turkey, and now we have an office and a company also in Germany. We have a very experienced and a dynamic team. I'm one of the co-founders. We are 3 co-founders. Each is managing one area. I'm more on the business side. Era is on the software development, and Aren also on the analytics and machine learning algorithm side. And we jointly bring approximately 60 years of corporate history, background, and experience. We have a team of 22 people in total. So what is the problem that we are trying to solve? I'm not sure if anyone is so familiar with the insurance pricing area, but you know, day to day you drive your cars and you have a Casco probably, and you need to know how that Casco price is popping up from your agency or your channel. In a couple of seconds you get a price from 20 different insurance companies. So in the back end, there's a pricing process working, okay? They're modeling historical data and trying to predict which customers are going to create accidents or how much you're going to be paying for their accidents. So this is the business that we're in. And we are trying to solve the manual processes and also the discrepancies in the pricing process, both on the IT side, on the algorithms, and while using extensively machine learning. So what is the solution? We do have a platform that works end-to-end, and it's API-enabled, so it can connect to any core system, or it can also run on cloud. And basically, it automates and solves all the issues in the company's pricing process. So our customers are the big insurance companies, so they are integrating our solution into their core system, and all of a sudden, they have a state-of-the-art AI-based machine learning energized pricing. Couple of steps on the pricing process. The first one is data. We do automate the data preparation. This is a very cumbersome part, and it takes a lot of time and a lot of effort, and most of the time still it's kind of wrong on the company side. So we automate that and clean it up and make sure that it's working, the data is properly in place. And then most of the time the modeling is done through an algorithm called GLM, which has been the standard for the last 30 years. Okay, more or less, but now there are machine learning algorithms out there. But people want to use them, but there's a problem with them. they're black box. So in insurance, to be able to use an algorithm, you need to see inside it. And there's a lot of debate globally on that. So with a methodology that we ourselves developed, we are able to open up any machine learning algorithm, which is black box, and then turn it into an operationally usable, transparent, understandable solutions. So this is one of our strongholds. And also, the pricing in insurance doesn't stop at risk pricing. You need to really know what's happening on street. So through machine learning, we are able to analyze any given day from live data that's flowing from claims and policy area, what's happening in your portfolio, and then alerting the companies to change their pricing, increase, decrease, given their targets. So this is what we are able to do. And there's a nice geographical visualization as well, so you can see anything and everything on a map. And the map will pop up with a red light. That's the problem that you're having in this area. You'll go in. You can convert that into a pricing decision, and immediately, without the constraint of any IT system, you can immediately push your prices into your channels. I mean, there's a huge global opportunity. The revenue pool is well above $5 billion. Our initial target in that sense is continental Europe, Gulf region, and then North America. How are we going to approach the global market is through our partner, which is SAP Pioneer. SAP is our partner globally, and we are the one and only insurance technology provider that SAP takes the product and sells it, markets it to their insurance companies with our name. And they work with well above 1,000 insurance companies globally. So who is our competition? Okay. The big one is Willis Towers Watson, the guys who kind of put GLM as the standard in the world. They are British American. Then there's Accurate. It's a French company, an up-and-coming company like ours, but they're only working in one algorithm. We have an open platform. Earnix is an Israeli company, and they have a platform. And then there's us. So there are not too many players. There's a lot of, the barriers to entry is pretty high in this area because it's a very technical part in insurance. So what we do differently, I kind of explained it. We automate the data flow. It's all automatic in our system. We can model with all machine learning algorithms. It's an open architect, open system, but we are able to bring in transparency into all these algorithms. So we don't have to say this is the best algorithm, that is the best algorithm. We really don't care. We are just open to anything and everything. And as I said, we can do integrated dynamic pricing, immediately putting prices into the street. And when there's a need, we can also bring external data, non-insurance external data for the modeling process. It's a SaaS business model. You pay for what you use. There are a couple of modules, as I said, but mostly you would use the full set. And we provide training and support, but basically you pay us monthly for the modules that you use. So what has been our roadmap? It was a nice journey, and we started back in 2019. We as a InsurTech, with ITÜ's InsurTech program, Çekirdek. We started co-development with HDI, a company using live real data. We've been shown as the top 100 InsurTechs to watch for 2 consecutive years by DIA, which is Europe's largest digital insurance gathering. Got our first investment, being accepted to InsurLab Germany and InsurTech Hub Munich, which are the 2 InsurTech hubs run by the federal government of Germany. And we are the one and only Turkish company so far having been accepted into these areas. We have a collaboration with the Köln Technical University in actuarial sciences. And as I said, we now have a partnership with SAP globally. And we are now kickstarting our global expansion through our partner. We have a good traction. We have 0 churn rate. So one company starts working with us, they work with us. So we are very proud of that. And the numbers have been steadily increasing. Last but not least, obviously, we are running for an investment round recently for 1.5 million. And we were going to be using this money to support our partnership in Germany, making a larger office, hiring more people, and support SAP in their sales conquest with us. So far, we raised $1.2 million, and our investors are, as you see, on the chart. So thanks a lot for listening to us.
Thank you, Lumnian. The next is Saha Robotic, which delivers your groceries, cargo, and more to your doorstep. Saha Robotic, the floor is yours.
Hello everyone, my name is Murat. I am co-founder of the Saha Robotic. Saha Robotic is a autonomous mobile robotic development company. We established in the 2020, and our motto: everything possible with technology, but feasible by Saha. Our mottos. So we believe you can develop and produce manufacturing everything, but it cannot maybe be feasible. We can try doing something with feasibility. Our focus problem, billion and billion deliveries and service task, doing with manpower. And you know, industrial revolution starting in the manufacturing areas, development and replacing routine processes. And we believe same strategy in the hotel, restaurant, cafe, and complex buildings, replacing the routine processes with our mobile robots. We have a 3 model. One model is the Speedy Courier, is the black one. Speedy Courier working in the hotels. For example, you want a towel from the reception, and reception put to the towel, and robots can bring fully autonomously to your doorstep, until your doorstep. And robots can working with elevators, doors, all building automation system we can integrate. The other model, Speedy Service, in working in the restaurants, cafe, for the service tasks. And it's working fully autonomously too. The other model is the Speedy Pixel. Speedy Pixel is a advertisement and guidance robot in the retail places and also restaurant. For example, we put the ChatGPT AI in the Pixel. For example, you sit in the restaurant, Pixel can take your order in the restaurant, and Pixel promote to, for example, drinks to you when you order time to you. Market is very huge, and our target next year, serviceable optimal market, $900 million. We completed the $3 million last pre-seed tour from the Ford Otosan, APA Ventures, C Ventures, Happy Center, and Nurus. And we develop a lot of robots with the customer. And we target the aim the next year. We open the global market, go to the global market, and complete the Series A tour, and 10,000 operational robots until the 2025. We opened the new offices in the UK to deployment also UK and Europe. Opened Azerbaijan for the Middle Asia, and opened the United Arab Emirates in Abu Dhabi to GCC countries. We have a big 3 competitor, Kinan and Pudu, Chinese company, and they take investment $100 million. Beer is American, US company. Our features, we have a remote monitoring panel. We don't develop just robots. We also develop a SaaS panel. So we give the subscription base to customers. You can track the all robot datas. Also, we can integrate the elevators. This is a very big feature. Also, we have fleet manager system. We have a comfort suspension to carrying tea, water, soap. A lot of feature we have. And our business model, we also buy robots, we also rent robots. If you want to rent robots, okay, we can rent. If you want to buy, we can buy robots. And we have, as I said, we have a Saha remote panel for subscription. We have a great team, the biggest and the very nice technical university graduate team. And thank you very much for listening. If you want learning the big data or more than this presentation, you can contact me. Thank you very much.
Teşekkürler. Arkadaşıma verebilirsiniz. Thank you, Saha Robotek. The next is Syntonym, which exists to process data completely autonomously. Syntonym, the floor is yours.
Hi everyone, this is Canberk Güvenkaya. I'm the Business Development Manager of Syntonym. And let me start with the presentation and what we are doing with Syntonym and what's our field. We are a generative AI company that is working on face anonymization. And we don't use any open source data or to develop this technology. All is developed in-house. And what is face anonymization? Let me start with this. Probably there is more than 100 people in the area right now, and we all have the cell phones, credit cards, and many devices that requires passwords. But the one thing that you cannot change the password is actually your face, your biometrical data. Once your phone or credit card is hacked, you can just call to the bank and change the password. But once your biometrical data is hacked, there is no chance to change it. This is the solution that we are bringing, actually. Let me start with how are the results and how we developed this technology. And this is the original picture that you see on the presentation. The traditional anonymization is blurring. And when you blur the data, it's actually being impossible to use it in a data way. And for a commercial purpose or for a training purpose, you need this data, you need these faces, but it's against GDPR or KVKK in Turkey. So this is the solution that we bring. We create a non-existing generative AI faces with lossless. That means all the mimics and gestures are still staying stable, but the new face is totally new and non-existing, which is generated with AI. And we apply it on the people's faces whenever cameras are open. You see one example here. This is the original face, and you're going to see a target face right now. I mentioned again, this is a non-realistic face, which is non-existent. And the new result is on the right side that you see is totally hyper-realistic and is totally non-existing. And what are our actual advantages? As I mentioned, we are creating hyper-realistic faces, but there is one point that is really important for us. We are able to work this technology even on mobile phone with the minimum computation, because this technology has actually requires really high technology and background, and the computation is really high when you run this kind of technology, but we are able to make it run on even mobile devices. And we are providing real-time results. This is also making us different than our competitors. This is one of the examples where we are using this technology is self-driving vehicles. As you know, these vehicles, when they are using the autonomous driving technology, they are collecting data, and they have to process this data. They need to capture all the pedestrian faces, car plate numbers, to improve and train their systems and to make the driving more safety. But this is illegal. Even as you see on the example right now, Volkswagen, even for one test vehicle, they faced with $1.1 million euros sanctions in Europe. This is illegal to use this data in this way, and autonomous industry, self-driving AV industry is changing, and they need to adapt this technology to themselves. We also have in-cabin solutions, which is also related with the driver safety. When the driver is maybe distracted or about to fall asleep, they are also having controlling and checking this data constantly, but this is also against GDPR. So we are also bringing solution to anonymizing this data without losing the value of the data. And the data also can be used for training because we are able to generate billions of new faces with different races, ages, and identities. And all the companies who need the facial data, it's hard to reach it actually, if you are familiar with that business. We are also able to generate billions, even there is no limit, faces to train those kind of AI systems. Our other solution is working on the mobile devices. Many people are thinking, okay, where I would use this kind of technology on the mobile devices. This is actually the first value that we bring in the industry is for the telehealth, especially when you are having the psychological therapies. We got the feedbacks that many patients are hesitating to share their privacies or their deeper concerns, the family issues and everything with their therapist while they are having the psychological sessions. And we bring this technology to the telehealth companies that all the people optionally can stay anonymous while they are interacting with their therapist. And this is also could be used in the streaming platforms, social medias, whenever you are prefer to stay anonymous. This is optional and we want to provide this freedom to the people. And these are our three products. The first one is the clouds. If you have already the collected data and if you need to anonymize it, we have the cloud solution. Second one is the mobile one, as I mentioned in the previous slide. And the third one is the virtual camera that you can directly install it on your computer, which I currently have right now. We are in the TT Ventures pavilion, and you can come and try by yourself. This is one example that we did it with Intel. And as you maybe you can see, there is an indicator which is blinking on the right side of the head. That means this video or image is generated by AI because we don't want people to use it in the bad manners. And we want all the people, whenever they see such an example like this, okay, this is generated by AI and this person is not real, so I should be aware of this. That's why we are putting this indicator in any results that we create. These are our some media coverages that supported us. And this is our team. We are getting bigger constantly. Currently, we are more than 14 people right now. Thanks so much for sparing your time. And if you have any questions, I'm here to answer. Thank you.
Sentinel, thank you very much. The next is Turport, which brings together cargo owners and truckers on its digital platform. Turport, the floor is yours.
Hello everyone, and it's truly a pleasure to be here. And welcome to Turport, where we are revolutionizing the logistics industry from the ground up with the help of real-time and location-based technologies. We are one of the top 10 players on the global technology index, Crunchbase. We are recognized as one of the top 10 players. Well, if you look at the market in Turkey, over 90% of shipment is done via highways. And we have 1.2 million registered professionals with 500,000 trucks registered under those individuals currently, which means we have the largest market in Europe. We target these individuals and SMEs, connecting the cargo owners and the truck drivers in our marketplace. We have connected over 100,000 carriers and 5,000 SMEs up to date. And we aim to increase our active driver count to 250,000 by the end of 2026. In pursuit of logistics innovations, Truport operates under two main business models. One being service as a software as a service, and the other one being a digital freight forwarder. In our software as a service model, we integrate seamlessly with the currently existing ERP system, and we provide tracking and visibility to the truck owners, to the cargo owners' fleet. And on the other side, in our digital freight forwarding services, we extend to cover the needs of the cargo owners to find the right trucks at the right time. And do you know how many times that a driver has to go through his collected and well-earned payment? Well, it takes 30 to 45 days under normal circumstances, unless it is within Truport. If a shipment is within Truport, we provide the payment to the driver as soon as the shipment ends, well, within 24 hours. Once the driver uploads their delivery bill into our system, then the payment process begins. And this way, there is no hassle for the drivers end once the shipment actually ends and their job is finished. Our ecosystem is comprehensive. By incorporating road assistance into our platform, we are not just a service provider. We are a partner invested in the welfare of our drivers. We are redefining logistics with our Advanced Drivers app. This tool enables real-time and location-based insights. We can even detect the lane changes made during the trip as well, without the need of any additional hardware. We do this by simply downloading our driver's app into the driver's mobile phones. We also have a corporate app model which enables cargo owners to manage their operations efficiently and without any additional hassle, just from their pockets. Our technological prowess was recognized on a global stage when Truport was selected as a potential unicorn among 1,000 other startups that competed in that competition, which is created at Alibaba, one of the most prominent startup contests globally. This note from the industry giants reflects our commitment and technological excellence and our potential for rapid growth and significant market growth. In the competitive landscape of logistics industry, Truport stands out with its breakthrough location-based and real-time technologies, enabling even a lane change detection during the trip. Our edges further sharpened with the corporate app, and this positions us uniquely as only a few of the global players have this kind of seamless integration of whole logistics operations. By providing cargo owners with live updates, we ensure that every step is visible and traceable with our SSL links, a secure link that is created once a shipment is created on our platform. This way, cargo owners, even though if they are not part of the Truport's ecosystem directly, they can still watch and monitor their shipments, this way mitigating delay and taking the necessary precautions in case that delay happens. With Truport, every journey is a narrative of dedication, and every shipment is a testament to the technological advancement we have come till today. So, with our journey, our users, our SMEs and drivers are not just clients, but they are one of our partners in our ongoing journey. And thanks to everyone, and thank you for the time.
Teşekkürler. Turport, thank you very much. The next is Turan, a new generation finance app. The floor is yours.
Thank you, everyone. I think I'm the last one. This is why we need some energy. We have a very, very big problem in Turkic states. Money transfer business in Turkic states mostly designed for physical world, and this needs direct interaction between senders and receivers. If you try to send money to Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Azerbaijan from Turkey, you can easily understand what I'm talking about. This is why we developed Turan. With Turan, we are developing money transfers gateways between Turkic states, like Azerbaijan to Uzbekistan, Uzbekistan to Kyrgyzstan, Turkey to Azerbaijan. In this way, we are doing it 100% digital, secure, and fast. Also, we are under regulation of BRSA and Central Bank of Turkey. We are operating a very high potential market, which is like 160 million people. And also, our main focus is, in Turkey, there is like 1 million Turkic people living with us. They are from Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, and Azerbaijan. When they try to go bank and try to get a bank account, they have really huge problems. Because the main problems is they don't know our language very well. I'm very sorry, but we are also Turkic, but we cannot speak in the same language. And also, they need to serve some documents to bank to create an account. With Turan, we are opening the account in 2 minutes for these foreigners. I don't want to say these foreigners, but they are also all Turks. We are opening account in 2 minutes, and they can easily join the Turkish finance ecosystem like a normal Turkish guys. For example, they have cards. They can send money to friends. They can pay their bills, and also they can send money to abroad. When you check the entire ecosystem in Turkey, we just focus on, we are 100% consumer focused, and we are focused on the niche services. We are operating in 8 different languages, like Uzbek, Turkmen, Russian, and etc. And also, we have a customer operation team covers this language as well. And also, we are not giving, for example, Spotify or Netflix cashbacks to our customers. We know their problems very well. This is why we are serving them the health insurance, for example, for foreigner health insurance, because they need to renew this health insurance to get resident permit. And also, we serve them very special campaigns. If they want to go to their homeland, like Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, we serving them 10% cashback for each flight tickets. This is why we are 100% consumer focused, and we focus on the niche services. In Turan, with Turan, you can send money to 6 different countries in minutes. If you use SWIFT ecosystem and want to try to send money to Azerbaijan, for example, it takes 3 to 5 days to receive that money, but we are doing it in seconds because we are using our financial technology muscles, and we have office in that region, and we have huge and good relations with the banks in Azerbaijan, and this is why we happened it. We start with Turkey, but we will be live in Azerbaijan very soon. Our wallet will be live in Azerbaijan, I think end of this year. We will be live in Azerbaijan because we were waiting for the license for the Make Online to go online because we are under regulated company. And Here is a quick example of what we did in 12 months. We just launched our app 12 months ago. We have already 200K customers actively using the Turan. We have 500K transactions on Turan, send, receive money, card transactions, bill payments, and etc. We have 50,000 cards in the pockets of our customers, and also we reached 300 million financial volume in the last 12 months. Okay, I will keep it short. Our investors are very important players of Turkish financial ecosystem, like Kuveyt Türk, Al Baraka, or United Payment is like a Oyak Group's company. The special one is Kafkas Ventures. Kafkas Ventures is the first venture capital fund in Azerbaijan, who also, the fund already supported by the government and also Pasha Holding. It was very, very interesting for us to be in the partnership with Kafkas Ventures, and also RIPA is already our investors as well. We are not actively raising, but it's really good to see new friends, new startup, and new investors here. I will be around. Thanks for your time. See you.
Turan, thank you very much. And this brings us to the end of the presentation of top 10 growth stage startups. And now we'll continue with the presentation of top 10 early stage startups. And the first among those is Afara, an agricultural robot. Floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kerim Yilmaz. I am the business development lead of our agricultural company. I know that our time is short, so my goal here is to explain what we are trying to do with our robotic solution, which is actually the first agricultural robotic of Turkey. So we got to understand the problem very well first, right? We have the solution, but what is the problem? The problem is current cotton farming, every season, minimum 5 to 20% of cotton waste on the fields. We got to eliminate that problem. So the cotton spilled on the ground after harvest is called Afara. That's how we named our robot. So the current method, harvester goes onto the field first, and there are cottons left on the behind, and people, the human power is needed to collect those leftover cottons. But there's no time to pick it with human power. Manually picking Afara with hand can only result in 30% of yield, and children workers and illegal workers are being used to collect that cotton. So our solution is Afara cotton picker robot, which is at 2.5 meters in length, 1.4 meters in width, 1.7 meters in height, and our cotton detection rate on the ground is 99.8%. And our speed is 4 kilometers per hour, and with single charge, our robot can operate up to 6 hours by consuming 84 kilowatts. Our efficiency of collecting the cotton from the ground is 90% at the moment, and it can be driven autonomously, and with remote control. So when the robot is not being used, it can be used to collect images from the field and detect the insect and to detect the soil structure protection. So let me briefly explain the principle of our robot. So the images are being received by our embedded system, and we processed it. Once we detected the location of that cotton on the ground, we make the assignment to our chimneys at the bottom of our cotton robot to pick the cotton by getting really close to the cotton itself, and it's suction-based. It sucks it and puts it into the container behind it. World cotton production, China is leading the cotton production in the world at the moment with close to 22%. And India is the second, USA is the third, and Turkey is in the list at the 7th position, a little above 2% of cotton production globally. Cotton world market. So here, the only point that I think we all need to see is with only 5% of spillage rate, which correspond to $40 billion actually left on the behind, which is a waste. There's no time to pick that with the human power. We gotta have another solution to eliminate that waste. Only in Turkey, with 5% of spillage rate, which corresponds to $125 million left on the field. So by eliminating the waste, which is more cotton yield with less carbon footprint, every year in Turkey, average 150,000 of tons of cotton staying on the ground, which you actually use 500,000 tons of water. By getting that cotton from the ground, you actually contribute to the carbon footprint. So here you can see the robotic trends in the agriculture sector, and Afara is becoming one of the solutions in this market. Our business model consists of sales, service, spare parts, rental, and big data. Our sales target in the next 5 years is to sell 565 robots and $60 million sales amount and $32 million profit. Our market strategy is, you're gonna know who is interested in our robots: farmers with cotton land, agricultural machinery and spare part companies, drivers of agricultural machinery, harvester operators, textile companies. Basically, whoever is dealing with cotton is our target customers. Our robot is TPC patented, and we are working on getting our patents globally. Our investors, Halkbank, Yıldız Teknopark, Türk Telekom, Ziraat Bankası, Kalyon Holding, and Enterprise Rent-A-Car, and Uğur Özgüven. Our team consists of highly skilled engineers and people who put their expertise into our robotic solution. And here we can see our project achievements. And recently we got the best startup in 2023 in Technofest. We attended Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas last year, and then here you can see the robot. Hopefully you'll be able to see our robot tomorrow inside, and you'll get a close feel of what we achieved so far. And this is the latest photos of our robot, which you will see the first prototype, and then this is the latest version of it. Here you see the proof of concept model, and on the right you're seeing the production ready model. Our founder is Ömer, who is with us here today. He's a great guy. I want you to meet him. And thank you, everyone.
Afara, thank you. The next is Catchpad, which offers performance statistics. Catchpad, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. I am Ahmet, founder of Catchpad. Catchpad is an interactive training system for athletes of all ages and fitness enthusiasts. This system actually gets you motivated and measure your trainings. Unlike traditional training equipments, we offer a revolutionary approach for your trainings, And instead of bulky and costly equipments, we have affordable and portable product. What we do is we get you motivated, we measure your trainings so that you can track your progress, and we improve body and brain. Let's see how it works. Introducing CatchPad, interactive training system, controlled by a mobile app. And with this uniquely designed lighting pads with sensors, you can reach out to hundreds of predefined exercises, and you can even customize it. Just follow the visual and auditory instructions. We can measure many things, such as your balance or flexibility or your reaction time in milliseconds. You can use it in any fields of sports branches for professionally. What we focus on to improve your reaction time, coordination, balance, speed, agility, and we give real-time statistics and reports. As you see, this is our hardware skill set. We have visual and auditory stimuli, and we have a lot of sensors so that we can combine them, and we create hundreds of predefined exercises. So this is hardware-assisted, software-driven platform. That's why we offer hundreds of trainings, and you can even customize them and access real-time statistics and results. And this is gamification and interaction-based. You can easily compare your progress and compete against other users all around the world. We have all the certificates done, and we focus for entering market, sports and health. Now are focusing gyms, sports clubs, especially soccer, personal trainers, and physical therapy clinics. We started to sell in Turkey, and now we are looking for global expansion. In the next 5 years, we are planning to get over $60 million revenue. And unlike our competitors, we have more various hardware skill sets so that we can offer various and effective trainings for our users. So far, in the last 9 months, we sold over 900 pads and over 120 customers, and we get $70,000 revenue. We sell hardware, set of bundles, and in the next quarter, we're gonna start to get recurring revenue from our app. It is based on freemium model. If you want to reach out to premium features, such as you're customizing your trainings and sharing with other users, or AI-assisted, customized training offers, you need to get a premium version of it. Yeah, in the last 15 months, we had the R&D process and alpha test, beta test, and we made our global brand launch at CES. Then we attend different events all around the world, in Paris, in Finland, and now we are doing sales and marketing, and we are preparing for a Kickstarter launch. And also, we are looking for seed investment in order to financial goals that I previously mentioned. Yeah, we are looking for $300,000 and we're gonna allocate it for our team expansion and sales and marketing, and for the next 2,500 products. We have a highly skilled and multidisciplinary team that requires every detail of this platform, and we are fitness enthusiasts. If you have any interest in sport tech, I'll be around here. Thank you for listening to me.
CatchPad, thank you very much. The next is From Your Eyes, which designs a visual experience. From Your Eyes, the floor is yours.
Nereden geçiyorum? Parmağını koyuyorum. Burası next, burası back. Burası tamam. Next, burası back. Okay. First of all, hi everyone. I'm the founder and CEO of Rise. Actually, I was a low vision child when I was born, so I couldn't identify the images of the human faces, objects, and the colors. So I learned how to see them on the computers, even though my parents' faces. When I completely lost my vision, I started to use assistive technologies in order to get visual descriptions. But I was realized that there was no opportunity to get both fast and qualified descriptions. So actually, as well as 330 million visually impaired users worldwide. So I started to develop my own app and my own technology, which is Rise. Actually, Rise designs the most customizable and technological version of Vision for 330 million visually impaired people, and on the other hand, for the machines. Maybe I can also explain the application first. In the FYE mobile app, our users can visual descriptions to photos, videos, and visual documents from the AI. And if they think that it is needed to be improved by the assigned characters, they can also create their personal assistant on the application. Maybe I can give some examples on this point. For example, they can get descriptions through printed documents or the places or all of the things that whatever they require. When we return to the FYE mobile application, we can easily say that it's kind of an ecosystem application. So our technology can integrate with the smart glasses, smart watch, and the other technologies, and which is the first of the world. When we look at the marketing side, maybe we can also say that there are some applications which use just AI or which just use volunteer experience. But one of the unique values of the Rise is the cooperation with the human and artificial intelligence in order to train the artificial intelligence service. We trained our AI model based on this, and first of all, we directly forwarded to the e-commerce platforms because there is a data. 71% of the visually impaired users cannot use online shopping platforms because of the accessibility issues. When we integrate our API to those kind of platforms, they can get detailed explanations to the product images on those kind of platforms. With the integration of our API, we directly give the subscription model to the B2B partners, and on the other hand, we directly create this kind of sales model, the revenue model. I can also maybe give some data about our technology and the unique values of the technology. We directly process 15 million visual data in order to train our AI service. And this is the first of the world. I can also explain some of the data, accuracy data actually. Our image recognition accuracy is the 98%, and which is the first of the world because we are on the over of the normal standards. Right now, we are in the more than 38 different countries, and also we directly forward our technologies to the so many different fields. Right now, we can identify 865 different colors, and we can process the images in 15 milliseconds, and this is the first of the world. First of all, when I, for example, become to this journey, one of my main purpose is to gain the image recognition process to the humans, but directly we forward our technology to the machines. Right now, we designed a journey assistant, a vehicle assistant for the passengers and drivers in the cars actually. We don't just describe the images of the way, or we don't, for example, be as a personal assistant for the visually impaired users. At the same time, we are the personal assistant for all of the passengers and drivers. It is kind of an inclusive solution. Maybe we can open the demo video, because, okay. We do it with actually real-time image processing. I'm happy to share that we are the first car assistant by describing the images for the cars. Before our technology, the vehicles cannot see, and right now they can. Can we open the demo? I can wait maybe. We couldn't hear the sound of it. Okay, I can go on like this. Maybe we can talk about the sprint actually. First of all, we developed our product in the 2022, and we made our clotheslines in Microsoft Turkey office in my own graduation from the Microsoft, because at the same time I am the brave-breaking female leader of Microsoft and the student ambassador of Microsoft and the Google at the same time. Then we were accepted to be the best accelerator program, which is İTÜ Çekirdek, and we won so many championships at the same time. We developed our AI model and we launched our beta 1 actually at the beginning of this year, and directly we started to train the beta 2nd, and directly we launched in last week. Maybe I can also explain the other goals for the 24 actually. Our main goal is to directly go to the automotive field actually. On the other hand, the airports is one of the target fields. I can say like this. On the other hand, maybe we can also explain our achievements and all of the awards. We were selected to be the best startup in 2022 in twice. On the other hand, we made our close and open lines in Microsoft Turkey in twice again. We made our so many global launch in the RNIB, which is the Rollate Institute of the world. And also we represent our country in so many events, again, being global. On the other hand, you can also see the supporters, clients, and all of the stakeholders. We have a highly expert and a dedicated team in order to develop our technology. We work together. Also, we have so many advisors and mentors, I can say like this. When we turn back to some financial rates, actually, I can easily say that we launched our business at the beginning of April, and directly right now, maybe I can also summarize it, we gain over 1 million Turkish liras. Right now, we are in the investment round, actually. We closed our pre-stage investment round 2 months before, and right now, actually, we are still going on the investment round, actually. Yes, you can also find some QR codes in order to look at detail. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Zulal.
From your eyes, thank you very much. Next is HyperEver, a robot dog that conducts search and scanning mission. Floor is yours.
Hi to everyone. It's my pleasure to be here with you. I'm Ömer Demirci, one of the co-founders of the HyperEver Robotics, and today I'm trying to introduce you our robot dog Proteor. We are using robots in our daily life. We have started to use robots in our daily life, and they help our jobs, like we are using vacuum cleaners and etc. But what about quite risky tasks that endanger human life, like in military forces, like in residential area operations, like inspecting nuclear power plants, and maybe inspecting, constructing, trackings, and so on. For these jobs, we can also use the robots to keep safe the people from these dangerous tasks. There we come in. Our robot Proteor can handle these dangerous tasks without any fear, without any injuries. By keeping people safe, we can handle these dangerous tasks. We have a 15 kilogram of carrying payload, which can be mounted with a RGBD camera or a LiDAR sensor to map 3D environments like caves or buildings and etc. We can also inspect some places like in industrial constructions. We can also inspect some earthquake situations by using our robots to keep people safe. I want to share something about the market of the robotics. You see the computer industry in this graph over years and the growth of the exponential of the computer side, and we are at the beginning of this graph for robotics, and we have far more way to go in for robotics. And coming to the market size, in 2030, the military side quadruped robot market will be $2 billion in size, and for the civil side, it will be $8 billion, and we are planning to get a 5% share for military side with $100 billion revenue. Of course, this is a competition, and we have competitors around the world, but our main competitor is Ghost Robotics Vision 60 robot here, but we have some cost and payload advantages over it. And we are also developing this robot platform by the help of and support of the Defense Industry Agency of Turkey, which will make our robot more suitable for military purposes. And you see the roadmap of our company. We have started at the beginning of this year, and we got a $1 million investment. We are now developing our robot in Istanbul Technical University, our Technokent, and we are planning to complete our first commercial product at the beginning of the 2025. Our team members are from various disciplines and various projects. We have completed so much projects successfully, and our team also really excited to be a part of this kind of high technology robotics project. And you see the output and result of endless working out of our company and our team. We have completed the mechanics, electronics, and control software of this robot. It has a 40 kilogram of weight, and it has agile maneuver capabilities over other robots. You see that we can climb stairs, we can do dynamics movements, and we can recover disturbances over robot. Thank you for patience and interest. If you are more interested, you can visit us in our stand. Thank you.
Arkadaşıma verebilirsiniz, sağ olun. Hi, Prever, thank you very much. The next is Invomar, an innovation studio in the field of health. Invomar, the floor is yours.
Okay, I think you hear me, okay? So, hello. My name is Merve. I'm founder of Invomar. Today I will introduce you Invomar and our beloved product, Fabinode. Let's start with Invomar first. Invomar is an innovation studio which uses technology to improve health and well-being, but this is too long to explain it like this, okay? Shortly, what we do is we make textiles to communicate with you. And actually, today I will introduce you what would change in the whole world if you could make the textiles to talk with you. Anyone who have chronic diseases? Very healthy community, actually, so good. But in the global scene, there are 860 million global patients. And unfortunately, each year, 70% of them dies due to the chronic illnesses. These people get hospitalized, sent back to the home, hospitalized again. This situation is actually make $42 billion of global health burden. Simply, these people require health monitoring continuously. However, unfortunately, you can't ask them to wear a halter device, which is 2 kilograms in the scene, and you can't expect them to make the operations daily. What if I will tell you that you can actually solve this with a small piece of fabric? And here comes the Fabinode. Fabinode is a textile-based on-skin data collector which is washable, daily usable, and multi-sensor compatible. As a conductive fabric, Fabinode acts like a receiver and collects your data from your skin, which means you would never ever feel that it's collecting data from you, which is amazing, actually. So how you can use Fabinode? Maybe you're driving, and then you have Fabinode on your steering wheel. Unfortunately, you're having a heart attack. If your car is a Fabinode, that's great, because it can literally send all your data to the emergency service. Or, let's say you have an elderly people in the house, you don't want to leave them alone, give them a piece of Fabinode and wait it to send all information to their doctor. Or, let's say you're sending an astronaut to the space, so you want to check their psychophysiological data. Perfect, give them a piece of Fabinode and then do it from the outside. So how we earn the money, let's say. We have the Fabinode and its own integrated software, so you pay it for once. Then we provide its health app to you, so you pay for that as well for the once. And then for the other parts, it's like a SaaS platform, which means we are managing your whole health data in the background and you are paying us a monthly subscription for this. Actually, the textile electrodes market is in a blue ocean conditions, which is great for us. For the wearable health market, it's about $195 billion, and for the global mobility market, it's about $148 million. But for Fabinode's all verticals, what we aim is for the 2026 is that 10.5 million net target profit. But if we go a little bit more focused, let's say, we start with the mobility, and then for the health and wellness, and then for the space and the defense. In the first year, we aim to sell 12,000 units, second year, 30,000, and then the third year, just 60,000. So who do we approach? Let's say we make B2B, and we actually go to the companies and entities who require either 24/7 health monitoring, maybe accident management, or they require data decision-driven technologies. So we either go to them for the direct sales, we provide it for the inbound marketing, we attend to the international events, which we were one of the selected startups by Invest in Turkey and went to present Turkey in Vivatech. And then how we started? Well, first we made the Fabinode, and then we sent it to the Indiana University to check its efficiency, and then they liked it perfectly. They still waited to work with that. Currently, we are working on the POCs for the Turkish Airlines, Panty, and one of the neck pads, which was made with the Fabinode, is tried in the Antarctica with the Turkish Polar Expenditure team. In the next 12 months, we expect to sell 12,000 units, and we want to have 36,000 data record hours. Well, we have great competitors. However, we have one distinct point, which means Fabinode is the only electrode which has its own IoT ecosystem. So we can provide you a whole system to manage your health data. Even though one of our competitors received $60 million of investment, and the second one was both by Adidas. At the first year, we aim to sell 12,000 units of product, to get 2 million revenue and at 1.5 million net profit. Second year is 30,000 units of product, 5 million revenue with a 4.5 million net profit. The third year, 60,000 units. Product sells 11 million revenue with a 10.5 million net profit. So we aim to receive 500,000 of investment to transition Innomar to become a data company for the multi-verticals, in which we will use all of this money to make our bioanalysis lab in-house, get some medical certifications, and engage the sales more. So who we are, let's say we are 7 engineers in the team. Serhat is coming from Toyota. He's our business and strategy director. Ümit is coming from Vodafone for technology governance. Ayben is our R&D director, still making her PhD. Hussein has experience in the Vestel to manage ML teams. Ömer and Aslı is working every single day to make Fabinode's data efficiency better and better. Thank you so much for listening. And anyone who would like to touch to this?
Omar, thank you very much. The next is CodeGem, which is working to improve people's posture and also quality of life. Now the floor is CodeGem's.
Hi, I'm Cemil from CodeGem. During my childhood, one of my biggest problems was bad posture. I tried several methods to correct this. Used a posture corrector stick, wore several corsets, and finally sought help from physiotherapists. But none of these were as effective as I hoped. So I found the solution I sought for in my mom. Just her saying "stay straight" was enough to keep me aware about my posture. So we combined this approach with technology and created CodeGem Straight. CodeGem Straight is a wearable posture correction device designed to improve your awareness and habits about your posture. Users wear straight on their backs and gets warned with slight vibrations every time they slouch. They can also get real-time feedback, guidance, and usage statistics via companion straight up. So when we made our market research, we found desk workers would especially benefit from such a product. Including me, most office workers spend more than 6 hours a day at their desks and experience severe neck and back problems because of this. If no precaution is taken, this can cause significant productivity loss. Today, there are more than 3.2 billion workers worldwide, and 1.2 billion of these are desk workers. We know 455 million of these are in our accessible market. Investments in this market are speeding up with every passing day. So in 2019, we made our debut to market via several channels. And we found success with two of these in particular: online sales and bulk sales to companies. In this graph, you can see our sales between 2020 and 2023. I want to draw your attention to May of 2020 in this graph, marked in orange here. That's when we started selling on Amazon USA. In following few months, we achieved significant growth. About traction, we are exporting our product to 21 different countries. 96% of our customers are quite satisfied with us. Our average online rating is 4.7 over 5. We are still selling our product in 10 of these channels I mentioned earlier. Exports made 14% of our total sales in 2020. This reached to 40% in 21 and 84% in 22. You can check our online reviews to see how satisfied our customers are with us. About competitive research, there are several companies in this market, and Upright Technology is the current leader. In 2021, Upright Technology was acquired by Dario Health in a $31 million deal. This shows the potential of not our just product, but us as a company as well. So what's next? We are quite excited about our next product, which is Codegam Straight Plus. It's the first wearable posture correction device enhanced with the power of AI. Then what's next? Our next product is the Clinic Plus, which is an ecosystem designed for clinics to measure, track, and follow spine deformities without needing X-ray imaging. It also allows healthcare personnel to prescribe personalized exercises and see how well patients stick to them. Patients also can see how correctly they are applying the exercises and wish to share this data with their healthcare personnel. About our team. Our founder team has 12 years of experience and launched more than 20 products in this period. They also offer software and hardware support in several different countries, such as USA, UK, Australia, and Netherlands. Our marketing team managed a budget of $1 million in 7 different countries. Our brand management team has worked with several brands leading their respective fields, such like Renault, Edelkron, and assisted them in video production. About our financial projection, we achieved $650,000 of revenue to this day. We are expecting to reach $1 billion in company value in 5 years. And for this, we need $402,000 of seed investments for 12 months of runway period. We plan to spend these investments mostly on sales and marketing and product development. You can contact our CEO via fatih@codegam.com. Thanks.
CodeGam, thank you very much. The next is Kozalak Yangın, which provides an early detection and warning for forest fires. The floor is Kozalak Yangın's.
Hi everyone, I'm Batuhan from the Kozalak, one of the co-founders. Sorry for the mask. It's a bit dystopic to enter the stage like this, but if we are not careful, this will be the future of our children. We are here to change that. The main problem with the wildfires is we get the notification so late, it becomes uncontrollable. Normal average is 90 minutes. With the normal techniques, it is costly to put them on, costly to maintain. What we offer is, we have a device that we put onto the trees. Here's this guy. We detect the fire in the first 15 minutes. It is 90% more affordable and also plug and play. It has satellite internet connectivity and solar power, so it is truly infrastructure free. We have a dashboard that we monitor about 15 different parameters: carbon dioxide, temperature, humidity, and we have gas classification, which means we can differentiate if there is somebody smoking a cigarette, if it's a car exhaust, or it is a wildfire. With this, with the internet connectivity, satellite-based, when the modules get an abnormal reading, they send their data to the satellite, then it's transferred back to Earth, and it's passed through our servers, then the authorities are alerted. And all this system happens in 15 seconds. We do 3 things in the forest. First, we detect a fire if there is anything happens. But before that, because of the values that we provided by the sensors, we can predict there will be a fire with percentages. Like, let's say there will be an 80% fire in Muğla, so you can intervene before anything bad happens. If a fire happens, we detect them, we alert them immediately, and during a fire, we can predict where it will spread next with our live sensor data and also other values that we gather from the fields. And this is the main thing that differentiates us from our competitors, because many of our competitors focus on the detection of the fire, and after that, we include even before a fire happens, and we approach to it holistically. It's not just about governmental bodies. We work with the private sector as well. Energy distribution companies, factories and storage facilities, resort hotels, everyone who's involved with forestry is a potential customer for us. Also, we work with the insurance companies as well. For device, you can buy the device and rent the services, or you can rent everything without owning any hardware. And also, we do have a hardware crowdfunding campaign that you, as an individual, can get onto our site and save a tree, protect a tree for a year just for $1. We started in 2021. I was a volunteer drone pilot in the devastating wildfires of 21. And seeing that everything from the inside, I gathered a team and we talked and find out a better way to fight fires. Now, when we flash forward today, we had a pre-seed investment, we have a patent award, we have satellite internet connectivity, and we have outside of the Turkey sales. In Turkey, we have 1.6 million square meters of application area, and we prevented 4 wildfires just this summer. And for the next step, we are opening a branch office in Europe, in France, and we are aiming to have applications in North America, which is first California. I want to show you the latest example. This is one of the paper recyclement facilities that we work with. We detected the fire before any visual cues 4.5 hours ago, sorry. So there wasn't any smoke, there wasn't any odor, but our sensors detected, and we alerted the authorities, and we manage to extinguish a fire without it turns into a devastating occurrence. We detect over 30 different parameters at that application. And for wildfire market, we are talking about a 300 billion market share. We are aiming for Europe and Australia as well as the Middle East. It's about $1.5 billion. We are a disaster-proof platform that can early detect many things. So we are available with the Forest Guard for wildfire detection, air quality detection, and we are about in the field test of our earthquake sensor, which gives us a prediction about buildings which are collapsed in a case of an earthquake. So you can know which buildings, which governmental facilities are up and running and which are not, especially for bridges and tunnels and the hospitals. And we are also developing phase for the flood and the landslide as well. We have a dedicated team of 7 with a powerful academic background, 2 co-founders, 5 staff, and we are trying to expand that team. And for this, we need an investment for $750,000. With this, we are aiming to get a revenue of $4 million in 18 months, as well as 10,000 active devices in the field. Do you know how many hectares of area burnt in 2022, just in Turkey? It's more than 22,000 football fields. If we put it into the Istanbul scale, it will show you something like this. Imagine that everything in that orange area burnt down and nothing left. These numbers can be improved. For this, we need early detection. And for early detection, we have Kozalak. Thank you all for listening.
Kozalak Yangın, thank you very much for your presentation. And the next is Machine Swarm Technologies, which offers AI-supported UAV services. Machine Swarm Technologies, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. I'm Burak from Machine, the co-founder of Machine. We actually produce industrial drone services, and also our motto is combining the power of being team with aerial autonomy. Actually, today, just in US, every year, $30 million lost because of the operational faults in drone usage. And also, there are energy limitations because causes mission disruptions, and also there are raw data and you need post-processed analytics after that. We describe our solution as next generation end-to-end smart drone service. We are in both hardware and software side. First of all, our mission is fully autonomously. You just push a button and start. Then our drones are take off, navigate, and landing fully autonomously. You don't need any operator intervention. And also, while in flight, we can real-time image detection and tracking on the edge or local with automatic capabilities. And also, we can optimize our drones for periodic operations and swarm intelligence behaviors. We have 2 models in here. One of them is Air Machine, the UAV surveillance model, and the Z-Drone, our UAV agricultural spraying model. Our model is drone as a service model, and for B2B and B2G side, and for our customers' needings. Our prices are according to hourly rate, monthly subscription, and the pay-per usage. In today, global commercial UAV market is $4 billion in security and agricultural drone side, and we calculate our obtainable market is $19 million for Europe and Middle East, and we can also support our sales with annual services and RD and consulting. Of course, there are a lot of drone manufacturers in the world, but we are not a drone, just a drone manufacturer. We service our drones, and we can differentiate us with our multi-vehicle capacity, autonomy for periodic monitoring, and also 5G integrated data transmission, and our pricing. You can see there, if you compare the market leader, we can scan 8 times more area at the same time because of we can servicing as a platform. We produced Turkey's first 5G integrated drone model with the partnership of Arçelik, Türk Telekom, Nokia, Ministry of Technology, TÜBİTAK and KOSGEB. We complete our demos and POC stages with them. And also we have ongoing demo stages with some large-scale companies. And also we sell our product to Arçelik. In 2023, we aim to reach $300,000 budget with our grants, partnership, and revenues, and we complete almost 80% of that. Our studies begin with Technofest 2018 Swarm UAV Simulation Competition degree. After that, we found our company with TÜBİTAK grant, our National Science Foundations, and also we use some grants with KOSGEB and TÜBİTAK also, and until commercialization stage, we use almost $150,000 for our product development, and also we coordinate our studies with UNDP's Sustainable Development Goals. Also, we attend the Viva Technology 2023 with Turkey's Investment Office. Our growth strategy based on concentric and incremental side, and we can support our sales with cross-sell and upsell capabilities. We have 4-person team right now. 2 of them are co-founders, and we also almost 20 years experience in UAV development. Also, we have some valuable advisors for financials and business strategies. Actually, we need an investment for product, personal, and marketing development for 15 months. You can see some photographs in here in night flight and also flight in day. And also you can see some detections from air and our avoidance model. You can see also our partners and clients in here. We try to build a future with advanced technologies. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Machine Swarm Technologies. And the next is Salty Energy, which provides environmentally friendly and low-cost batteries. Salty Energy, floor is yours.
Hello everyone, my name is Pelin Keleş. I am the co-founder of Salty Energy. I am pleased to introduce Salty Energy, a company committed to supporting nature and life by developing environmentally friendly, safe and next generation energy storage units. There are 15 billion lithium-ion and lead-acid batteries in use for various applications such as mobile phones or renewable energy storage system. And currently there are 19 megafactories and 24 gigafactories producing batteries, and this number is expected to grow by 2030. However, this thriving sector faces significant challenges. For example, current battery technologies cannot meet the increasing demand, have low lifespan, and have high cost. Most importantly, pose significant threats to both environment and human health. These are the evidence that the world needs a new battery technology. This is where Salty comes in. By utilizing abundant sodium element, we have developed low-cost, environmentally friendly, and safe saltwater batteries, and with 3 times longer lifespan than our competitors. The reason previous attempt to develop saltwater batteries failed was the lack of high-performance anode. However, we have developed high-performance anode with 6 times shorter heating duration and 4 times lower cost by revamping the classical method. Also, we have obtained national patent and apply international patent for this innovative approach. When we look at the competitor analysis, we maintain the same usable capacity while surpassing them in cycle life, efficiency, environmentally friendly, and safe. Most importantly, our batteries boost an impressive cost only $0.05 per kilowatt hour, putting us ahead our rivals. The only downside is that our battery is 2 times heavier than our competitors. However, we have turned this disadvantage into an advantage because our proprietary customer target is a stationary system, including forklifts, heavy-duty machinery, renewable energy storage, telecommunication, and data centers. We have already partnered with some companies such as Vestel, Coca-Cola, and Medash. Also, discussions are going on with other companies. When we look at the Turkey market, there are total of $3.2 billion worth of batteries, and stationary system market accounts for 25% of this. And in the first 2 years, we aim to sell $2.3 million worth of batteries, and in the European market we are targeting to microgrid market, and within the first 3 years we aim to achieve $2.8 million worth of batteries. When we look at our map, our journey began in September 2020 when we established our company with support of TÜBİTAK, and in December 2022 we have received $200,000 investment from TR Angels. With this investment we started and completed our preparation of the battery cells, and we aim to go on another investment tour in February 2024. Our vision is to start to sell our salty batteries in Turkey by 2025. Our team consists of chemical engineers with combined experience, and we are one of the few teams working on sodium ion in Turkey and world. We are determined to leave more livable world for the future generations by our environmentally friendly, safe, and new generation saltwater batteries. Thank you.
Salty Energy, thank you very much. And the last one of this session is Volvero, a drive sharing app. Volvero, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Happy to be the last one, probably. I am Marco Filippi, CEO and founder at Volvero. And I'm here to bring you back for a second to the last summer. You probably were traveling around and imagine what you did when you arrived to your final tourist destination. So probably the first thing you want to do was to jump on a car, to rent one, and to explore the surrounding areas. But maybe recently you also had to relocate to a new place. So you were looking for a van to rent where to throw all of your stuff in and to move to the new house. And my question for you is, how was your last car rental experience? Probably it wasn't great. Indeed, most of the time people hate car rental services. They are not very clear. There is a lot of time to wait, and you never know if you will leave the car rental shop with the car you booked for. So for this reason, we created Volvero. Volvero is an app to connect car owners with a community of drivers that want to rent their vehicles for 1 day or more. But Volvero is also a new way to generate income for players like car dealers and car rentals that are digitizing their business models thanks to our service. corporates that are testing car rental solutions and are also sharing their vehicles and generating money over fleet of vehicles when they are not in use. And as said, private owners are also sharing ownership costs with people around them and share indeed their vehicles with people around them. Of course, all of this is coming with an impact on the environment. Thanks to shared mobility, we can get rid of vehicles that are not used or stay still for 96% of the time, while getting some more free areas in the cities and also putting people driving and joining together rather than just using one car for one person. The market opportunity is quite big. Everybody's moving during their lifetime and during their daily time. There are two big US competitors, namely Tour and Getaround, but in the rest of the world, the situation is pretty fragmented. The fragmentation is deriving from a big problem that everybody has to deal with in this space, which is dealing with a fragmented regulatory and insurance framework. And our specialty was to solve this problem. We created an insurance policy that is valid across states, that covers different types of cars, vehicles in general, coming from different types of owners, as we have seen. But we are also a deep tech startup, so we do data analytics. We collect driving data based on the sensors of our user's mobile phone, and we use this data to understand how someone is driving and how vehicles are performing to improve the user experience of our users. We are currently live in northern Italy, 8,000 downloads in these 10 months since our launch. And most of our cars or vehicles are coming from the B2C space. We are also expecting to grow more in other countries. We are already doing some international pilots in Malta and Belgium. And we expect to enter a new country in the next year. And also to test our new value proposition that is related to the usage of electric vehicles for B2C and B2C. A few words about the team. We are 3 founders. I am the CEO, taking care of numbers and team management. I have experience in finance and in the startup ecosystem, while my 2 co-founders are tech people. Emre graduated from Middle Eastern Technical University here in Turkey, the perfect CTO, I would say, and our COO, Kayode, taking care of the complexity of operations. We generated more than $500,000 revenue in the last 2.5 years, so we are growing quite fast. We charge a percentage on each transaction, super simple, and we are also testing new business lines and new business models, as said before. Among our current investors, the European Institute of Technology, Urban Mobility, Climate Kick, and Impact Hub, and we also participated in some of the most relevant accelerators worldwide. So we are here because, as said, we are growing, so we are looking for commercial and strategic partnerships to grow internationally. We were raising money, but last week we basically closed the round, so I am happy also to announce this here for the first time in public. So if you want to be in touch, connect with me. I am here outside for the rest of the event. My name is Marco Filippi, and I am the CEO and founder at Volvero. Thank you.
Thank you, Vivero. And this brings us to the end of Top 10 Growth Stage and Early Stage Startup presentations. I would like to thank all of our startups for their presentations and you audience for your attention and time. We're going to have a short break now, and after the break, we'll be back with a startup session by ODTÜ Teknokent. See you then.
Hello and welcome back to our special series of interviews here at Take Off Istanbul. This time we're joined by one of the entrepreneurs here, Umut Ayuz, the founder of Gans Biotechnology, and he's created a way to make portable laboratories. Let's talk to him a little bit about it, about his project. Thank you for joining us, Umut.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Would you tell us a little bit more about your company and how you came to be?
Yeah, it's a kind of a diagnostic laboratory. What we are trying to decentralize the testing systems, testing service from central labs to the GP clinics or doctor offices. So let me explain more.
Please, in less technical terms.
I don't like to look like so nerd, but it sounds pretty technical.
But we need to be able to understand it.
Okay, so good. So we can make even complex tests under 20 minutes. We just need 1 drop of blood, serum or saliva. So with a small amount of sample, we can full automatically, like a laboratory test, you can take your results under 20 minutes. All just you need to put the sample, start the button, and then wait.
So what does this save in terms of the conventional methods? What new thing do you bring?
First of all, it's a very reliable system. The Minister of Health using it, and the due diligence after the due diligence of their public health laboratories. Now they accept thanks to them, they awarded us like 200K grant to make early diagnostic cancer tests. The opportunity here is that, so for even more complex diseases, the patients will not need to go to hospital, right? So like, just think about the urban region. So local people or elders or who has any mobility problem will gain advantage from this. And secondly, so think that like some countries like UK or Canada, you know that the healthcare systems are like in pain, you know, because of the long waiting lists. So if we filter patients like without any problems, like panic attacks or like false chains or false pains, if we can understand them and filter them, we make less people to visit the hospitals.
So you're easing the burden on hospitals while also providing allowing people to stay at home and providing them health services.
That's true. And in short, we can say we can make healthcare accessible.
Sure. A question off the top of my head. I think this would be very practical in places where they're severely affected by natural disasters or some things of the sort. Have you operated in places like these?
That's true. We can do that. But currently we have clinical trials for the cancer and Alzheimer's diseases and cardiovascular diseases. Cardiovascular diseases is also another disaster for the population, especially for the elderly population like Europe. And after the clinical, we started to go to market, but after the clinical trials, we will enter with our early cancer diagnostic test as well. Because, like, if you think that if you're a normal person, you never need to go to hospital, right, for a cancer check. Who thinks that? But what we do is like with a small and simple test, like when you go to a GP practical, like a family house doctor, with a simple and basic test, you will understand, oh my God, something is starting in my blood, so I have to go to a more complex test in the hospital, a better checkup. Then we will catch it early. If we catch it early, we will also release the patient survey better than normal. Right?
It provides ease of access and also ease of use as well, which is incredible. How did you come about this idea?
Thank you. So it's one of my painful PhD subjects. And after hard working of 8 years, and after months or nights, thousands of nights without sleep, and you can understand, right? So we come up that idea because we meet the market. So we match with the government. And thanks to our governmental organizations and experienced mentors from government, they lead us. Oh my God, there is something here. We need to change the position of the product. And we can make a very huge profit for the government. If you make like UK or Turkey or Canada or like any country like in the Middle Eastern, think that we can decrease the expenses of healthcare. So when they understood that, they suggested us to work with B2G in the model, and we start working with the public hospitals, state hospitals, and then they lead us to make the best product for the market after the pandemic, of course.
Well, just another incredible project that we have here at TAKE OFF İSTANBul. If you want to find out more, if you want to learn more about the entrepreneurs here with their amazing projects, stick around. We'll be back shortly.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to the interviews in the International Take Off Startup Summit. We continue to hear views from our distinguished speakers. I have now joined one of them, İrem Bayraktar Aksakal, the chairman, the board member of T3 Foundation and director of Take Off Summit. Thank you so much for joining us here. And as the director of the summit, which brings together startups, investors, and multinational companies in a common platform, what is the mission of the Take Off Summit briefly?
Actually, we as Turkish Technology Team Foundation are mainly focusing on supporting and encouraging technology startups in the ecosystem and the developing entrepreneurship ecosystem in the region. That's why we are organizing Take Off Startup Summit and bringing together all startups, investors, corporate companies, and etc. since 2018.
So far, we have seen the very distinguished speakers from Indonesia, Azerbaijan. It's a very a plural, international atmosphere here. So what else we're going to see here? What the audiences expect from Take Off so far?
Yeah, we hosted very inspiring speakers in the morning. Then the stage will be startups, and in the morning they will meet with investors and mentors. And now I will announce a little bit later, I will announce top 10 early and top 10 growth startups, and they will pitch their ideas to the audiences. And we have very rich prize in this year, like investment prizes, cash prizes, and some supportive program prizes. The many kind of prizes are waiting for startups in this year.
So tomorrow, this is a two-day event, so tomorrow we'll be hosting our guests and speakers here. So what else we're going to see tomorrow? Maybe you can give us some clue about it.
Absolutely. Tomorrow we will also have very inspiring keynote speakers and panels in the main stage, and also our side stages continuing in their panel and startup pitches. Tomorrow, Mr. Selçuk Bayraktar will be with us in the Take Off İstanbul.
Thank you so much. İrem Bayraktar Aksakal joined us live in the interview of the International Take Off Startup Summit. So she mentioned about what we have seen so far and what we're going to see tomorrow. So please stay tuned. We'll see some much more most engaging things tomorrow as well.
Welcome back to a series of special interviews here at Take Off Istanbul. This time, we're joined by an entrepreneur, Zulal Tannur, who came up with an outstanding project in terms of increasing accessibility for the visually impaired. But that's enough from me. Let's move over to her to gain some insight on this. Hello, Zulal. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks so much for your invitation.
Could you tell us a little bit more about your project, please?
Of course. First of all, hi everyone. I'm founder and the CEO of Framerise. Actually, Framerise designs the most technological and customizable version of Vision for 330 million visually impaired users worldwide with the cooperation AI and humanity, actually. We have a mobile application which is FYE, and with our FYE application, our users can get descriptions to their videos, photos, and visual documents. With our API, we also integrate our artificial intelligence service to the e-commerce platforms, vehicles, and the airports in order to give our image recognition service to those kind of platforms who required us, actually.
It seems like you've thought of everything. How did you come up with this project?
Actually, I was a low vision child when I was born, so I couldn't recognize of the humans' faces, objects, and the colors. So I learned how to see them on my computer. And then when the computer lost my vision, I started to use assistive technologies in order to get descriptions. When I realized that there was no opportunity to get both fast and qualified descriptions, I started to develop my own app, which is Framerise.
That's amazing. And you did this all of this by yourself?
Yeah, with my team, of course. We have a highly experienced and dedicated team, so we design the feature, and also we create the most technological and customizable job of the vision, actually, with our highly dedicated team.
That's incredible. Could you tell us a little bit about what this summit has to offer for you? What are you hoping to gain from it?
Exactly, that's a great question. When we look at the feature, we can easily say that we directly change the feature with our technology, because first of all, we produce the image recognition being the first of the world. We can process the videos And also we develop real-time processing, image processing, and this is the first of the world. On the other hand, we process 15 million data in order to train our artificial intelligence service, and right now we can identify 865 different colors. On the other hand, we have more than 38 different countries actually in our application. We directly touch up so many users at the same time with our app and API.
So you've made this accessible not only to people in Turkey or English speakers, but to everyone around the world, basically.
Yeah.
Well, that's absolutely incredible. I would hear more and more from it, but that's all the time we have for now. So that's all we have from Zülal Hanım, but we'll get back to you soon with more exclusive interviews, so stay tuned.
Welcome back to the interviews. Take Off was more than just a summit, but also a competition platform. Dozens of selected startups had the opportunity of taking up the stage and showcase their ventures. And now I've joined one of the startups, Ömer Fatih Arman, the entrepreneur from CoPrint, joined me now. Thank you so much for joining me now. And can you please tell me that what is CoPrint do?
Well, thank you for having me here. And CoPrint is a 3D printing company. We manufacture 3D printing equipments for the existing 3D printers. They have several issues, like the speed, the multi-material printing, and there are like a couple of issues that they can face with. So we are trying to help those issues and make the 3D printing easier and faster and with a multi-material way for our users.
So entrepreneurship is all about taking the risk and seeing a gap in the market. So what was the gap you see in the market?
So we knew that the 3D printing was actually evolving, and our team was very enthusiastic about the 3D printing, and they were following the technology behind it. So we saw a gap about the multi-material printing, and we know that there was like small numbers of the competition there, so we had chance to actually come into the market and find something innovative, and it was kind of worth to take that risk. So we wanted to have that risk and try our chance, and now we're here. It's been 3 years, and our startup is in a growing stage, so we are very happy with the results.
So what makes you eager to enter into this market? So what is inspired you on the background?
Well, what inspired us was actually the current situation of the world. We didn't want to work any other company to just make our daily works, and we just wanted to follow our faith, follow our ambition, and we knew that 3D printing was a great industry for us to follow our dream basically, and we know that there was some chance for us to be successful, and we wanted to follow our ambition, and now, yeah, that's what actually took us here.
Ömer Fatih Arman, entrepreneur of CoPrint, joined us and shared his view and his path of being an entrepreneur. So we heard his success story, and we'll continue to hear more from our entrepreneurs, from our startups, to hear the inspiring success stories. Please stay tuned. We'll be again with you very shortly.
Hello and welcome back to our special series of interviews here at Take Off Istanbul. We're joined by another entrepreneur here, Barira Akhtar, the sales manager of B2 Metric, and she's going to tell us a little bit about her project here. Could you tell us a little bit about B2 Metric, please?
Okay, so B2 Metric is basically providing a SaaS platform that's embedded with artificial intelligence and machine learning. The platform is more catered towards the needs of sales, marketing, growth teams. It's helping them make sense of the data, but not just analytics, but also using machine learning. So creating churn prediction as well as customer propensity prediction to help them understand the entire user journey and make sense of the data.
So what does this add in terms of sale, in terms of finding out customer needs? So what does it add to the customers and to the company as well?
So the most common use case is, we've helped a lot of companies on average increase their retention by 30%. So the retention has increased, the marketing campaigns have gotten more optimized, campaign viewership has increased. Churn reduction is also the specialty. So we've helped companies like MetLife, Allianz, these kind of big companies reduce their churn by at least 18 to 20%. That's helped MetLife, for example, save $1.4 million a year. So that's...
Okay, so we know about how much you've added, how much companies have gained from this. What I'm curious about, without getting into too many technical details, is how.
So we're basically taking the data from users, and we're taking data in any shape and form. So you can connect your data that's coming from Google Analytics. Most companies use CRM solution, or even if you have data in Excel CSV file, that's raw data, or any other data collectors that you probably would have. You can connect the data into IQ's B2 Metrics IQ Analytics solution, and the IQ basically provides you some insights into your data, and also it creates churn prediction as well as customer propensity prediction models, which is like machine learning models that help you understand and predict churn based out of your data, using the historical data, helps you predict churn as well as the future behaviors of the customers. So you can microsegment your customers according to how the behaviors are going to look like in the future, and then send them more personalized marketing action from within the platform. And the AI in it also gives you intelligent recommendations in terms of how you can retain your customers, and by taking the right action at the right time, right? So and this all happened in real time, so you're not missing out on user data even for a tiny second. Just to summarize in one line, if I have to say that, this is basically helping you track every user at every tiny second, whether it's your mobile app or your website or any other platform that you could be using.
Interesting. My last question would be, this Take Off Istanbul, what are you hoping to gain from it?
So a lot of mentorship, actually. That's my main goal. Of course, investment is there as well, but mainly mentorship, because I've seen a lot of very experienced mentors list on the app, the website. Because I'm, by the way, global account manager, so I'm responsible for, right now, my main goal is to expand the business in the US, right? So I'm looking to connect with a lot of US-based mentors to help me understand how the platform can be positioned in the US, because the market is quite different. We have catered to a lot of customers from Turkey as well as Europe and GCC and the UK, these kind of regions. US is quite new for us, and we'd like to expand there as well. So yeah, I mean, that's the goal.
Well, I hope you get what you're looking for, and congratulations already on your success so far.
Thank you so much.
But that's all from us from here right now. We'll be back shortly, very soon, so stay tuned.
Welcome back to Interviews. Take Off offers a common platform that entrepreneurs, startups and investors come together and discuss their future steps. And now I've joined one of them, Canberk Güvenkaya, the entrepreneur of Syntonym. Thank you so much for joining us live today in Take Off. So what is your success story and what is Syntonym does?
Thanks so much for showing interest. Syntonym was founded in 2019, and we really believe that biometrical data and personal privacy is one of the critical points in the world that we should protect. And we wanted to give this freedom to the people whenever they prefer. They will have a chance to stay anonymous when the cameras are open or when the camera is collecting the data. And this is the value that we are bringing, actually.
Well, idea seems like come with an entrepreneurship alertness. So you already see a gap in the market, and then you step up by having an entry into the market. So what was the gap you see in the market?
Currently in the market, still even 2023, and all the collected data are processed without any consent. When people are walking on the street, going on the shopping mall, going in the store, in the market, wherever, the data is collected and nobody is asking any consent or something. And we see that regulations are putting pressure on this kind of industries to anonymize the data. You need to blur it, that means throw it away, or you need to anonymize it. So we see this gap to create this such a technology to fill this gap actually in the market, to anonymize all this collected visual data and face.
And now as an entrepreneur, you took the stage in the Takeoff. So what it feels like? So what do you feel now?
That was such an honor. We were selected as one of the 10 growth startups in Takeoff program. That was such an honor because we also realized that we are being recognized and our technology is being understood by the people, and this is also giving us a really big pleasure.
Thank you so much, Canberk Güvenkaya, the entrepreneur of Syntonym. He joined me and mentioned about his success story, and he took the opportunity to showcase his venture in Takeoff. We have so many startups, fresh and young entrepreneurs will be joined us. Please stay tuned.
Welcome back to Take Off İstanbul International Startup Summit. Now we're gonna have a Yeni Fikirler, Yeni İşler Demo Day by ODTÜ Teknokent. The entrepreneurs of Yeni Fikirler, Yeni İşler, Turkey's most successful acceleration program, organized for the 20th time by METÜ and ODTÜ Teknokent on the 100th anniversary of the Turkish Republic, are on the take-off stage to take their ideas one step further. Entrepreneurs who develop their ideas and projects in various fields, such as artificial intelligence, education technologies, and sustainability, will present their projects that will impact the future for investors and our guests, of course, after the 5-week online mentoring and training program provided by industry leaders. Today, 17 of the entrepreneurs will share their projects with you in 3-minute-long presentations. To make the first presentation, I would like to invite to the stage ADIS. They're asking, what if to-do lists could think?
Hi. It's working. Hello, everyone. I'm Sedat from ADIST, and what if to-do lists could think is the question driving us. Imagine saying these things. So your schedule reorganizes itself. You can easily decide between a long-term task and daily business. You don't need to set a reminder for your tax payment, or you plan to run outside and you get alerted that it's going to rain. And even if you have a toothbrush on your shopping list, you might get alerted that you are just passing by a suiting shop. So, is this your life? We have a suggestion to make it such, namely ADIST. ADIST is an AI-based web and mobile application, and it's not just a to-do list, it's actually a personal assistant how executives can afford. Our core technology is a recommendation engine utilizing machine learning, which uses user feedback and the feedback from similar profiles, and also time, location, like criteria. Currently, in this market, there are more than 150 million people using to-do apps, and they use minor level of AI. Some are already in a transition phase, using more significantly AI. Motion and Reclaim are good examples, but still are far behind what we are going to offer with ADIST. So far, we worked on our core technology and have a competitive user interface. So already our phase 1 product is going to be very competitive, but phase 3 will be ultimate. And in phase 3, we consider offering a marketplace where external companies can also give recommendations. And we are already in dialogue with Nike, for example, about possibilities. We are looking for an investment of $170K US, mainly for software development costs. And our revenue model is in phase 1, freemium. In phase 2, on top, a specialization according to professions. And in phase 3, on top, a marketplace, which I mentioned. This is our team. Who are we? It's me. I'm a scientist and businessman with big data experience. Oğuzhan and Emre have their own software companies. Microsoft is among the customers of Oğuzhan. And Mauricio is a scientist working in the US on AI. So we say ADIST is the future. It's unavoidable. So join us on this journey. Thank you.
ADIS, thank you very much. Next is the Aman, which aims to digitalize search and rescue processes. I invite them to the stage to make their presentation.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mohammed Abde. I am the CEO of Aman that guides lives to safety. In the aftermath of large-scale disasters, usually every second counts for saving lives because search and rescue operations must take place as fast as possible. In 2022, AFAD has reported 23,000 search and rescue operations, while this number is 100,000 search and rescue operations in the US, affecting more than 185 million individuals globally each year, thus optimizing the operational time and cost becomes crucial in such environments. So this inspired us to build Aman, which is an AI-based platform that is designed specifically for this purpose. Our platform performs mapping of the affected areas with drones, and it integrates data from different sources, such as citizens, search and rescue teams, and the drones, and it performs monitoring and tracking of the potential victims, as well as guiding the rescuers towards the survivors via simple English commands. Our initial claim is that our system can reduce the overall operational time and cost of rescue missions by at least 20 to 25%, depending on the nature of the disaster and, of course, on the capacity of the search and rescue team. You can see here a prototype of a snapshot of our prototype. Here you can see the tracked potential victims, although there is dust, but we can track them. And also you can see the descriptions that guides rescuers towards those potential victims. Our optimization here is vital because the cost for each search and rescue operation ranges from $3,000 to $140,000. And we are operating in the search and rescue equipment market, which has a size of nearly $18 billion in 2022, and it's estimated to be $23 billion in 2030. While our competitors, such as IDIS and SARCOB, focus on infrastructure change, we focus on people-centering, tracking, and monitoring. Our system can guide the rescuers towards potential victims via simple English commands, which no one has done before, and our system will be open for public. Me and the CTO, I am the CEO, my friend here and partner, Mohammed Al-Hassan, is the CTO of the company. We both have great experience in academic research and in R&D projects in the industry. Our business model consists of plan-based subscriptions, annual subscriptions such as basic, premium, and government plans. We will sell integrable units to get data for this system, such as drones and sensors, and we will be performing maintenance and repair of these units. Currently, we have published the prototype of our system that can make the main functionalities of the system. At the end of 2024, we are planning to finish the MVP and perform a substantial part of our product market fit with 2 basic subscriptions for local teams. We ask for $2,000 over 3 years for mainly software development and the prototype drone production, marketing and sales, and for cost of operations. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, I am here, and my CTO is also here.
Aman, thank you very much. Now there is the CareMed that treats Alzheimer's disease with robotic shock waves. I invite them to stage to make their presentation.
Hello, Fazıl. I am the CEO of company. We are manufacturing shockwave therapy systems. Our new project is to solve the Alzheimer and Parkinson problems. Normally in Alzheimer they are using gold standard in medication, but it is only saving time. The results is very bad. In this position we are manufacturing new technologies for the shock waves, and in the literature the results are coming very good. In this solution we are giving the shock waves to the cortex area. The deep brain is only affected with these shock waves, and ground factor is growing, and the revascularization making the activity in the located area. In the early stage, the results are very good. You can see at there, we are using a MR image. So for the localization, it is under the control without pain. And the average of the scores in the scale, you can see the difference between the periods of the applying treatment. Everything is starting with a dream in the world. We drove this localization paper, and in the end, after 4 years, we managed to manufacture this collaborative robotic shockwave treatment. In our business model, we are thinking a different type of marketing strategy. We will not sell the equipment, we will share the revenue treatment costs with the hospitals. So we are looking for distributors in the different countries with the strategic partners. At the end, we will make agreements with the hospitals and the big groups. So at this time, we will have FDA and MDR certifications. The market is very big, and with our aids, it is growing fastly. 55 billion people has this disease, and in this year, it's more than $12 billion and growing in 5 years, approximately more than $15 million, and the treatment costs are up to 10,000 euro. We have one competitor. It has 100 machines over the world, and we are the second supplier, and the market will be grow with the competitors in the near future, we think. We have electronic engineers, biomedical engineers, and also computer engineers. We have a good educated team. We established in Başkent University with a research project. We have also public offer with 3.8 million. And in Alzheimer project, we have TÜBİTAK and COSGAP projects are also cleared in this year. We are looking for $500,000. We will manufacture 5 equipment with this, and we will clear the process of FDA and MDA. And end of the 2024, we will put our first systems. Thank you very much.
Kermet, thank you very much. Up next is düğünbuketi.com, a startup that has developed an artificial intelligence-supported wedding planning bot. I invite them to stage to make their presentation.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Bilgehan, founder of düğünbuketi.com. 1 out of every 5 couples getting married in Turkey requests pricing from vendors and wedding venues through düğünbuketi.com. Planning a wedding with the traditional method is very long and very hard. You should negotiate with banks first for a loan if you need financial support. Then you need visit all venues, vendors, and travel agencies door by door. It's very long. With düğünbuketi.com, you can find all these vendors and venues in a single online platform. Also, there's an online wedding planner. Our wedding planners help to couples to plan their weddings. And we are developing AI wedding planner bot. In the future, couples can plan their weddings without a human touch. Also, we provide instant loan to couples. If a couple need a financial support, they can get a loan online with dbuketi.com. Also, our bots will recommend individual recommendations, give the individual recommendations to couples for their home and wedding shopping. We provide a single platform for all their needs for wedding venues, vendors, honeymoon, planning, wedding home, shopping, it will be soon, and also instant loan. We have two business models. We gain money from vendors and venues with membership fees. In the future, we will get with commission fees from product sellers, honeymoon sellers, and loan usage. This is our potential markets. Couples spent more than $138 billion for their weddings. In USA, more than 400 vendors and venues. Also, more than 250,000 vendors and venues use an online platform to reach couples. We want to reach 25,000 couples in next 3 years. Sorry, vendors in next 3 years. These are competitors. Knots is the biggest wedding platform in the world. Düğün.com is our local competitor. We invest AI technologies and fintech technologies to differentiation, and this is our numbers. Last year we planned more than 100,000 couples wedding. Also, our couples spent more than 28 billion Turkish lira for their weddings. Our members earn money from them more than 1.6 million Turkish lira. Our team experience for AI technologies and digital marketing. We survived at the pandemic. Our sector was closed for 2 years. We survived and we succeeded to grow in this process. Now we preparing to extend our operations to globe. We target to reach 55,000 paid members at the globe. Thanks. If you have questions, you can contact with us with this email. Thank you.
dbuketi.com, thank you very much. Next is FitCheck with the motto of sustainable fashion. FitCheck, floor is yours.
Hi everyone, I'm Mete. FitCheck is a social marketplace for fashion resellers. Nearly 10% of the carbon emissions in the world caused by fast fashion products. And to decrease that, we use platforms like Depop or Dolap in Turkey. But the problem is that nearly half of the listings in these apps are new and sold just for profit. And also, shopping takes a lot of time in these apps. Because of the interface that they have, listings stay there for weeks or even months. So this is the traditional process that you see. You can sell your listings on a traditional marketplace, so you have to promote it on the social media. So it takes a lot of time, both for the buyer and the reseller. Therefore, traditional marketplaces are actually broken, so they are not sustainable and not practical at all. We empower sustainability with the loyalty program that we have called Fit Points. Users can shop real fast with the video feed and live streams within our app. And also they can get instant styling inspiration with our AI. Basically, we empower sustainable fashion with AI and social media. Users can scroll through the video feed and see multiple listings in just seconds and in just one video. Also, as they shop secondhand, they can earn Fit points and use them towards cultural activities or donations to NGOs. They can also join the live streams and own the products. User can upload their current outfit to our AI stylist and choose their favorite social media person. This could be any celebrity, influencer, and after that, they can just click one button and get a fashion inspiration based on the celebrity that they've chosen. When we look at our competitors, there's Depop, Vinted, and Dolap in Turkey. But in FitCheck, users can view 100 listings in just 3 minutes, and we do not require any commission. Also, we empower sustainability with the loyalty program that we have. Also, users don't have to spend hours on their favorite social media person's profile just to get a fashion inspiration. They can just get it with one click with FitCheck AI. Boosting fee for listed items, collaborating with influencers. Flat fee, unlike commission, and also there's going to be AI usage fee. So this is basically our business model. Our team is full of from Bilkent, both graduates and students. We also have people that has startup experience in our team, and we also have advisor from Sun Textile. We launched the MVP like 2 days ago. We launched a podcast, for example, hosted 2 YC founders, reached to 30K people. So, and also we validated our idea before the MVP with surveys and interviews. We've started FitCheck like 7 months ago, and after that we formed our core team. And we are going to launch FitCheck in the US in the upcoming months. Also, we are going to participate in the Draper's acceleration program in the next batch. FitCheck Super App for sustainable fashion, you can download in the App Store. Thank you.
FitCheck, thank you very much. Up next is Fresh Data, which aims to solve the scalability problem in IoT technologies. Fresh Data, floor is yours.
My name is Elif Uysal, and I founded Fresh Data Technologies to revolutionize communications for IoT. IoT is experiencing the largest economic growth in human history. Already, more than 100 devices are added per second. More than this, IoT, the Internet of Things, is expanding into space through satellites and spacecraft. But is this growth sustainable? Not with current communication technologies in terms of energy and bandwidth. Let me take a step back and give you an example from terrestrial IoT. Dedash Electric is a power distribution company with 1.8 million subscribers in Turkey. They collect data periodically from their endpoints, and this data is only sporadically collected at the central location. So they lack situational awareness of their grid in real time. What they need is not terabytes of data that they're currently getting, but a communication technology to send the right data to the point of computation at the right time. This is possible through semantic communication, and this is where Fresh Data comes in. The secret sauce of Fresh Data is the result of 25 years of scientific research, which took me from MIT to Stanford, back to MIT, and then to Ohio State. And in 2007, I founded the Communication Networks Research Group at METU. Over the years, CNG, Communication Networks Research Group, has completed a number of projects, and Fresh Data came out as a spin-off of these projects recently. CNG has a very lively team, more than 35 alumni, and many international collaborations. And this is the powerhouse behind the innovation behind our products. Now, our product strategy wants to impact a growing number of sectors. The first product that we're marketing is the situational awareness product that I mentioned, which will be implemented on the transformer centers of Dicle Electric. Similar semantic situational awareness devices are possible for sustainable city, smart city environments and environmental monitoring. We are in talks with Vestel and MIPMAP technologies for those. Second in line is our semantic relay, which extends the range of LoRaWAN, which is the fastest growing physical layer mechanism for IoT. This uses our patent pending technology. And third in line is the impact that we'd like to make to satellite IoT and non-terrestrial networking sector through especially high-altitude platform systems. Over the last 6 months, our team has filed 5 new patents jointly in collaborations with ULAK Communications. So, in terms of market size, for the situational awareness device that we are implementing, which will be first of its kind in terms of semantic communications, and it will be implementing in the DADASH grid. In Turkey, the revenue potential is estimated at 120 million. The smart grid market as a whole is $60 billion US. The IoT, global IoT market is soon going to hit $1 trillion US. Out of this, 8.7 billion belongs to satellite IoT by 2032. In terms of the terrestrial IoT market, we're expecting a 5-fold growth in the next 5 years, reaching 25.5 billion US dollars. Our team consists of basically METÜ electrical and electronics engineering graduates of various years with a total experience of 60 years. It is a vibrant team with a very rich hinterland due to our research group experience. And we envision to be a deep tech firm where these young people can find a chance to make worldwide impact. Thank you.
Fresh data, thank you very much. Up next is Hyperactive Games, which aims to transform educational processes. The floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. I'm Mehmet. I'm a hyperactive person. It was always hard for me to, sit down and learn things, listen to my teachers. So actually, transforming the education of children is very critical for this matter, because the digital native generation is really failing to engage with the traditional methods of education. So they want to interact, they want to learn while having fun. So we need to have to educate them while they are having fun. So our solution is very simple. We are using extended reality approach we are merging digital assets with real life, with our motion capture AI, with any device with a camera. They are moving in the real world and then, having fun and learning things. This is very simple and simple neuroscience. So when they interact, they easily learn. This is the approach. So This is a great time to engage with children because the market of gaming market is expanding with education, like, you know, very boosting hell. Our strategy is very simple. We are merging children education, interactive fitness, and arcade gaming all together. And there are so many possibilities with, you know, schools and parents. And we are right now testing 3 of our games in schools and with children: Goalkeeper, Meow Motion, and Math Maze. These will, you know, let us realize how to approach the mechanics and how to build the real games. The market's expanding very fast. In 5 years, it will reach out to $80 billion. Educational gaming market is a really opportunity, filled with opportunity. Well, our closest competitor is Next, raised $25 million in 2021. They are really into this matter. And now we are, as I said, testing our apps. We are going to launch our first school-based application and game in 2024. And we have a business contract right now, ongoing. We have secured $50K for this year as family friends for hyperactive games. And we are preparing to raise $100K next year. Thank you.
Hyperactive Games, thank you very much. Next is M-Based, which produces mycelium-based artificial leather. The floor is M-Based.
Hello everyone, my name is Görkem. I am co-founder of the M-Based. M-Based is a biotechnology startup aims to enhance new material technology with using mycelium. It is a part of a mushroom. This journey started with our team examining the global risk report. Climate crisis constitute 60% of 2010 global risks in the report. And if precautions are not taken, it is very possible that we will have to live in a world like this. And we don't want to live in such a world in 2033. So do you want it? Textile and leather industries have huge impact on the climate crisis. In addition to damage caused by animal leather to animal ethics and habitats, another major problem is waste rate and high carbon emissions in production. Petroleum-based leather is produced as an alternative to animal leather. However, we can say that there is actually no solutions to these problems with 58 million tons of natural resource consumption and high carbon emissions. Actually, these problems have very simple solution. M-Base can solve this problem with vegan leather. We produce it from mushroom with our using technology. Our vegan leather is plastic-free, customizable, ductile, durable, and long-lasting. This product can be used in fashion, automotive, and furniture industries. Thanks to our production process, we designed it in line with global development goals, and our vegan leather consisting 100% of biodegradable and biomaterial, we can reduce the carbon emissions rate by half. In addition to using only 5-liter water during our production with renewable energy, we achieve almost zero waste. We aim to provide this leather to leather workshops and textile factories that are currently aware of this problem and trying to solve this problem. M-Based target market is textile industry in the broadest sense, including bio-based leather sector. It has been gaining value year by year. M-Based competitors should be examined in 2 categories. One of them is companies that produce leather using mycelium. Unlike the other companies, Embase is distinguished by being 100% biodegradable and biomaterial. At the same time, it demonstrates its difference from the other bio-based leather producers through an easy access raw material, being plastic-free and having high energy efficiency. In Embase, I work as a material engineer, Zeynep as a molecular biologist, and Duhan as a system engineer. Our journey, which began with TÜBİTAK big program in May, is planned to initiate the investment process in January. With mass production, we may break even by December 2025. The total investment amount and the usage areas are as you can see in our plans. Thank you for listening. You can access our landing page by scanning QR code.
Embase, thank you very much. Next up is the Milo app initiative, which makes personal care services accessible to everyone. Floor is Milo apps.
Hello, everyone. I am Mamoun, the co-founder of Melo App. Melo App is a digital beauty assistant. The world that we live in offers a wide range of on-demand services that can be delivered straight to our doorstep. And on-demand beauty services are no longer an exception with Melo App, because Melo App is the first on-demand beauty startup in Turkey. With Melo App, you can book multiple services that can be delivered to your location, and this can be done as quickly and easily as ordering a meal. We have gathered more than 4,000 beauty specialists from 40 cities in Turkey. We also have more than 40,000 customers that are using our app. And also we have more than 20 corporate customers for our B2B module. Such as corporate customers, we have Energisa and Philip Morris. And this is our revenue model. We have two revenue models, B2B and B2C. As for our competitors, we have two competitors that are in the field. Our local competitor, Armut, and our international competitor, Just Life, they are basically having the same concept, which doesn't comply with us. The concept is mostly it comes to mind for cleaning or other household services, but not for beauty services. And that's where we stand out. So far, we have reached 30,000 appointments on our application, and we have made $350 in sales. This is our next step, the target for the markets after Turkey. We are targeting 3 big markets, which are Singapore, Doha, and Dubai. And by the year of 2026, our goal is to get 100,000 reservations on our mobile app, as well 300 corporate customers, and 8 million in GMV sales. We wish for investors investors and business partners in the field in the markets that we are planning or targeting, and as well we hope to get an investment of $500,000, and we will as well give a share of 10% equity. This is our team. Our team is very experienced and qualified for the mission that they are set for. We have Melis, our founder, with more than 6 years of experience with MAC Cosmetics. As well, we have the co-founders, Amir, Çağdaş, and I, which run the technology department and development of our mobile app. Yeah, that's all. Let's start this transformation together. Thank you so much.
I'll take over the stage to make you understand how important it is to have her instead of me. I was at the side stage. Next up is Nefes IoT, which performs early detection of forest fires with the IoT device they developed. I invite them to the stage to make their presentation.
Thank you very much. Hello, my name is Amir Yegane Saab. I'm co-founder of Nefes IoT. Forest fires are big problems. So we have to do something. These forests causing loss of millions of hectares of forests every year. So we decided to develop a device that detects, not only detects, but predicts and forecasts the fires in forests. So traditional methods are not sufficient enough and are not fast enough. The fastest one detects fires within 2 hours, but our device detects fire within half an hour. Also, as I mentioned before, these devices are capable, our ecosystem is capable of predicting and forecasting fires too. These devices are the neural sense of the forest that can sense the fire or probability of it using 4 different sensors which gives us temperature, humidity, and pressure, and gas data. These data are transacted to stream to our dashboard, and they are processed there, and they can be simulated. Our business model consists of device sale and subscription. Also, on the B2C model, B2C part, we are planning on cooperating with companies as a social awareness project. Our customers consist of government agencies, insurance companies, and hotels, which is not only limited to this. Our market, right now we are focused on Southern European countries, which consist of $150 million of economy, which we want a portion of that. Our competitors are doing forest fire risk assessment and forest fire speed prediction too, as us, but their algorithms are different, and our efficiency is more than them. We are right now in our early stage. We can detect and predict fires within 80% accuracy. Also, we are able to provide a service with 2 types of IoT technologies, MB-IoT and LoRaWAN. Our team consists of 4 experienced engineers, basically graduated from METU, 1 electronic engineer, 1 mechanic engineer, and me as a GIS geomatics engineer, and 1 software engineer that helped us to develop this ecosystem. We are planning to have about $2 million revenue within 5 years, and we need about 160,000 euros of investment to reach that aim. Our company started in 2022. We gained to be tech big 15-12 fund, and then we now we have our MVP. I mean, our first prototype. We are the first climate launchpad in Turkey. We won the climate launchpad in Turkey, and we are planning to go forward. And within 5 years, we believe that we can protect the Southern European countries from forest fires. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, I will be here. Thank you.
Now the next one is the Nutshell, and their product can be described as a platform that transforms students' learning processes in a nutshell, and I invite them to the stage, wherever they are.
Hello everyone, I'm Seha, and this is Nutshell. So, education is changing rapidly, and today individuals are preferring to pursue skill-based portfolios instead of going to universities and getting degrees. And this is great, but it comes with some problems. One problem is getting the right student with the right teacher in the same room. And another problem is the detachment from the social medium affects learning and decreases its efficiency. And also, there are some financial barriers when you change the system, and not all educational systems are compatible with this. So in this context, our mission and vision is to enable people to take on their self-learning journeys and not have to experience some regulated learning, and instead have their own personalized pathways. And our mission to do this is to create a platform where everyone can find the right content for them and have no trouble consuming this content. And so this is the plan. We plan to create a customizable cross-platform e-learning catalog where we can see every single e-learning course, and all of them will be filtered and categorized by their specific parameters. And other than this, we will enable the learner's journey by employing some financial models, some guidance and stuff like that. And the third part is generating teaching insights from this data that we gain from our learners and employing that to increase the value of their learning journeys. And so we have some services designed to accomplish these. And firstly, we're going to put learners in a learning community where they can interact with their fellow learners and discuss about topics, discuss about larger courses and stuff like that. And other than that, we're going to customize their own learning journey so they have a tailor-fit learning path for them. And we're going to host this on a cross-platform learning catalog. And we're going to have a financial model, which I'll get to soon. And we're going to generate insightful learning analytics from this. And so about the financial model, we name it Help Plus. And it stems from the need of dropout rates being averaging at 82%, and there being asymmetric pricing leading to unobtainable degrees and serious difficulties. And the model is really simple. The student makes a down payment, and the rate of the down payment is determined by the completion rate of the course they're taking. Nutshell, using a browser extension, tracks their learning journey step by step. If the student continues on their journey and doesn't stray from the path and completes their journey successfully, Nutshell subsidizes their learning expenses and helps them get their certificates. And our revenue channels are, it's completely free for the common consumer, but we plan on generating revenue from other businesses and generating value for them. We plan on deploying affiliate marketing. We plan on generating value by creating learning analytics. We plan on forming market partnerships and producing market reports, and we plan on hosting sponsored content on the website. And so it's a really big market, the market of e-learning, and the obtainable market is somewhere around $148 million, and it has a high growth rate, so we'll be accessing a big market this way. And this is the landscape. We plan to place ourselves up here, and there are three main clusters that we plan to enter, two of them. One of them, the horizontal, is the community learning cluster. This vertical here is the technical learning cluster, and this here is the academic learning cluster, and we plan to stand on the intersection right there. And our target audiences is anyone who wants to learn in Turkish or English, any young professional, and our business targets are open online courses, institutions, academies, and businesses. On the horizon for us, we plan on launching Nutshell for Academy as a web platform by the end of February. And then we plan on moving on to Nutshell for Business. From there, we plan on generating value from the obtained data and moving on to a large language model that is trained with the data we've obtained. And here's our team. That's me. These are my friends. We have an industrial engineering student, a city and regional planner, and an AI engineer. And this is a sneak peek at our website front page. Thank you for listening.
Now the next one is the RANS, and their motto is digital transformation of waste and carbon management. The floor is yours.
Hello everyone, my name is Cem Gökhan Hanoğlu. Today I'm excited to present Digital Environmental Management Platform, RANS. Before we dive in, let's take a quick look at this $65 billion valued industry. Industry organizations send their waste to recycling facilities, then recycled waste is resold as secondary raw materials. However, there are problems in this process. That's why RANS comes into play. Industry establishments face economic losses due to high cost and market uncertainties. Also, environmental consultancy services for adapting regulations are expensive. Recycling facilities have problems like cannot finding waste and struggling to marketing secondary raw materials. RANS solves all these problems through our services, Waste Marketplace, Carbon Credit Platform, and Digital Environmental Services, directly impacting 6 Sustainable Development Goals. In the Waste Marketplace, recycling facilities and industrial establishments can increase their trade volume by creating listing for their waste and secondary raw materials. A smart route optimization feature will minimize logistic costs, and stock exchange feature will eliminate market uncertainties. On Carbon Credit Platform, companies need to buy some carbon credits to buy due to high emission products of exporting. They can easily operate carbon certifications with international carbon markets through RANS. Digital environmental services are totally digitized version of traditional environmental consultancy services. It offers an easy, fast, and cheaper solution to industrial establishments for adapting regulations. Our target market is Turkey. It will be followed by European Union countries with the same environmental regulations. Given that our country's waste producing potential is 10% of Europe's waste, shows the need for such services. RANS stands out by offering all environmental solutions in one platform, and there is no active waste marketplace in our country. Our revenue model based on a subscription method with 3 different plans for user choice. Considering with the minimum customer number and product prices, we aim to achieve $1.2 million revenue for rents. Our team has 3 members with over 22 years of experience, such as recycling facility management, founding environmental consultancy company, defense industry project management, and software development on e-commerce platforms. We look at the roadmap. Since the idea formation in January, we had so much market analysis and collaboration meetings. We will launch the MVP in February and product in October with the first phase. We aim in 3 years, we aim to transfer European sites. Thank you for your listening. Rents will provide sustainable solutions for more livable world.
Next up is the Safe4 log, which performs data analysis of damages that may occur in logistic processes. This stage is yours.
Hi everyone, I'm Zeynep from Safe4 log team. Safe4 log is an enterprise that helps the company control cost of damage deliveries. About 11 months ago, during my internship, I noticed that damage delivery were a significant problem for companies. And I started the research. I found that 34% of returns that have received companies are due to damage deliveries, and it's caused them to 17 times more cost. As I continue my research, I came across with the 2022 report of Insurance Association of Turkey. In this report, at 2019, transportation insurance increase is expected to rise in the future. So our first product is S4All1 emerged. S4All1 is an impact recorder that records information about when, where, and the magnitude of the damage occurring during delivery process. It ensures identification of the responsible party for damage, and it also provides AI-supported damage prevention solution, and it can detect the damage at up to half the cost compared to competition. Our revenue model will be direct sales. We have different type of products named Master and Slave. Master is internet connected and capable to send a real-time notification. Slave cannot do that. And we will planning to develop charge station in the future. We will offer also subscription services. Once we obtain a sufficient amount of data, we will provide AI-supported damage prevention consulting services. Our target market size is $1.6 million. We differentiate ourselves from the other competitors being affordable customization and providing AI-supported damage prevention consultancy. Our roadmap began in August 2022. Our core team consists of 3 individuals. I have been in this ecosystem for 5 years. I have founded a startup before. We are asking for $100,000. Thank you for listening.
Now, the next one is called Some Carbon, and it produces value-added products from industrial carbon dioxide emissions. This stage is yours.
Hello everyone, I am Serhat from Some Carbon. Some Carbon is the new generation carbon dioxide technology. This means the economy coming from the factory chimney. Let's look at the detail. As you know, Paris Climate Change Agreement pressing to heavy industry, carbon limitation decreasing day by day. This situation affected the production is restricted, nature is dying. There is need a solution, we need a solution. Let's look at the demo. We capture the carbon dioxide from the factory chimney and storage the underground well. This emission, this kind of the raw material and feed the system. System power supply is the solar floating system and carbon dioxide is the raw material. We react to carbon dioxide with hydrogen goes to methanol. Methanol is the sustainable aviation fuel. It's a very useful fuel nowadays. On the other hand, the latest solution in the world, carbon dioxide capture is a very popular method for the carbon industry. But, for example, Paris has a 200 million ton per year emission. Istanbul has same condition. Where and how will storage this emission and underground? Our system provides a way to carbon taxation and produce your green fuels. And we have some demo site and we have some dashboard. We control the all carbon data right side and we have carbon dioxide raw material. This system provides to get income raw material. It's a very unique situation. We focus actually all goals of the sustainable development and we provide to some multi-uses for the industry companies. Our target market increases every year and actually in Turkey cement and energy plant facilities is dangerous situation in the under Paris climate change agreement. We are focused to these industries. You can see in reference companies in right side. Sector analysis, this sector is very huge capacity. For example, we are focusing to 185 million in Turkey. You can see this coming from data, different industries. It's over the $1.2 billion for under the carbon trading system. We have 6 competitors all around the world, but I want to mention about the two of these. We are different from the industrial symbiosis model. This means we capture from the common hub carbon dioxide, and this company just feed the waste carbon dioxide price to our company. And revenue model, we started the project planning. Nowadays, we production the full service carbon dioxide plans and we complete the break-even points. We were in the big bang stage last year and we get 8 pillars in this organization and we goes to incorporation company types, and nowadays we are working with Unity International, largest carbon dioxide conversion facilities in the Middle East region. We are very multifunctional team and you can see this member. And nowadays we are in seed tour. We are valuation 3.3 million American dollar and we need 300,000 American dollars. Thank you for listening. We started transforming the world from the carbon dioxide. Thank you for listening.
Next up is the sparkler, or as they like to call it, the digital extension of your brain. The floor is yours, sparkler.
Hi everyone, my name is Tina, CEO and co-founder of Sparkler, a tool that unlocks your intellectual superpowers. Now, I want you to meet Brian. Brian's an intellectual, a freelance analyst, who also runs a blog in his free time. He's reading and researching extensively every day. He's deluged with information. He's a proud Notion user, along with other productivity tools. But the process of switching between apps, navigating through menus, and poor integration among tools leaves him frustrated, exhausted, and makes him collecting tabs in his browser, taking message screenshots, and also sending messages to himself and his friends. Sparkler removes all this friction. Whenever Brian finds something interesting, he can save it on the spot without switching between apps or navigating through menus. He can save websites, take screenshots, or he can capture anything on his screen. Sparkler allows him to capture and organize his content at the same time, so he can continue where he left off and maintain his workflow without interruption. And the same convenience applies when he wants to find things. No matter which app he is on, a simple shortcut grants him instant access to his entire library, and he can find what he's looking for just in seconds. Sparkler also allows our users to keep their favorite tools in one place. So we are integrating all of them in one place. So Brian can curate his own personal internet and always finding what he's looking for and achieving more each day. There are 215 million individuals, much like Brian, who suffer from information overload. And we reach them with freemium model, and we are charging $16 per month for our pro features. And with these numbers, we are going to hit $10 million ARR by the end of 2026 and $100 million by the end of 2029. Our target users are like Brian, are eagerly, actively participating in communities, and they are looking up for new tools. So we are engaging with them through these communities. We are not doing any pushy sales tactics. We are focusing on building credibility and trust. Also, we are leveraging influencer marketing for getting their attention. And also, we are utilizing a waitlist and a exclusive brand aura around the product, so we can make them curious and excited more. Also, we made integration seamlessly. We make it very easy to integrate their tools so they can bring their knowledge with themselves when they're coming to Sparkler. And most importantly, we are focused on product-led growth. Our growth mainly focused on delivering an exceptional product and excellent customer support. Also, Sparkler is designed to go viral. We use deep links to facilitate organic growth and word of mouth. We have recently launched our MVP, and almost 2,000 users signs up for our waitlist, and 100 users are actively using Sparkler each day. And 43 pieces of content has been created, each one averagely. We're going to launch the beta in the new year, and we are going to do the public launch later in the 2024. Our team has combined experience of 30+ years, consists of ex-startup founders, and we have deep knowledge in personal knowledge management market. I'm excited to share more. You can come find me after the this event. And yeah, looking forward to talking more about it. Thank you very much.
Now the next one and the last one is the Spaceless Initiative, which develops nanosolar technologies for defense and space technologies. The floor is yours.
Hi everyone, I'm the last one I suppose. I'm Guler. I'm the founder and CEO of Spaceless. Spaceless is designing, as you can see, next generation ultra lightweight flexible solar cells and solar panels. And our aim is to revolutionize the solar energy in the future. And the sectors are for defense, energy, and space. So when we look at the problem, you know every sector has the energy demand, and especially the space sector has the energy demand. And when we look at the solar energy potential, it has the highest potential that we can harvest for our future. And you can see here, alarmingly, the climate change effects are affecting all of us, and the global average temperatures are rising, as you all know. And how can we find a solution for this? It's with the rollable ultra-lightweight flexible solar cells from the emerging PV sector. As you can see with the red line, the acceleration of the efficiency and stability is the most with the emerging and the new generation PV, which means we shouldn't stick with the stable multicrystalline or polycrystalline silicon solar panels and revolutionize our future with next generation PV. And it has advantages, as you can see, and uniqueness like eco-friendliness, ultra-lightweight, portability, low payback time. And how can we produce this? It will go from TERA level 3, which is a lab scale level. The solar energy will be harvested in ultra thin, nano-thick thin films, which are composed of polymer materials. And then you need to scale this by using customized, even AI-generated modeling, where you can use the inks for the plastic substrates. And then you need to scale these solar panels or solar cells into different applications. Like the CubeSats you can see here, the satellite sector can use these solar panels because they are very lightweight and they have the highest power. So the subsidiary side products could be the whole polymer, the whole power system that can be used for BIPV or other renewable energy sectors. But the third one could be for small and large area products that can be utilized, where they can be used in urgent situations in defense and space sector. With the space-grade flexible organic solar panel, the profit margin is expected to be 150% in the next 5 years. And this is the unique selling point, which is the specific power, 10 kilowatt per kilogram, which is the highest among the emerging PV sector as well. And you can have them with 15 to 500 grams per meter square, which can change everything. We can mount these on different surfaces. It is flexible, rollable, bendable. And that is the advantage. And with the cost comparison, you can see the organic PV or polymeric PV has the lowest manufacturing cost and cost of initial investment. And again, when we look at the global market analysis, why we needed these lightweight and thin solar cell technology, because we can mount it in different applications and it will give us the return, especially in space sector. Now that the missions are less costly, lunar missions, Moon to Mars missions, we need to be able to use the mobile energy technologies so that we can actually reduce the cost more and reduce the pollution in space as well. And then we look at market analysis. The existing market is 220 billion, and in Turkey it's around 2 billion. But since this is also a niche market, the flexible plastic solar market is around $1 billion at the moment. And then you look at the satellite manufacturing, it's around $2 billion at the moment. With the first sales, it will be, this is my initial calculation by the way, 35,000 per unit. The goals for the market entry strategy is designing the idea this year. Even though I have been working on this for over 10 years, I'm a PV specialist, organic electronics specialist, and this year the prototype development and testing will be completed by the middle of 2024. We got an international grant for accelerating our business, and in 2025, with more partnerships and investments, and also different projects for different end-user applications, the space-grade solar panels will be done. As you all know, when something is space-grade, it needs more certification, more testing. That means we need more investment to make this a space heritage. And with 2026, the large-scale production is aimed to begin, which means you need a bigger laboratory that you can print all these thin-film solar panels in a continuous way in a cleaner lab. And that can be achieved by also a big team, which I'm also trying to gather up. And I think that's it. Thank you so much. And enable energy conversion with flexible design. That's the last slogan. Thank you. And you can reach me from guler.kochak@spaceless.com.
And that's it for today. Our entrepreneurs have completed their presentations.
And this brings us to the end of the first day of Take Off Istanbul International Startup Summit. And tomorrow we're going to have a very fruitful agenda again, many panel discussions here on the stage and also some events at the side stage, right, Ilyas?
Mm-hmm.
And until then, see you.
Good evening.